now. Thank you very much for always recreational service cooperating. Thank you very much. Got a great day of action. Here's the final stage. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Road presented by GWM. So it's yourself there. It's the red. It's the very wide. Get yourself up, grab some brekkie and get ready for some awesome service. First seat will be behind the ball from Hawaii in the red and versus Jacob Woodcock. Australia is the blue.
The 2023 Challenger Series is here. Here on Australia's Gold Coast, the journey for qualification begins.
It is go big or go home.
A pivotal stepping stone for tour hopefuls, veterans, rookies, and phenoms look to battle it out to reach surfing's highest platform.
He parks it in the barrel. Oh, I love that turn.
Following the mid-season cut, relegated surfers must shift their focus to requalification, while the next generation looks to claim their own championship tour spot in 2024. The path to surfing's top level starts now at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The first steps on the road to championship tour glory start here at the first stop on the Challenger Series, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And we have whittled down the field on the men's side. We're at the quarterfinals. The semis are set for the women. The lineup is strong. The head-to-head matchups are incredible. And we're going to have a fantastic champion on both the men's and women's side once we do get to the end of this competition. But what a start it's been. Snapper Rocks has delivered in a big way. That sandbar's looking impeccable, and there's more waves out there today. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey, joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett once again. Flick, this place is just relentless.
Yeah, it is. The swell's still stuck around a little bit. It's slightly smaller than yesterday, but it's still going to be really contestable. And yeah, I'm excited for today. Every single day, it's just the level of surfing has just gotten better and better, and we've got some absolutely stacked heats coming up, starting with the men's quarterfinals, so I'm really excited. It's
going to be a lot of fun to watch. Rich, a good preview for what you're going to see in the competition is the warm-up session, and again this morning, big turns laid down by those still alive in the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the barometer for what's to come for the rest of the day, and as you said, Flick, exciting matchups. There's a sprinkling of CT experience across the women's and the men's draw. We're up to the semis in the women, quarters in the men's, and there's those newcomers as well. They're looking really, really hungry, and I'm standing by my prediction that we're going to see a new winner today.
Yeah, they're ravenous for sure, and also typically pretty ravenous is Stace Galbraith. He's down there with the call.
Much like this swell, Ron, you are also relentless. I hope you have a lovely day, my friend. Will, what's the call?
The call is we're on. It's the final day of the window. We've got 10 heats left, and it's always a nice feeling waking up when there's really fun conditions on finals day.
And you've positioned this event perfectly. Any stress earlier in the week, or are you pretty confident this is going to how it play out?
Yeah, there's definitely stress when you have 3 lay days in a row, but in speaking to everyone, the forecast was there. You can kind of tell it's the tail end of the swell, but there's still some really fun surf. So we're going to start with men's quarters, roll straight into women's semis, then men's semis, and then women's final, men's final. So 10 heats and lots of action. Really
looking forward to it. Thanks, Will. On you, Ron.
Good on you, Stace. Yeah, looking. It's been a great week up here with Stace out there roaming the field, and we're going to drag him down to North Narrabeen as well because he's been smashing out those post-heat interviews and doing a fantastic job. Let's have a look at some of the matchups we can look forward to today on what will be our finals day here at Snapper Rocks. We'll go to the Bailey Ladders bracket, the first heat. It's sensational. A regular footer up against a form goofy. I can't pick this one. This is going to be a really close battle.
Yeah, it's going to be super close. Imai has just put together some amazing turns with so much speed and progression as well. Jacob, on the other hand, on his backhand has just looked so strong and coming so square off the bottom, and almost reminding me of Matt Wilco with the progression he's getting out through the lip on those tail releases. And moving into the quarter 2, we've got Jet Schilling and Jadson Andre. Jet yesterday, massive heat, taking out current world number 1, Zhao Chianca, so that's going to be really exciting.
And then, Rich, you're seeing the winner come from the bottom side of the draw, though.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo and Jorgen Guzne in that third quarter final. Really good matchup, but the last one, Crosby Colapinto and Rodrigo Michael Rodriguez, sorry. I haven't had enough coffee this morning, but that's where I feel the winner's going to come from. But let's look at the women's draw quickly.
Yeah, the women's draw is exceptional too. You saw it there on screen while Rich was reaching. Semi-finals look unbelievable. Steph Gilmore up against India Robinson in the first semi. And semi 2, Sally Fitzgibbons up against Sawyer Lindblad, who's really marked herself as I think one of the most improved surfers on the Challenger Series. But we are underway with quarterfinal number 1 here. Imai Kalani de Volt, the surfer from Maui, taking on Margaret Rivers, Jacob Wilcox for a spot in the semi-finals here. Imai Kalani, he has been to the championship tour, but oddly enough, Jacob Wilcox has actually surfed in more CT events as a wild card.
Which is pretty crazy. Also a testament to, obviously he's been such a strong up-and-coming surfer for so many years, and with Margaret River being on the World Tour and that's his home, he's had a lot of startups there. He's had a lot of good performances there. I think he's also been over in Portugal, had a good showing there too. So, yeah.
Yeah, Jake's best result as a wild card, it came down at Bells. He made the quarterfinals down there one year. But for me, this is the most convincing he's ever looked with the jersey on. You know, there's a lot of hype around his surfing. A lot of it comes off the back of his amazing free surfing performances and his edits that he puts out.
Yeah, absolutely. His latest one, Into Dust, is a really good representation of where this guy is, this 25-year-old out of Western Australia. He's been touted as a CT potential surfer for a number of years now, and he's come so close. But you do get a feeling that this year he's tidied a few things up. The manoeuvres are stronger. You know, there's more impact in what he's doing. It looks like we might see Jacob just having a quick look at that one. So these guys are really jockeying for position in this first heat. Right around the rock here, you can see those plumes of sand coming up. So it's really filled in there. And, yeah, positioning this morning, something we haven't seen.
Yeah, it's they're right there, aren't they?
Well, this is what we talk about when we say behind the rock. You know, this is that, when that sand fills in from Froggy's there, so just to the top of your screen there, that's that Froggy's Beach, and that's where that sand gets pumped out, and it moves right around the corner here. But this slab of sand behind the rock, it is one of the most treacherous and intimidating takeoffs in surfing.
Oh, I've just seen some crazy wipeouts happen right there, and, you know, as well as people jumping off the rock into absolute terror when they're just getting the timing horribly wrong, getting blasted up and smeared back across those rocks. It's just...
Smeared. I like it.
But the payoff...
Exfoliated.
Exfoliated back up across the rocks.
The payoff, though. The risk is there, but the payoff is huge because it really does barrel, you know, really hard. The wave just sucks out and, you know, you can really just drop straight into the pit and start the wave really well.
These two quarterfinalists sitting extremely deep at the moment. But yeah, it's a scary prospect for the other surfers on the Challenger Series when someone like Jacob Wilcox is starting to do their best surfing with a jersey on, as opposed to sort of saving it for their free surfing. And yeah, he's sharpened things up. He actually really committed to improving his small wave surfing by moving over here to the East Coast, spending a lot of time here now. Speaking with Darren Handley yesterday, and he was giving us the insight that Jacob's actually working there in the factory, working in dispatch, getting boards out the door. So, you know, the improvement in his surfing at locations like this, it's not an accident.
Yeah, I think also coming from Western Australia, like I can speak to this, we're so far away from the East Coast, and travel from Margaret River, like you're adding a whole extra day of travel if you're living down in Margaret River. You've got a 3-hour drive to Perth and then a 5-hour flight to Sydney or Melbourne just to travel to LA or Hawaii. So in terms of travel, opportunities living here, you know, access to training at the high performance centre, living close to his board shaper, for me, it just makes a lot of sense. And obviously Margaret River will always be home to him, and the West Oz, like, you know, it has amazing waves and it'll always go back. But for now, I think it's like a really smart move for him and where he's at in his career.
Imai Kalani-Devault, 25 years of age. We mentioned he already had a stint on the Championship Tour, and the last couple of years he's performed really well on the Challenger Series as well. 2021 finished 11th. That's what saw him make the jump onto the CT in 2022. Didn't survive the cut, but he did finish 15th on the Challenger Series, so really was close to breaking back into the Championship Tour ranks. Had a quarterfinal finish last year. But for me, the big point of difference with Imai when I look at the rest of the field on the Challenger Series is his style. It's so refreshing to see someone who puts space between their turns, surfs rail to rail, but also has that unpredictability. You know, when you've got that style, but you can explode out of the lip and throw something different at us and the panel, it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate of style and making everything that you're doing on the wave look attractive and look pretty. It's better for the spectators, it's better for anyone watching, and it feels nice too. And as you said, Ron, he has one of the smoothest styles in the business. You know, he's obviously you know, watched Andy Irons and the likes of Tom Curran and those really stylish natural-footed surfers, and perhaps we're going to see a ride, an opener here. No, not quite.
Yeah, he noted Dusty Payne too.
Yep.
Who, you know, one of Maui's finest, and had an awesome style, almost that similar kind of unpredictability. Could string together rail turns, but also bust it out of the lip. Here we go, the first ride of the day on what will be finals day here at Snapper Rocks. And it's Western Australia's Jacob Wilcox unable to make that connection through to the inside. We know it's a little bit disjointed out there at the moment, but there is still going to be sections that these incredibly informed surfers can lay into, but priority's going to flick over to Imai now. And we'll see what he's able to post up.
A replay of Jacob here. So right up the top of the point. It's a nice carving turn to start off, and another little roundhouse back into the foam, and then you can see that double up down the line there. So decisions to be made now. And Jacob, he looks like he's going down to that lower bank. And this is going to get Imai thinking about, hang on a minute, do I stay here or do I persist in trying to get one of these barrels? Lower tide this morning, so this is the opportunity to really find one of these gems up the top of the point.
Yeah, it looks like Imai has decided he's going to stay up there.
Jacob making a move to come back up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a little bit of confusion there. He looked like he was going to head down the point, but no, he's made the decision to stick with his opponent.
Well, just on 22 and a half minutes to go. Stace, a local in these parts, so has been giving us good insights on the conditions all week. Stace, what are we looking at today?
I think we're going to be looking at another fun day of surf, Ron. 3 to 4 feet on the faces when they come through. And as Bugs mentioned earlier in the week, that sand is trickling around, and we are seeing a lot of waves starting to at least try to break behind the rock. But with this low tide this morning, as you mentioned, it is a little split up. We saw Imai Kalani DeVault just have a little look at a wave there, and I would say the characteristics of that wave, definitely not the wave you're looking for. If the wave is bigger than what it is at the start of the wave than what it looks like down the line, that's not the wave you're looking for. But it's been a great day out here on the rocks thanks to Oakberry, Ron.
Mate, yeah, we'll be checking in with you throughout the day to get an idea of what challenges the surfers are facing aside from one another. Jacob Wilcox out there throwing shuckers at the moment. He's having a ball.
It's so close to the rocks, like really. It's, you know, right at the point where Stace is there. You can see him. You know, he could easily throw a tennis ball Jacob in the head.
I'm trying to figure out why Jacob Wilcox has the priority P there next to his name. Imai must have had a good look at a wave.
Yeah, well, that would, yeah, I was trying to think why Imai's heading down the point, and that's obviously why. He's handed over priority, so he's gone, no, I'm out of here. I'm going to try and pick up one of these wider waves. Because that wave that Jacob did get, if you took off on that down the line, there were scores on that. There was points on that wave. So I think Stace brought up a really good point, is that, you know, these surfers are trying to identify the right wave that has a bump down the line. Anything that tapers off too quickly is just going to fade out. They need that scoring opportunity as the wave, as that swell line wraps around into the bay, and it kind of refracts, it bends as it comes around the point here.
Yeah, we're looking for a grower.
It's early.
Oh, here's,
It's early.
here's Imai having a look at this one. Jacob Wilcox gifted priority here, and the opportunity to register a decent opening score. Hasn't been a lot of energy so far in the start of this quarterfinal heat.
Imai recently had a board change, jumped on the Channel Islands program, and it's always an interesting time when you see surfers switch up their equipment, change brands, change shapers. Tends to ignite a different approach. They often find you know, new ways to approach the wave and attack, riding different rockers, and it seems to be working for Imai.
Yeah, they get reinvigorated. Just looking back on, you know, an amazing run of days here at Snapper Rocks, and wanting to highlight some performances from people that didn't progress through to the finals. Early on in the event, South Africa's Aidan Mason-Camper has marked himself as a form surfer on the Challenger Series this year. Hiroto Ahara, you know, he has suffered some injuries. Looks like he's getting back to his best. Who stood out for you, Rich?
Mikey Madonna is one as well. I thought he was, he's lifted the maturity in which he's competing. For me, my hometown boy, Georgie Pitter, put in a great performance for his first charge on the Challenger Series. He you know, I had a breakdown with him post-heat, he said, "Oh, geez, I've got a lot to learn. I've understood now that it's hard to get a score and I've got to pick up the game." So always learning there. So they were two that immediately spring to mind. Timothy Bisso as well.
For me, I can't go past Rio. I feel like he was just looking so on fire and probably one of the most in-form surfers. So, yeah, I love the way he's surfing, and I think, he's just going from strength to strength, and I don't think he's reached the peak. He's nowhere near it yet, and every event that I see him rock up to, he just looks better and better. So, yeah, loved watching Rio in this event.
Yeah, Rio, of course, we're unlikely we'll see him in too many other Challenger Series events, but a good confidence builder for him heading into stop number 6 on the championship tour. Another one, Matthias Hurdy, not alive in the mix, but really looking switched on. He's had a couple of good runs on the Challenger Series now, so expecting he'll come to life at some stage on the schedule, as we see Imai now just trying to tap into something down the line here. So without priority, finds some space, drives up into the pocket, but just loses it on that first turn. Got to say too, Edgar Gragia, the Brazilian, he threw some big moments at us. It was a short-lived run, but one that certainly had some highlights. 17.5 minutes to go, and our surfers at the moment kind of really struggling to connect with a wave that's going to provide a section to let go of a big turn and then post a solid number in the early stages of finals day here. If you've just joined us, this is quarterfinal number 1, and these surfers are probably already thinking, what a fantastic start, keep a result. Big jump in points though if you can get yourself through this one into the semis and obviously beyond.
Yeah, finals day is it's a different feeling when you wake up and you've got that opportunity to potentially get your hands on that trophy, and you've got to contain those emotions. You've got to still just think about this wave to wave, heat to heat. But really, it's going to take 6 waves.
Jacob Wilcox here with a cleaner start, loading up, just trying to get some speed. You can tell that energy has dissipated just a little bit, so the surfers having to manufacture their own momentum there, and that's going to be another low-scoring ride. And without really getting a turn of substance out on that wave, and it's going to be advantage to Imai once again with priority, and he'll get a shot here. Jacob making a move down the point. 16 minutes to go here in quarterfinal number 1. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Back with more right after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Beautiful scenes there once again from the Gold Coast flight camp as our competitors look to tally up some numbers in this first quarterfinal heat. So far it's been a bit of a struggle. Jacob Wilcox, 2 rides, a 2.5, a 1.83. Imai's out there with priority, waiting for his opportunity. The World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gundungurra and the Minyungabul people of the Bundjalung Nation, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today. And joining us on the broadcast, we love our time here on the Gold Coast, Jacob Wilcox, another low-scoring ride it's going to be. Watches that one go off down the line, 13 minutes to go. Did see Bundjalung member Russell Kuroa, Uncle Russ, who plays the didgeridoo and often blesses the surfers as they're making their way out to the lineup down here yesterday. Got a special connection to this place. And yeah, no doubt we'll see him down there again today. But at the moment, this has been a really interesting quarterfinal where we haven't seen a whole lot of opportunity. No one's really taken an advantage just yet. Jacob Wilcox about to put up the best number of the heat, but it's going to be a low score and something Imai will be able to track down with a couple of decent turns. So just over 12 minutes to go, and Stace equipment is going to be vital today. Do you think we'll see a change up from the competitors?
Yeah, Ron, I was expecting to see a change up from Jacob, but Imai's actually been on the same board for most of his heats, and we'll get a bit more information on that shortly. But yeah, here doing a rip curl board breakdown, I've got Brent Power from Channel Island Surfboards. But one thing I'd love to note first is that Jacob is riding a PU and Imai is on an epoxy. That sort of is a surprise to me. Brent, what do you think about that?
Oh, well, when the conditions are this small and there's like flat sections between, you know, on all the waves, the EPS seems to just kind of get him across them a little bit more fluently. And with the model that he's riding, the OG Flyer, with the hip just above the fins, it allows him to kind of pivot and do those blowtails that he does really well. So yeah, he's been on that board the whole event. He seems really confident on it. This has been probably the most wobbly start he's had. But so far, you know, like here he goes now. Sorry. Oh, it's hard.
Belting it. Easily the best wave of the heat so far. The board looking amazing. Ron, I'll send it back to you in the booth, but equipment looking sharp.
Yeah, that board has looked good under Imai's feet, and he had no dramas generating some speed on that ride, let go of some great combinations, and as we said, you know, that was the danger for Jacob. Even though he'd established a bit of a lead here, that's by far going to be the strongest ride of this quarterfinal heat. But Jacob did some great work as well, Felicity.
Yeah, we're just looking at Jacob's replay now. Fortunately, sort of falling on that last turn there, and here we have Imai's wave. Now, this one is easily the best wave of the heat. That board looking so good under his feet. Throws it up into the lip for the second one. Nice little carve, and finishes really strong. So, yeah. Look, for today's standards, I feel like it's a good wave.
Yeah, very tidy surfing here from Imai. Fitting 4 turns in on that wave, and each one of them had some substance. So advantage to Imai Kalani Bolt right now.
That's a beautiful sight to wake up to. Imai Kalani surfing here at Snapper Rocks.
Effortless, really. And yeah, the board seems to be working those epoxy boards, that epoxy constructions. They tend to have a little bit more pop and liveliness to them. And in softer conditions, you can tell just looking at the waves here at Snapper today, they're sort of just crumbling over. There's not as much power in the wave as we've seen in the last couple of days. So the surfers really needing to generate their own speed. Here goes Jacob.
So a number came through for Jacob's last ride. It was a 3.47, so not too bad, but Imai's going to drop a bomb in a moment, and Jacob's going to need more here. Does well to get a final turn in. Don't think you could call that complete again, so a couple of falls at the end of his rides, maybe holding him back just a little bit. And Imai looking out the back and maybe spotting more potential on the next wave in the set. And sizing this one up. And you can see there's a bit more energy. It allows him the freedom to throw something dynamic on that first section.
Oh, no.
But he slips off on the rebound there and goes down. And Jacob's going to quickly swoop on this priority. So Wilcox a 3.47 on his previous ride. Another number on the way, but Imai, as I mentioned, he's about to drop a big score here. Let's see if there's any points in this one, Rich.
Yeah, Jacob just eyeing down the line here. You can see he's not squaring up down the bottom. That's because the wave's running off without him, and then really late hit and doesn't get to the finish there. But Imai's wave, much better to start with, gets a sort of radical sliding snap, then goes for the big roundhouse and just slips off. He goes for that rebound.
That was a big missed opportunity too, because he just dropped a 7, and anything he added to that was really going to make life hard for Jacob Wilcox. So, you know, a critical error there when he was in a position of taking a massive advantage.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be kicking himself about that, but he's going again.
He's going to try and make up for it here. Nice punch through the pocket to kick things off, gliding back into the bowl, and wow, swings the fins free. Great mix-up in his approach on each of these turns, and a really strong finish, and that's what he needed. So quickly clean things up.
Great surfing. Really smart to put that sort of pressure back on Jacob. That 7's like having an ace in your hand right now. Great score for the morning. We look at the replay. Quick snap to start off. Heaps of spray. Tidy little cutback. Another clean snap with a little bit of tail release and drift. Comes through to this final section and just hammer time.
Yeah, Jacob knows too. Have a look at that. The splash of the water. He's in catch-up mode now, and the requirement's going to become pretty large now. He was already chasing a 5.57 before that last ride, and you know that was much better than anything Jacob's put up. So
it's
he
two waves.
Might even find himself comboed here.
Yep, he's going to need 2 waves for sure.
Yeah, Imai was just quick to bounce back then. Kind of dropped his morning coffee, but cleaned it up really quickly.
It was a really, sketchy start for both the competitors. No one really had a good read. It's a guinea pig heat, first heat of the morning. All the other competitors in the quarterfinals, they'll be watching this one going, hang on a minute, let's just figure out what they've done right and wrong and prepare ourselves. And it looks like this section of the bank down the line here, it's the money spot. You've got to just position yourself here. This is where the points are. Really
interesting too. We'll dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and touch on what is unfolding here. But Jacob Wilcox got the first ride, tried to get busy, and Imai was a little more patient. And as a result, he was the benefactor of the most high-quality set wave that's rolled through. And he also, you know, took an insider and surfed it so well, a wave that Jake probably wouldn't take with priority, but one that, you know, the judges just had to throw a number at. So it's been tidy work from the surfer from Maui.
Yeah, really beautiful style here. You can see just Imai staying light and agile on his feet, keeping that speed down the line, just performing these really loose and radical turns when he gets the opportunity. And Jacob's had those falls too. He's been falling on those last manoeuvres. It's costing him right now.
Now, a lot of the WSL commentary team had these two surfers in their top 10 as qualifiers for the championship tour next season, and you can see why when you look at their surfing throughout this event. But Imai's found the edge over Jacob today.
Yeah, they're both great surfers, and they've put together great heats throughout this event. But today it just looks like to me that maybe a little bit of wave selection has maybe let Jacob down, and when he's stood up he's also maybe looked nowhere near as sure-footed as Imai, and they had that, 10 minutes, here we go, Imai having another look at this one under priority.
Imai just really lays into the first section, kicks on the tail on that one. He's trying to better a 5.5. Wow, this guy is switched on finals day.
Jacob not happy.
Yeah, he's frustrated at the moment. But that was another nothing wave. But Imai, he made something of that last section. Wasn't the best rotation that we've ever seen, Rich, but still pretty impressive that he was able to whip it.
Absolutely, on a wave this size. Imai surfing like it's a 4-foot wave. Yeah. Just gaffing. That second turn there. Comes through to the inside, throws the little air reverse. A beautiful carve. You can still see he's laying that rail in, even in these smaller waves. Mixing it up, the varieties there, so the second turn was different to the first. Beautiful clean conditions this morning, and you can see here the adjustment to the feet position. Gets that front foot right up on the nose. Here goes Jacob. This is the fight back.
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
That was good.
Big finishing turn. Really late into it. And that's going to get him back in the heat and give him a fighting chance here in the final 3.5 minutes. Waiting on scores to come through for Imai. Expecting a solid number for Jake Wilcox here, who was already after a 9.03 before Imai's last ride, which feels like it might have been just a touch better, or right there near his previous wave. Scores coming through, it fell just under 5.47. Makes sense to me when you compare the rides.
Yeah.
But, Jacob Wilcox held his nerve on that last ride, Flick.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing, and it was a bigger wave too. I think Jacob is he's a bigger guy. He's really tall. Here we go. We get to have a look at this replay. This wave really stood up for him, straight out of the lip on that first turn, and then finishes so strong. I mean, they were two really nice, well-placed turns. This last turn here, this is where his points will come from. Really squaring up off for the bottom like he has yesterday and the day before. So that two nice turns and 6.5.
And suddenly we got a heat on our hands. That one falls right between Imai's two rides. 6.5, the requirement now a 6. Jacob Wilcox sitting down the line, trying to find some space here. Imai's got the priority. He's in the lead. And we'll see how he controls the late stages of this first quarterfinal heat.
Yeah, this is interesting moments here. 2 minutes to go. Imai, right about now, he's starting to think, okay, I've got to start really being defensive here, use my priority smart. There's a bit of distance here between Imai and Jacob, but if I was Imai, I would be just motoring down to sit right next to him, just to make sure that Jacob doesn't get one of these little wider sets that go down into the bay.
When Imai, you know, if he hopefully gets the opportunity to ride another wave here, both these surfers, when Imai takes off too, he's got to be thinking, okay, it's been smooth as, I've shown him great variation. I need to dig into a big section if I'm going to turn in a number better than a 5.5 and increase my two-wave total, because Jacob's showing that he's got that big individual turn.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it scored really well. There wasn't a whole lot more on that ride than that finishing turn, but I just love the way he hung on that bottom turn for a long period of time. It almost built anticipation before he hammered the final section.
Yeah, that was only a two-turn combo, and he got that 6.5, which is a massive score. And the first turn was a nice turn, but most of the points came from that last turn, just squaring so tight off the bottom there and really wrenching it around. But you can see that there's still quite a bit of distance between the two surfers. I mean, Imai right now looks like he's making a beeline.
Motoring down now.
Yeah.
50 seconds to go. And
look at him go too. So he's got an outboard on the back of his craft. 35 seconds to go. I'm begging for an exchange here in the final stages here. These guys are both surfing incredibly well at the moment. But not sure Jacob's going to get an opportunity here. Time winding down. There's something standing up on the outside, but the competitors are actually paddling away from it. And Jacob Wilcox frustrated. And have a look at him. He knows how crucial, it is for your chances of getting into the CT at the end of the season to make the jump into the semi-finals, or at least get your campaign off to a start with a big appearance. But Imai Kalani-DeVault, so solid this morning. I mean, the mistake that he did make in this heat, he cleaned up so quickly.
Oh, yeah, he fell on that wave, paddled straight back out and got another wave under priority, turned in his backup score. So smart surfing from Imai, and he's surfing so well. These waves are noticeably smaller today, and like you said, Rich, he's surfing them like they're 4 foot.
And he's on his way to the semi-finals here. Imai Kalani-DeVault gets the victory over Jacob Wilcox in the first heat of the day. Coming up next, we're going to see a couple of goofy footers battle. The rising star, Jet Schilling, up against the veteran, Jadson Andre.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Imai Kalani-Deval gets the victory in the first quarterfinal heat, and he is on his way to the semi-finals, breaking things down with the Channel Islands team manager Brent Power there.
They're all at the top still. Yeah.
I was just trailing him.
Rightio, here we go.
And now we're going to work out who Imai is going to take on in those semis. Jet Schilling up against Jadson Andre. And the youngster from San Clemente's up at the moment. Man, he's been strong throughout the contest, saving himself when he's needed scores. And he's kicked off with a couple of good numbers. He likes the feel of it, giving himself the nod of approval there.
That was nice.
Really strong. 20 years of age now, Jet, really starting to fill out. The size of his surfing has grown considerably. Had a reasonable run on the Challenger Series last year. Finished 30th. His best result was a semi-final at the Sydney Surf Pro. Other than that, though, didn't make a lot of heats, so wants to get off to a flying start. He's done that already, and he's going to put some pressure on Jadson Andre as we see some replays of what unfolded during the break. Jet getting started early here, Rich.
Yeah, he sure did. This is from right up top of the point, so a few more ways to start this one off, and Jet just rapid fire on the backhand here. Perhaps a little repetitive, but just a good wave to start things off. And then this was Jadson.
Yeah, Jadson, beautiful first turn in the pocket there. Brings it around for a second one, and just looking so strong and solid. And another replay for Jet. Straight out of the top, nice and quick. Nice little floater. Brings it around beautifully on that third turn, and finishes so strong.
Yeah, the extra strength is so evident in his approach here. Love these low angles. It shows you just the true height of these walls. And Jet, great flow too, Rich.
Yeah.
Well placed. Not a lot of points in that turn, but it's an important part of the connection.
That turn there was fantastic. You could see on the backhand, he just released the tail a little bit, got the drift, and that was great timing for that final hit as well. And yeah, just putting the IV drip in there. I don't know what he was doing, but it was some sort of a claim. And Jadson, well, we're looking at two of the fastest goofy footers in the field. And Jadson has been doing this for years. As he streaks down the line here, he gets to this next section, stands up in front of him, and absolutely clips that final turn.
Even though Jadson's an 11-year tour vet, his backhand's underrated. Super powerful, extremely vertical, and it looks really good against this field. Jet's got off to a great start here. 4.5 on his first wave. He just dropped a 7.5. No surprises there. It was a great combination to finish that right off. But Jadson is in touch. A 6.83 on his first wave, and he's got a number on the way. Let's hear from our first semi-finalist. Imai Kalani-Deval is down there with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Imai, head on a swivel at the start of that heat.
Yeah, really sketchy start for me. I made a huge priority mistake in the beginning. I paddled for a wave and just brain fog too early in the morning. I don't know, but glad it worked out and found a couple at the end.
Yeah, you certainly clicked into gear down the line.
Yeah, I've just been having these slow heats, and it's kind of cool though, because I feel like that's kind of my challenge. Is I usually struggle in the slow heats and kind of pulling it together. So it's been a good contest for me. I've been having a lot of slow ones and coming out and getting through, so I'll take it.
You got two epoxies as your choices of equipment, one being the Spine Tech, the other a stringed epoxy. Well, what's the main difference you feel in those two boards?
Yeah, epoxy's for sure. It's so soft out there, and you kind of just want to. For me, the Spine Tech, it's got a little extra foam, a little more leaderage, so it's just carrying me a little bit better, and it's got enough drive, and it's got like that springiness that I really like, that I feel like I kind of need on these soft waves to do those bigger turns. So yeah, board's feeling really good.
On to the semi-finals. Well done.
Thanks, Stace. You love the insight on the equipment. That's looking so good under his feet. You know, still sinking that rail through those calves as well. He's obviously onto something special, and with the energy down a little bit on what we've seen the past couple of days here at Snapper Rocks, it could really work in his favour as he's moving on through the rounds here. 22.5 minutes to go, and Jadson has just got himself the lead back, 5.83 on that second ride. So Jet, the rising star, wanting to push the veteran. You know, we saw that claim, really finishing his ride off with some conviction, but still bumped in the second spot by the wily old vet.
Yeah, it's Jadson's just a gnarly draw. You know he's going to be super consistent. He's really tenacious, dogmatic in the way he kind of always gets a good couple of scores, you know, and he's surfing with his sort of youthful abandon, I guess. He's forever young. He's like Benjamin Button or something. He just keeps reinventing himself. And, well, it's great to see that he's back from injury. But this newcomer, Jet Schilling, he's on the rise.
Yeah, he really is. Right now, he's sitting there. He's got the highest wave of the heat so far, 7.5. So, you know, and he looks like he's in form. So he doesn't need much. He only needs a 5.16 to get up into that first spot. And with the form he's got at the moment, I don't think it's going to be too hard to ask, as long as he can find another wave.
Yeah, he won't be rattled at all. Just based on his buzzer beater moments, he's had a couple in the event already. The Jet is, you know, we've been watching him evolve since he was a micro grom. He was one of those super kids out of San Clemente who, you know, you could see coming from a mile away. He always had impeccable form. And as he's filled out in that surfing, he's gotten bigger. So have his results, breaking through for a victory on the regional QS. And he had such a tough run through to that win in March. Had a quarterfinal heat with Alan Cleland Jr. He's just been one of the standout performers this season. Great performance from Alan in the World Junior Championships as well. So no easy draw. Overcame Crosby Colapinto in the semi-finals and then beat Evan Geiselman to win that QS event and really elevate his position on the regional ranks to make the Challenger Series. Yeah, you know, he's definitely he's ticking all the right boxes, isn't he? And hang on a minute, here's a beautiful looking set coming through the lineup. Looks like it's going to go wide. Jet. They are right in the spot and ready to capitalise on the biggest wave of the morning here. Hasn't wasted it so far. A couple of big turns to get started. Now busy through this inside section. The wave laying down for a moment, but he's going to stick with it. Super fit, primed and ready to go here on finals day. As Schilling finishes this one off. And he only needed that 5.16. Likely he's going to get that score. And you can hear the kettle going off. The 2% crew down here. And this is it's a new movement. And really led by the king of San Clemente at the moment, Kaloe Andino. He's rallied these Groms and really given them a sense of belief and purpose. It's showing in their results on the regional qualifying series, and it's been on show here as well at Snapper Rocks. Crosby Colapinto coming up a little later on. But this is a well-surfed ride, Rich.
Oh, I love that second turn. Just blasted it tight up in the pocket, right in the hook of the wave. And then right here, another one connects. You can see on those turns where he just gives it a little bit more energy, a little bit more power. He does some nice rail work, transitioning all the way through, and then gets the final hit and then signals to his boys. There it is. So I think at this point, Jetty knew he was going to take the lead here. But this second turn, watch him. He squares up, goes right up high, gets the board to 12 o'clock vertical. The judges are paying really close attention to that. Backs it up with another really clean turn there. So great stuff there from Jet Schilling.
Yeah, big score coming, no doubt. 18.5 minutes to go. I think when you look at the quarterfinal heats and you think about the experience that's in there, Jadson Andre's such a tough customer, but Jet Schilling already eliminating the current world #1 on the championship tour in this event to earn his place here in the quarterfinals. He's up again, having a magic surf out here at Snapper Rocks this morning. And look at the swift transitions as he just whips that board up into the pocket a number of times.
That's 3 different claims now.
He's got the claims down.
He's flexing in a big way.
Great decision from Jet to move down the point a little bit, and he's had the free rein of the lineup for the last 5 or 6 minutes. Jadson opting to just stay higher on the point. What did you like about this, Fleck?
I think his timing is impeccable at the moment, and his read on the wave and what turn he puts in what section is just some of the best I've seen so far. Just so clean and crisp, and today it's a hard wave to surf. It's so disjointed, and he's just... and I'm liking the claim. I'm liking the variation in the claims. But yeah, I think his timing is on point, and his read on these harder, disjointed waves is impeccable this morning. He's looking, for me, so far, the best surfer I've seen this morning.
Say what you want about the claims. He doesn't seem to care. He's feeling it. And have a look at this. Chloe Andino psyching him up. You gotta love it. Get it, Grom. Just dropped the 7.33. Has another number on the way as well. And we know because he won that, high-scoring exchange early on over Jadson Andre, that the requirement was always going to be an excellent one. It's an 8 that Jadson's chasing. And even though Jet, he's feeling it out there at the moment, don't write Jadson off.
No way.
8-point ride, very attainable. And while Jet's had that whip-fast, lightning, cracking turn off the top with a bit of release, I will still say that Jadson possesses a bit more power. As he just sucks in a couple of big breaths here. Jet Schilling. Yes. Oh, great shot here. Cade Matson there as well.
And a little bum pat.
Sensational.
Get out there, son.
Mate. Not a lot of movement in the cheeks there. You could crack an egg on that thing.
It's funny. You see all these. I've been going to lowers for years, obviously, and early on I used to watch Kolohe just in the shore break there. He was one of those little grommets that would froth around on the end section, and then he graduated to the top of the point, and then you saw Griff and Crosby and even Jet. They were the little grommets at the end of the ride, picking up the scraps, and these guys are now the alphas out at lowers, and there's no doubt in my mind that Kolohe's feeding off these guys as well, and he's trying to ignite something in himself. And man, this is a special little relationship and energy these guys have got going at the moment.
Jet Schilling put up a 6.3. It didn't go into his top 2 on that last ride, but in a good position out here and applying some pressure to the most experienced surfer left in the draw here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. 15 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Welcome back to the show. We've been loving our time on the Harvey Norman host set, watching the Challenger Series unfold. Stop 1 on the schedule, and the talent stepping up in a big way. Ronnie sitting alongside big wave Wonder Woman, Felicity Parmentier, former Trestles champ, Halle Ever champ, Richie Lovett.
Thanks, Ron.
And
great to be here, mate.
Yeah, having an absolute ball up here on the Gold Coast. It's never a dud time, is it?
Never a dud time, and wouldn't want to be anywhere else but calling the action here. Beautiful Saturday morning. Crowds have flocked down to Snapper Rocks. We've had a couple of surfs.
Yeah, it's
been
been
able to
fun.
manage a few.
Yeah, the Gold Coast, super reliable. You can always find something in this region. 52 stunning kilometres of beautiful coastline. And if crowds aren't your thing, no dramas. There's great sandbars between here and Surfers Paradise that you can dial a bomb up on. And yeah, dialing up the bombs at the moment. It's been jet shilling, just in incredible rhythm with the ocean out here this morning. Really letting go of some beautiful turns. 11.5 minutes to go. Jadson Andre with priority out here, chasing an excellent score. And he's just settled in. He's dropped anchor for the moment. He hasn't looked at any of these medium-sized waves. He knows he needs something special. And he's just going to back that is going to come his way.
Yeah, well, there was a good little pulse of sets in the early stages of that heat, and important that our competitors jump on that, take advantage of those waves when they come. It is consistent. We're on the back end of a swell, and Flick, you know this, it's as you get to the tail end of a swell, things start to get a little quieter. You know, there's not as much energy in the push.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And I think we're probably going to see some slower points throughout these heats today. So, yeah, you've got to make the most of those opportunities while they're there. And you've got to be on one of those waves when that set comes through. Otherwise, you're so behind the 8 ball.
Well, Jet Shilling just, I think, trying to put some doubt in the mind of Jadson Andre and, you know, almost inflict a bit of psychological damage, as Emai Kalani DeVault was able to do under priority. But have a look at this.
Oh, see, Jadson, he's too far up the point.
Well,
Jet might get this.
He's thinking about it. This wave kind of capping, as you can see, it didn't really reel off with a steep wall down the line.
I would have had a crack at that. I would have loved to have surfed it.
Oh, there's been so many of those throughout the event window that, you know, have been passed up by the competitors that most of us would have just pounced on in a free surfing session. But they're after something pretty special out there at the moment. That wasn't the way for Jadson to turn this heat. He knows that. Jet Shilling, he's actually trying to improve on pretty big scores. And even though he'd love to better his position under priority, he also doesn't want to take himself out of that takeoff zone on a wave that doesn't lift the heat score total.
Yeah, it's true. You know, it's a smart move to sit and wait at the moment, and both these competitors would know what an 8-point ride looks like, so they're going to wait this one out. Jadson in particular, I don't think he's thinking 2 waves still. I feel like he's going, I'm going to try and nail this in 1 wave. Still plenty of time on the clock though, just on 9 minutes. Looks like Jetty Boy is going to actually have a look at this. No, opts to let that one go.
Just over 9 minutes to go here. Been loving having Boost getting behind the Gold Coast Pro once again. Their athletes have been on show. Morgan Siblick, Jarvis Earl just recently signed, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Sal's still alive and in the mix. And if you're around, if you're on the Gold Coast, get down here today, because Boost are giving you the chance to win Jack Robinson's surfboard and a year's worth of data. So, yeah, get on down. There's a QR code at the Boost Mobile Grandstand, which is a fantastic place to watch Finals Day unfold. And, yeah, that is a massive prize up for grabs, out and about. And loving his time here on the Gold Coast is Kaipo. What are you up to, mate?
I'm at the Harvey Norman pop-up shop. It's Finals Day. Come over here because you can win a ton of prizes. You scan the QR code, come on in here, and look at all the gear that you can win courtesy of Harvey Norman. Also, we have the Track X race simulator, speeding down here. All the grommets are here. Why? Because it's fun. Who's going to win? everybody wins because it's finals day.
I love it. Don't leave Kipes hanging. But, yeah, Kipes, king of the kids, and, yeah, the Harvey Norman activation down there, a lot of fun. The Groms have been ruling on the games down there. Saw Dean Morrison's Grommy, Ike, who's starting to get amongst the lineup here, and he'll be one to watch in the future for sure. Classic kid. Out there in the lineup, though, we're looking at a big statement from Jet Schilling here. A couple of solid numbers against Jadson Andre, who was injured at the start of this season. Jadson, he tried to fight through the pain and compete at the Pipe Masters. It didn't really work out for him, and then he missed the next 4 events with some other injuries on the championship tour. There was a lot of people vying for those wild cards, and he missed out. So he's back here on the Challenger Series, and as he has often done, backed himself up beautifully. You know, he's lost nothing. Hasn't even surfed a lot prior to this event, but his class has been on show this week, Rich.
Yeah, he's been looking really, really good for someone who's been out of the water for a little while. Jadson just looking like he hasn't missed a beat here, and looking stronger. And that can often happen, you know, an injury lets you go back, reassess, you sort of clear the mind again, have a good look at, you know, what you maybe need to tidy up on, get the body really fit and fired up again.
How cool was his interview? Felicity just talking about how much he loves this sport, and he got emotional.
Yeah, he did. And one thing that he actually said to me is he's not at 100% yet. So for me, it's crazy that he's not at 100%, but he realizes that if he wants to be back on tour, he's got to compete. And it's sort of a common theme throughout this event. There's, I think, Jorgen as well. He's got his knee injury. So there's a few people carrying injuries and competing because they know that, you know, they need to make the most of these Challenger Series events while they're here. There's not that many of them, and with you take your top 4, you know, you can only have 2 throwaways. They've got to make it count. So I'm stoked to see Jadson back, but yeah, it's crazy that he's not even at 100%.
Yeah, that determination and, you know, conviction from those 2 competitors surfing injured is amazing. They're both into the quarterfinals already. Jorgen's going to be coming up in the next heat, and that knee is going to be tested. He's going to be surfing against Sammy Pupo, who, you know, has looked every bit a championship tour level talent. He's been a cut above the field, I think, in his road through to the quarters so far. As we see Jet up again. So Jadson Andre making a huge call there with priority to let that one go, but looking at what unfolded there, it looks like it was the right call, and here goes Jadson. Oh. And he had a look down the line there and went, is there 8 points in this wave? I don't think so.
No, it's, well, a great wave for the punters if they were involved, but Jadson, a smart decision.
Really smart.
To hold priority with only 4.5 minutes to go. He knows that wave didn't have enough points on it. We look at the recap. Jadson Andre starting things off. Really strong showing on the backhand. 2 solid hooks. But this guy is on some special sort of heater right now. Just finding these longer waves and surfing them really confidently. Critical turns. Been positioning all his manoeuvres in the perfect spot on the wave.
Yeah, his timing has been impeccable, and I just love, like, look at that turn. It's just incredible. But yeah, his timing has been so on. These waves are really disjointed this morning, and his read on it has by far been the best. I mean, it's not all over. Jadson's still sitting out there. He needs an 8-point ride, and he's going to try and do it in one wave, it seems. But yeah, and another claim. So I'm loving the claims. Yeah. I'm here for it.
And he's letting us know just how bad he wants it. And he's got a lot of support back home. I'm sure family and friends are tuned in, watching once again. You know, because Jet out there to prove a point and really stake his claim on a spot at the top end of the Challenger Series rankings, leaving this first stop.
Cade Madsen, Eli Hanneman, Evan Geiselman, all down there on the sand supporting their boy.
Yeah, and these are a crew of Groms that have all grown up together, so it makes sense that they're here cheering one another on, but you know, it seems like a very conscious decision these days to stick around and get behind one another. You know, it's worked out so well for different countries over the years. We've seen it. You know, Rich, when you were travelling on the qualifying series initially, you know, there was a really strong push from the Australians to, you know, basically approach the competition a little less selfishly and get behind each other and be there to cheer one another up the beach. It was actually that Australian crew that said when someone wins, you don't let their feet touch the sand until they get to the podium.
Yeah.
And everyone's sort of taken that on these days.
It was unbelievable. We actually established a community on the road, and you know, it was hard. You know, traveling's hard. You're away from your family. You're gone for months at a time. So we went, okay, what's the best thing to do? Let's get together. Let's support each other, and let's lift each other up. And it was something that it caught on and it grew, and there was an energy around it, and definitely, you know, the other nations started looking at that, going, hang on, these guys are onto something here. And you know, we would even you know, we'd all stay together, we'd book houses together, and we made sure we were looking after everyone, and that's a really nice feeling on the road. And you kind of wanted to win for everyone as well, and it lifted you up. And when you were supporting someone else, that fire was burning. You were going, I want to be the next one to lift everyone up. So it was great to see, and it's definitely caught on.
Yeah, there were some individuals that maintained that, but having observed it all, I want to say that the Australians lost it for a little bit.
Oh,
and then the Brazilians picked up on it, and they, you know, I think they always hung together when they were travelling, but around the event, they started to really back one another, and the guys would come and watch the women's heats, and the women would come and watch the guys' heats. And I really think it was a big reason for them getting to the top of those rankings and claiming multiple world titles and dominating the tour for the last few years. And the San Clemente crew, I think, have picked up on that as well.
Yeah, for sure. And it was sort of exclusive to the qualifying tour at that stage as well. It hadn't spilled over onto the championship tour, but now we're seeing that energy shift in there as well. Like, a lot of the Aussie guys on the CT are now hanging out together and really backing each other, which was traditionally more of an individual thing. You had your own thing going, and you were a solo warrior.
And for the Australians, it's been reignited, I think, with the Olympic push. Because what we saw there was great support for each of the people in that team. Julian Wilson, who typically was a really sort of isolated individual when he was on the championship tour, he kept himself pretty guarded from his rivals. He was captain Australia with the Olympic squad, the Irukandjis, and really they're the first person when each of the other competitors were surfing, and the Aussies picked up on it. And these guys are well aware of it, and they have been really here for Jet Schilling on his road through this contest. They'll be there again for Crosby Colapinto, but that is a massive quarterfinal victory for the San Clemente Grommet. Have a look at the numbers, 7.5, 7.33. He was dropping impressive scores as well to get the win over Jadson Andre. Jet Schilling's on his way to the semis here. He's going to take on Imai Kalani de Volt. When we return, we'll set up our next semi-final heat with a couple of huge quarter-final clashes coming your way. We're going to bring in Kipes and Bugs for the call.
me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Gelurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event with some good surfing and some good waves.
It's a beautiful finals day on the Gold Coast of Australia here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Men's quarterfinals on the water. And I'm Kaipo on the Harvey Norman host it, along with Gold Coast resident, 78 world champ, and overall encyclopedia of surfing, Rabbit Bartholomew.
Morning, Kaipo. Yeah, finals day, super pumped. Always get pumped on finals day.
It is a beautiful day, and we saw some outstanding surfing already, Bugs, and the swell sticking in there. It's just a dreamy setup for the first stop of the Challenger Series here at Snapper. New challenge out in the water, and we have Samuel Pupo against Jorgen Kuzne. Samuel Pupo, the 22-year-old surfer, versus the 29-year-old Jorgen Kuzne, representing France. And Sammy Pupo, I mean, what a story. He had a great rookie season, but failed to make the cut here his sophomore year on the championship tour. That's why he's fighting right now in the Challenger Series. And Sammy Pupo opens up with a bang, Rabbit.
Oh, he sure did, and he's been absolutely one of the form surfers so far, right through the tournament. First wave in the quarterfinal. It's a keeper, Kaipo.
A 7.33 start for Samuel Pupo, and that is exactly how he wants to begin his campaign against Jorgen Kuzne, who's been, kind of a workhorse surfer throughout a long career on the qualifying series. Started surfing QSs back in 2015, so a long time with that, trying to qualify. Came really close, Jorgen did. In 2017, 2018, and 2019, he finished 18th, 16th, and 15th in respectively those years. During those qualifying series years, you have to remember, we took the top 12. So he came just a few spots away 3 years in a row.
Oh, that is quite cruel, really, and considering how well he surfs. You know, I kind of think that he would have got some inspiration, because a couple of long-term, Maxine and
Ramsey as
well.
Ramsey,
they're 12, 13 years on the QS. They made it in, so that's got to be a real inspiration for Jorgen.
Yeah. So waiting for his first ride, he has priority, but he's already got quite a challenge because that 7.33 has been dropped by Samuel Pupo. Jet Schilling, he's inspiring the 2% surf crowd out of San Clemente. Let's hear from Jet.
Jet, you had the rhythm.
Yeah, the waves are just coming to me. I was just super stoked. I knew it was kind of going to be like a slow heat, but then the waves kind of just picked up right there, and I knew they're kind of going to come like a little bit off the rock and come a little wide, so I just kind of sat right there, and luckily the waves came to me, so stoked.
Into the semifinals, 2 waves away from making the big show, mate.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking about the finals or anything. I just need to regroup again, and I know I have another really hard heat, so I just wave by wave, so it should be fun, yeah.
What do you think about? How do you prepare?
Honestly, I haven't really been thinking about anything. I've been so clear-minded. I don't know. I feel good, so I'm very excited.
A dangerous Jet Schilling. Well done, Jet.
Yeah. With a name like Jet, you're going to go fast. And he's speeding his way into the semifinals. Well, Right now, we got a Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Who's on the other end of the line? I think it's Samuel's big brother, Miguel. There he is, Miggy. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for calling.
Hey, you got to be pretty happy with the start for little bro right now. 7.33 on his first ride.
Yeah, yeah, I'm still so nervous just watching this, and from far away, it's like the hardest thing in the world for sure.
I bet. How are you coming back? How's the ankle coming?
Actually, I have some bad news. I'm gonna head to surgery next week, so I'll be out of the water for 3 months, and yeah, I still have a long road ahead of me, but I still got time. I'll be back in January at the pipe event, so I got plenty of time to be back, and yeah, long road.
Yeah, but hey, you know, the good news, Miguel, is that you do have that 2024 WSL seasonal wild card. So we're going to see you at Pipeline. You got months to rehab and recoup, so we're looking forward to your return, and we wish you a speedy recovery. You know what? Let's take another look at Sammy's 7.33 MIGs, and you can talk us through this one.
Yeah, it was a really big wave, and he started off really well with a nice carve. And another, it's a good flow through the wave. I think that's the best turn of the wave, that carve right there. And I think the judges are being really tough on everyone on the finishing turns. I think he could have done a little better to push the score higher, but it was the first wave of the heat, so it's just good to finish on your feet and keep the confidence going.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's a decided advantage when you start a heat. You know, anything above a 7, it's looking good for Sammy. How good was it, you know, last year to have your brother on tour with you? You guys both had tremendous years. Sammy, rookie year, 10th in the world. You had your best year, number 6 in the world.
Yeah, it was a dream come true. It was a dreamy year for our family. You know, Sammy made the final in Rio event, and I've won my first one, and it was a dream, yeah, for sure. And we're having a totally different year this year. I'm injured, Sammy fell off tour, but the good news is we still have events, and next year is going to be another year and another chance to do better.
Yeah, and Miguel, you can't be here. Obviously, I'm sorry to hear about your ankle, and all the best with your surgery, but you can't be here. But in your brother's corner is Joa Shianka, so they're best friends, and Joa's here supporting your brother this time.
Yeah, it's really nice to see João there, because last year we did the same for him. You know, he fell off tour, and we all went to the Gold Coast to support him, and David Silva as well. And it's just to see how humble he is. You know, he's on the top of the world right now, but his head is in the right space. He's still in the corner for Sammy, because he remembered who was there for him in last year. So it's nice to see him there, and they have a really good relationship, and I think only good things will come out of the friendship for sure.
Yeah, and we got on camera Joao right now checking out the heat, always in the support squad. We saw Jadson Andre make the quarterfinals. We got Michael Rodriguez in quarterfinal number 4. I mean, the Brazilian crew again, Miggy, just sticking together. The support, I think, helps everyone, and it's really impressive. I think other countries are catching on to something that you folks have had for a long time.
Yeah, I feel like the Australians did that last year, you know, with Conor O'Leary and Jacko Baker and those guys. They kind of start sticking together, and I think it made a lot of difference for them. And I feel like the 2% guys are doing that this year, and then it's just good energy, you know. When you have good energy around, then someone's going to do well at some point, and there's a lot of events. So every event, someone's going to make the final, and you got to be on the corner so you can feed off of that energy, you know. You can feed that energy and start doing well too, and surfing well. And then I feel like that's the probably the secret for the Brazilians right now.
Yeah, and you know what, and it's actually really evident, because next generation, Joao, Sammy, I'm going to put Mateus in that crew also. I mean, the ranks are filling up. We have a young Ryan Kainalo that's been around, who's making a name for himself. Edgar Gogia. I mean, there's still so many Brazilian surfers on the come up right now.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, to see them come up and grow up. Like Léo Casal was probably a guy that you guys never heard of and surfed really well at snapper. We call him the Brazilian ace, you know, ace button, because he has such a good style on the backhand, and he's solid and he does really well in big waves too. So I think all those guys are gonna do well this year, and I'll put my money on Léo to surprise you guys this year for sure.
And Miguel, you know, like back in the day, back in my day, you know, it was Daniel Friedman, Pepe Lopez, and then the next generation was Fabio Gouveia, Flavio Paterats, and then along came Nico Paterats. And then it really started then. Like, you know, you guys were just little groms, and then of course Adriano broke through. It must have been such a big aspiration to make it into the big time.
There we go. Yeah, actually Sammy's on the way. Yeah, good combo right there. But yeah, as you said, you know, those guys pretty much set up everything for us, you know, and our generation, we were the lucky ones to find the clean road ahead of us. You know, those guys made it really easy for us and break through the first few years. And when we came to the scene, everything was so easy. You know, we had the support from our sponsors, and we knew how to surf good waves, and I feel like the Brazilians now have the advantage when the waves are good too. So yeah, I'm just stoked to be part of everything.
Checking out the replay right here, Miguel, of Sammy on his second wave. So he's just got this backup right now. Did a good job of getting right up against the rock, got the combo in, and he's going to put Jorgen Kuzne in a two-wave combination right now. That's a way to start off a heat and apply pressure. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that makes me a little more relaxed right now, to be honest. And yeah, it's just good to see him that he's surfing every part of the bank. You know, Bugs probably know that really well. Sammy's going down the line. He's coming back close to the rocks, and he's pretty much surfing everywhere, which is really good. And I feel like he's been there for 10 days already, so he's been surfing a lot, you can see, because he picked the right spots on the bank, and I hope he makes, and I hope he goes all the way.
And Miggy, I think you know about success here. You had a really good showing. You had a semi-final finish here at Snapper in the past.
Yeah, actually Sammy was with me most of the years I went to Snapper, so Sammy is kind of a veteran on tour now, because he's been going to Snapper since he was like 10 years old, so he knows that wave really well, and you can probably see it shows on his surfing. He feels comfortable out there for sure.
Yeah, we're going to take a Bonzoy brew break right now, though. But Miguel, stick with us. We'll be back with more conversation with Miguel Pupo. Sammy Pupo's out in the water. We're taking a brew break. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. As we know, a board caddy is a very important part of the campaign down here at Snapper Rocks, and I'm lucky enough to be with the Bonsoy board caddies. Groms, how's your day going?
Good.
Who's your favourite been to caddy for so far?
Vahina Fierro.
Oh, wonderful selection. Malia?
Probably Reef Hazelwood.
Oh, another great one. Jax?
Frederico Marias.
Oh, let's get all the way down here to Noah. Noah, who you been liking hanging out with?
Ryan Callahan.
Ryan Callanan. Great answers. Are you guys excited for the finals coming up later today?
Yeah.
That didn't sound like you were that excited. Go again. Yeah! Thanks, Groms. Have a good day.
Stace, give the Grom her hat back. He's having a good time there with the Bonsoy. Board caddies, of course, Bonsoy on site. And I've been enjoying, actually, their sparkling coconut water. It's excellent. Well, when we went to break, we had Sammy Pupo in a lead against Jorgen Kuzne, and that situation remains the same. Jorgen in a combination. It needs 13.76 two-wave total. The French surfer has not gotten to his feet yet. Meanwhile, Samuel Pupo has surfed a very smart heat. On our Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, we have Samuel's older brother, Miguel Pupo. And Miggy, you there?
You're here.
All right. Well, it's just right now, it's like it seems like Sammy's just got to play the clock right now because it looks like he's got a pretty good advantage in this final 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, definitely. He's put Jorgen in a really tough situation. I think Jorgen is going to pull the trigger right now. He's pedaling, and we'll see.
Wow.
Ooh.
Well, now this is total heat control to Samuel because now he has priority and a big lead, and he knows exactly what to do. You guys talk heat strategy often, Miggy?
We do most of the time, and yeah, I think Jorgen's going to go again.
Yeah, looks like
nice first turn.
Oh, there you go. So priority back to
Samuel.
It's
time. Yeah, I think it's time for Sammy just to control the heat right now. He has a good scores, and Jorgen is going against Sammy and the clock right now. So if he plays this really smart, I think it'll be a nice one to close out.
And Miggy, obviously, the quarterfinals is a pretty fairly good result. There's 4,800 points. But it's so important, and I know you're a bit nervous because there's so much, the ascent is so critical right now. I mean, he's 2 heats away from, competing for 10,000 points. So there's there's still a lot at stake out there, isn't there?
Definitely, every round from the quarters on, every heat makes a lot of difference. And I think Sammy's pulling the trigger again. Nice first turn. Ooh. I think he got too excited right there.
Okay, well, that's not going to change the situation. Samuel Pupo is going to remain in the lead right now, and Jorgen still is in a two-wave combo. He hasn't broken the combo as of yet, Bugs. So, talking about the clock, the challenge of the clock, Kuzne is going to have to make it happen. Oh, here he goes. Jorgen. Nice opening carve. Some downtime right here, oncoming section. Goes to that reliable layback that he has, and we'll see what that number comes through for Jorgen Kuzne.
Oh, definitely his best ride. He didn't quite get the connection down the line, but he's got some strong moves. You know that he spoke about he's carrying an injury as well. In fact, he's going for surgery after, I believe, Narrabeen.
Yeah, he's had a couple of surgeries in his career. Here's a replay, Migs.
Yeah, it was a really nice first turn. Jorgen is a big guy, so he's a really strong surfer. And it was a good combination. He's definitely going to break the combo right now, but I think he's going to chase a big score. So I think Sammy has to play really smart right now. Just take the opportunities away from Jorgen and keep surfing. You got to keep surfing too.
Yeah, I mean, I think where Sammy's looking good is that backup score. It's a solid backup score.
Yeah, 6.43.
Yeah, definitely is.
Oh. Okay, number comes in, and as you predicted, Miguel, a 4.6 for Jorgen Kuzne comes in. He is out of that combination, but as you predicted, Jorgen's going to need a big number. He needs a 9.16 if he wants to do it on one wave. Sammy has priority, so he can play the game right now to really kind of melt the clock and get that clock to run down. You can see some positioning happening right now, Miguel.
Yeah, I think Jorgen is probably going to be the salesman right now, trying to sell Sammy into something. But yeah, here he comes. Nice first turn. Another carve. It looks like it's a really small wave too. He's trying to make something out of any wave, you know. He's trying to build on the scores and probably make the requirement a little lower. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Looks like he's going to better his 2.33, but that's really going to be inconsequential, Bugs, because it's not going to help his situation. He needs a big number.
Oh, he certainly does. And that wave just completely fizzled out. And the bigger the guy, the more fizzle the wave looked. You know, it looks so weak, that wave, and it ended up petering out. It won't even be. It won't improve his position at all, I don't think. He's still in a long way back.
Yeah. Well, hey, Miguel, I'm going to thank you for calling in. I'm going to let you watch the rest of this heat and just put on the good energy for little brother. Thank you for catching up. All the best, you know, on your recovery. And I'm going to tell you, as a guy who's had a ankle surgery myself, you're going to come back stronger than you were before. We'll see you later, my friend.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
See you, mate.
Yeah, class act, Miguel Pupo, and little brother Samuel doing a good job right now, Bugs. 16 minutes and 15 seconds, and the score comes in for last of Jorgen, a 3.5. Jorgen still needs a monster number, a 9.16.
Oh, yeah, it's a monster number. Yeah, that wave, it wasn't even going to improve on the 4. So he's still a huge deficit. The guy can do it in one wave, but he's going to need one heck of a wave. And we know that Sammy's had the lion's share of the good ones in this heat.
Yeah. Well, let's check out our Harvey Norman recap, and it started with Samuel Pupo right at the beginning with his 7.33.
Yeah, Sammy came firing out of the blocks here. This first wave, it was a keeper. He's been the form surfer, and he's really going to town on this one now. Connecting the sections. As his brother said, he knows his wave inside out. He's been coming in since he was 10.
Here's the backup. A 6.43, smart surfing.
Yeah, smart surfing, good timing. And this wave, even more dynamic, but a shorter, more compressed ride. And Jorgen, well, he's sort of got going on this one. 2 good turns, great layback move he's got here. That's a patented Jorgen snapback in the layback position.
Here we go, Jorgen. Couple of carves here and just looks disinterested. He's going to try to get away from Samuel Pupo, who is got an eye on him right now. Pupo with a big lead as well as priority. Jorgen trying to sneak down the point.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a line to this one.
Goes for the alley-oop. Does not ride out of it.
Yeah, he certainly, he just seems a bit out of sorts in this heat. He hasn't found his rhythm, but he's trying to, as you said, he's trying to hunt one down. And we're down to, gosh, just over 4 minutes. Where did this heat go?
All right, well, huge opportunity right now because Samuel Pupo with a big lead as well as priority can get into the defensive position at this point, Bugs.
Yeah, this will change things up, and you know, instinctively, Sammy will move down, kind of try to. If it was a chess game, he's trying to put his opponent in check, and the clock might end up being the checkmate because it's a 9-1-6. He's going to need something pretty special to come wide of the mark. And I wouldn't paddle too far back into the web of his opponent at this point. But there he is.
Yeah. I think, you know, he's got to get right there just because he doesn't have much of a choice of a takeoff spot, but
well, yeah.
Sammy, yeah, is just real being smart right now and being calm. I like the calmness.
Oh, he's super calm. He's in control, complete control. So Giorgiani, he either needs a two-wave set or he needs, as Miguel said, a salesman job.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're right on the low tide. This is another factor. We're right on the low tide. I want to talk a little bit about it as the tide turns. There's been some sand arrived overnight.
Nice.
Yeah, it has arrived.
You're reading the rocks this morning.
Absolutely. I've been up since 4 o'clock, mate. I get pumped on finals day.
That is awesome. So you're seeing a little bit more sand filling in that area?
Oh, it's come around the corner. It's added to the bank probably about a solid 10 metres.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a real dynamic thing that happens. We won't see it until the tide starts coming in, but we will see, you know, even when they go to the aero shot a bit later, you'll see a little line of sand has come around the corner overnight. An overnight success.
And that is one of the great things about this location is that the dynamic movement of the sand enhanced to make this super bank. We're at the GWM 2-minute warning and things are looking dark. Clouds are filling in for Jorgan Kuzne. Sami Pupo, however, he's basking in the sunshine because he looks like he's going to be on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, this bottom half of the draw, I looked at it. I mean, we've got Imola Kalani, Jet Schilling has made the semi-finals in the top over, and here we go.
Pupo, lip glide. Snaps it one more time, gets back up there, and goes complete. And Joao Chianca likes it. Crowd likes it. We'll see how the judges like it. Anything over a 6.43, and he is going to put a big distance between him and his opponent.
Well, you know, you go far above 6.43 and his opponent's in combo, so this then becomes a victory lap. And lovely float here. Snaps it, massive rooster tail, and finishes it off that 1-2. He's done that the whole tournament and stuck it. Joe, pretty happy with the effort. He's done it easy. No nerves up there.
So we'll wait for the number as the clock ticks down. We're under a minute, so it looks like it's a foregone conclusion on what's going to happen at the end of this heat.
Yeah, and we were talking before to Miggy with 30 seconds ago about the difference, even from here, 4,800 points as opposed to 6,080.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good jump in points, and then from there, it's a very critical ascent to the 10,000 mark. Ten seconds, so pretty hopeless situation for Giorgiani. He's paddling out, so he's going to have to spin and go.
There you go. It is official. Semi-final number 2 will feature Samuel Pupo. Great season for the Brazilian surfer on the Challenger Series. Looking in form here on finals day, and the last number drop for him, just to rub a little salt into it, a 7.53. So he did put Jorgan back into a combination for that win.
Wow, what a statement.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with quarterfinal number 4 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It's Emrod Michael Rodriguez versus Crosby Colapinto. And this is quite a matchup. I'm Kaipo along with 78 world champ Rap Bartholomew. What do you think about this matchup, Bugs?
This is the one. This is quarterfinal has created a real buzz along the boardwalk here at Snapper Rocks. Michael Rodriguez, Crosby Colapinto, two of the form surfers of this tournament, and they are coming head to head. Incredible surfers. They've put on some of the most outstanding displays so far of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. This is a real showdown, and it has already begun with a real quick in and out, so there'll be no restart. This is on.
Yep, 30-minute clock counting down here, and look at, to your point, Bugs, in the round of 16, Michael Rodriguez, 2-wave total of 16.93. He went excellent in that round. Crosby Colapinto, in the round of 32, Colapinto, 16.6 two-wave total in that round. Excellent heat total for Colapinto. So both of these surfers have gone into the excellent range a couple of times during the course of their path to this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and this is like, it's like a boxing match where they're feeling each other out, and Michael Rodriguez already with 2 quick in and outs. That time he was too deep, so he's kind of just fishing around. Crosby he's got Crosby's attention, I'll tell you this. Crosby's got priority. Michael paddling this side of him, then the other side of him.
I like the family conversation. We just saw Sammy Pupo advance, out of that last quarterfinal number 3. We had his older brother Miguel on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Crosby Colapinto, his older brother Griffin is currently number 4 in the world, so I'm sure Griffin's giving Crosby some advice. And here's he going to put into action right here, Colapinto. Nice carve to start with. Crosby, another consistent carve. A little bit of variety as well. Some round turns mixed with a snap. Looking down the line here. Wave splits, but no problem for Crosby, and he's going to put down the first meaningful number in this match.
Yeah, it will be. I don't think it's going to be a massive score by any means, and he's really made a big separation. So now it'll be interesting to see what Michael Rodriguez, where he does position himself. The start of this wave, pretty solid. Gets straight into his carve, wraps it back. Crosby always looking down the line. Nice rooster tail there. And now the wave gets really weak, and he's a big bloke, Crosby, and kind of looks like he's just struggling a little bit to try to, and he has to go on the back of this one. Doesn't quite get a finish, and that was courtesy of the wave just splitting in two. The start's pretty good, Kaipo.
Yeah, great start. I mean, and maybe a wave in which he didn't throw everything at it, but wanted to make sure, as we check it out in slow motion, wanted to make sure that he puts down a number, a meaningful number. A mid-range score gets dropped for Crosby Colapinto 5-point ride.
Yeah, straight up 5, and that sets the scale, and it's pretty much, it's what it was worth. I mean, it had some good moments at the beginning. But these guys they've been throwing some excellent scores, so you would think that one's going to go, but nice to get his feet in the wax and get it going under his belt. Michael's had a couple of in and outs, but now he sits there with priority. One thing about Michael Rodriguez, in every heat he's had, you can never ever count him out. He has come back in such a powerful way in quite a, in a couple of his heats.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez, 28 years old, out of Santa Catarina, Brazil. He has another gear in his surfing. A extremely fast surfer. Spent a couple years on the championship tour, 2018 and 2019.
And now he's given up his spot on the he was in that sort of mid part of snapper. He's come right down, and that shows he's basically got so much respect for his opponent that he's going, look, if a wide one comes, I cannot let that guy have it all on his own, because he'll turn the 5 and then he'll add up a high score with it.
Yeah,
and that's not a desirable position for Rodriguez.
Of course, Michael did re-qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour, number 6 in the Challenger Series last year, but he's here at the Challenger Series this year because he was one of those guys relegated after that mid-season cut.
Yeah, and he's come back with a vengeance.
So as we wait for the next exchange, let's hear from the winner of the last heat, as happy Sammy Pupo.
That's right, Kaipo. Happy indeed. Great start to the morning, Sam.
For sure. Yeah, it was a pretty slow heat. I think I was the only one that had some good waves in that heat, so good for me, though. I was just trying to surf good and capitalize on my opportunities. In the beginning, he didn't want to fight with me for the first wave, and the wave just came straight at me. So I was happy with that, and hopefully I can keep going.
What do you think Miguel would have said about that heat?
I don't know. He was probably pretty nervous on that one, because we all know quarters is a good result, but it's not enough in the end of the year. So, yeah, I guess he would say that it was a good heat and it's good strategy. So Miggy's probably happy with that one.
He was on our Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. He was watching.
Ah, sick. E aí, Miggy? Obrigado pela torcida aí.
Did you want to sing out to everyone back home, Sammy?
Valeu pela torcida. Beijo, mãe, pai. Vocês devem estar assistindo, minha irmã também. Beijo para as crianças e para minha namorada. Tem mais uma bateria e mais 2, se Deus quiser. Vamos nessa.
4 more waves. Well done, Sam.
Yeah, there you go. He's guaranteed 6,085 points. Sammy Pupo now into the semifinals. Who's he going to meet? It's going to be either Michael Rodriguez or Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, I thought, Sammy's he's got that same really relaxed vibe, that persona that his brother's got, but he's more aggressive in the water than Miguel. He's on the wave. He's got a really aggressive approach to the wave. But the one thing that him and his brother both said was how nervous his brother would be. Why? Because look, 9th is decent, 5th is a good result, but when you're counting 4 from 6, Sammy knows that it's 3rd, 2nd, 1st. They will be the absolute keepers and counters.
Yeah, and exactly when we look at the structure of the Challenger Series this year, 6 events total. You get your top 4 results are what leads to your ranking on the leaderboard. So you're a fourth of the way there, basically. You know what I mean? If you can make the semifinals right here, you are a quarter of a way to qualification.
Precisely. And I've kind of been trying to work out the math myself, because it's slightly like last year was best 5 results. Yeah. So the math does change. I believe that what happens is it actually ups the ante a bit. I think you've got to have a higher average over 4 events than even last year. So, it's probably somewhere between 3rd and 4th. There's no 4th place, but in those point range, that you've got to consistently get 4 of those.
Yeah, I mean, we can do the math. I think I'm going to say probably around 17,000 would be the cut line for the men, and that's just me telling numbers off the top of my head. As we get deeper into the season, we'll be able to refine that number, but that's kind of my gut, because we take the top 10 men.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and my gut is maybe more 18 to 20, but that's what I'm thinking. But only because those 10s,
yeah,
the 10s will, you get a 10, man, then you can carry a 5th easily.
Yeah. Well, someone's going to walk away both on the men's and the women's side with 10,000 points to their credit, and that's going to be just a jump start in their campaign for the 2024 Championship Tour. Crosby Colapinto, that 5-point ride is still very valuable for him, because Michael Rodriguez was not able to capitalize on his wave, just got a 2.17. Crosby now with priority, so he can play the weight game.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's different to yesterday and the day before is that overnight we had a few squally rain showers, and what it's done, it's kind of just broken up this swell a bit. So, you know, you don't have this clean line coming from behind the rock or halfway down. It's not a clean line this morning, and that's sort of coupled with this low tide. I think we'll see more of a line as the tide comes onto the bank, Hot Kaipo. But right now, you've really got to hunt down those chips. They kind of ridge, and then they go, and then they feed the bank a bit further down.
Yeah, so really have to be paying attention to the swell angle right now.
And that's why we see Michael Rodriguez. He's fishing. He's going back and forward. He's not settled with where he can sit.
Hey, Stace, you out and about? What you up to?
I'm cruising in the Bonsai athlete area. I've got Crosby Colapinto's backup board here. This is the Driver 2.0. It is a little different, though, to what he's riding in the water right now. I've been told he's riding a very top secret model, but I'll blow it out of the water, a pocket driver. It's something that Griffin's been working on with Matt, and it's got a little more curve in it than the Driver 2.0. I think Crosby would need to find a wave with a bit more curve in it itself if he wants to get the most out of that board today. The conditions are fun, but a little soft out there, Kipes.
Ah, yeah, that's a great assessment. You can see the board of Mayhem with those Kolohe and Dino FCS fins, and up and riding, another guy riding a Mayhem, Michael Rodriguez. So it's kind of, when we're talking about, you know, a shaper conversation, it's 2 for 2 in quarterfinal number 4 for the crew at the Lost Camp. Emrod carved to snap, and that's all he's going to get.
Yeah, he's really getting carbon copies. He's yet to find one that really walls down and grows down the bank. And we see Crosby out the back. He's kind of moving down. He's keeping his opponent, keeping an eye on him. He might have a look at this one. Yes, he does.
Colapinto weaves down the line, floats this section to get to the open face, snaps it up, throws the tail, fins out the back. Nice finish. He will back up that 5-point ride. Hear the whistles from the beach right now, no doubt. That's the San Clemente crew backing their guy up as he's energized on the paddle back out.
Yeah, look at that. He is powering. He's full of energy today. And Crosby on this wave here, he sees down the line. He'll come to this section. He'll do a float, a classic float, deep bottom turn, and one huge snap above the lip line. Love this float maneuver. It's so functional, Kaipo. Look at that deep bottom turn, up, you know, vertical, and then snaps, and he got a huge rooster tail, ends flush. One major move.
Yeah, major move. Showing the fins out the back. Gets a 6.07. So a couple of nice scores for Crosby Colapinto. He's going to hear that news right now. Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, needs to go excellent if he wants to do it in one wave. Needs an 8.47. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion. Quarterfinal number 4 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Zooming down from outer space on the biggest island in the world, Australia, down to the Gold Coast and Coolangatta, where lies Snapper Rocks and the Super Bank. You can see the Tweed River right there. And Bugs, it's all about the sand.
Well, it is. You can see the 90 degrees, the coast. The sand comes along the beach. There's the pumping station. It's scooped there. It's scooped under the river, comes out at Froggies. It builds a pathway to Snapper, and then it comes around, carried by the currents and the southeast winds, and builds that bank down through Snapper, Rainbow Greenmount, and the Super Bank. Right now, overnight, we've just got a little trickle of sand that's come around, a little bit of fresh, not enough to make the full Boosmole or Stay Connect bank, but enough to help out.
Here we go. Michael Rodriguez, he's trailing Crosby Colapinto, needs to put on a performance on this wave on his way. He likes that 3-turn combo. Crosby Colapinto right behind him. Crosby, patient at the beginning of this wave. Carve cuts it short, he's going to stay outside.
Yeah, didn't like the warp in that wave at all, and it was weak. Stacey pointed out there's some weak sections out there. Is there a more dangerous competitor to be behind than Michael Rodriguez? I mean, he will never count himself out. This wave here, okay, this is his best wave by far. Thinking down the line, now he goes to work. This is what he's really well known for. Just 2 huge maneuvers. He's going, yeah, I'm back.
I mean, he kind of cuts this one short, but this is what happens, is the speed in which he attacks the lip and just throws his board, gets it up there twice, Bugs.
Yeah, that's a really dynamic 1-2. As you said, it was the first turn, he cuts it short to make sure the next one paid dividends.
So he will be reeling in Crosby Colapinto, Michael Rodriguez, when that score drops.
Yeah, well, Crosby, he's still got so much in the tank himself. A 6 and a 5. He won't settle on that.
Oh, so beautiful. Our Gold Coast flight cam flying by. You can see an epic Saturday here. Thank you for joining us. It's been a long road to finals day here. This is day 5 of competition, but Coolangatta, the Super Bank, Snapper has treated us well.
It has treated us well. I mean, it hasn't been epic, but it's been super fun. 5 days in a row. You know, not everywhere produces 5 days in a row of just fun offshore waves from dawn to dusk. Doesn't happen everywhere like that, but you know, this is a nice week in May.
Nice day for a paddle too.
Yeah, great day for a paddle. Keep going.
Last score for Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, and I talked about him reeling in Crosby Colapinto. He sure did. A 6.93, the single highest wave score. Here he goes. He only needs a 4.14 to turn the heat right now. And a couple of turns, he gets complete on this one. He's going to get his number, and he's going to turn the heat. Here he goes. Let's see the finish. Snaps it up, puts it down. He's going to turn the heat.
He knows it. He knows it. That's what just as I said, is there a more dangerous competitor to come from behind? You know, for Crosby, a 6 and a 5, he knows that's not safe ground.
Yeah.
And Michael roving around under priority, nails a backup wave, and he will definitely go to first place on this wave. And it's, again, down the line. This wave's got a bit more body into it. He goes into his rhythm now, snaps it, looking down the line again, looking for a great finish. And this is just what he's so well known for.
He's just fast. I mean, what other word are you going to use to describe the surfing of Emrod other than just fast?
Fast and fluid, powerful, so connected.
Now remember, his rookie year on the championship tour, 2018, he opened up with a quarterfinal finish here as a rookie. I believe, though, that year the competition was being ran over at Kira.
Yeah, that's right. It was at Kira. So we move around. Coolangatta's one big bay. You know, you start Snapper, then Rainbow Greenmount, Coolangatta Beach, then Kira, the famous Kira.
Oh, I know you love that wave.
Oh my God, that's right. Yeah, that's spent a few.
The Bugwan's probably been 1,000 barrels there at Kira.
Had a few decades at Kira. Yeah.
All right, we're waiting for that number for
Emrod, Michael Rodriguez. We're anticipating he's going to turn the heat. He just needs a 4.14. Looked like he surfed for far over that score on that last wave, but we have not seen any indication as of yet from our judging panel.
We know it's there. So now the ball is in Crosby's court, but here's Michael Rodriguez. You know, he keeps his opponent looking over his shoulder, and that's part of the whole game, unnerving your opponent. I don't think Crosby is a guy that's going to get unsettled. That he's looking for a special wave. You know, he's a big dude. I mean, you know, yesterday, the day before, he's had waves that were kind of overhead for him, and he's gone up way into the excellent range. And today's a little bit weaker.
Yeah. This is stop one of the Challenger Series. Let's take a look at how the Challenger Series works. Top 10 men and top 5 women will qualify for the 2024 CT. We have 6 events on the Challenger Series. You only count your best 4 results, Bugs.
Yeah, and you think about it, there's 80 men in every event, and here we are, we're down to 8, and we're still saying they need a little bit more.
That's true. 80 men, 48 women, and you can see we have the relegated CT surfers, top CS performers from last year from the Challenger Series, as well as our regional qualifiers. Of course, our 2 World Junior champions automatically qualified for the Challenger Series in the way of Francisca Veselko and Jarvis Earl. And then we also have the wild cards thrown into the mix. So for the men, it is a long road till finals day. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th round that the men will be surfing in right now. On their way to someone going to be the champion, crown the champion here. As we're going over the explanation of the Challenger Series, the score drop for Michael Rodriguez, as we anticipated. He did take the lead off of Crosby Colapinto, a 5.83 Colapinto with priority. Colapinto needs a 6.7. So Crosby is going to need his best effort as of yet to get that score. Let's take a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Started off with Crosby Colapinto with a 5-point ride.
Yeah, Crosby he's carried his good form into finals day. Again, a short ride punctuated by major manoeuvre. Michael Rodriguez came into action now. This was his best ride, the 6.83, and one heck of a ride there. He's happy to get back in the mix, and he takes the lead with this one, Kaipo.
Yeah, this was the game changer. 5.83 for Michael Rodriguez. Backs up that 6.93, and this is how the Brazilian fought back in the back half of this heat. Back to live action here. Colapinto with priority. We're at the 5-minute mark in this heat. And again, Crosby on your screen needs a 6.7. So he needs a special wave to come through.
Well, he's hung tough in several of his heats, and it has come for him. You know, he can get a 6.7 in his sleep.
Yeah.
But he's going to need a wave with a bit of body in it that's going to carry him down and grow on the bank as we move into Rainbow. He's sitting wide there just off the Little Marley Rocks. He's in a good spot. Of course, we had Griffin on the phone yesterday. That was a cool call. Griffin, Colapinto, and you know, there's the 2% crew on the beach with Kolohe, and they're just going wild. And there's also a crew at Griffin's house. You know, so I mean, there's so many good surfers in San Clemente, and there's a whole new generation coming through now that, you know, on the the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's a long surf history in San Clemente. Some of my favorite surfers are San Clemente. Matt Archibald, Christian Fletcher, Kolohe's dad, Dino.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Andy Flamenco, Jim Hogan, the McNulty brothers.
Unbelievable. What a you know, the town, it's a pure surf town.
Chris Ward, Steve Ward.
Wow.
The list keeps on going on. You can keep on naming San Clemente surfers.
Well, you know, Herbie Fletcher. I mean,
Herbie Fletcher, Nathan Fletcher.
Timmy Patterson's down that way, just up the road a touch.
Yeah. And, of course, that whole crew over at Lost Surfboards Mayhem. Matt Biolis and his crew, both of these surfers riding those San Clemente built boards as well.
Oh, Matt Biolis is just the man down there.
Yeah, there's something about, you know, those Mayhems. They got those magic rails, and they just, I don't know, they got a little secret stuff in them, and obviously it's working.
Yeah, well, I always, you know, I've definitely, you know, I've taken boards from here to trestles and lowers, and they work. I mean, both places you can make boards for that work at both places.
Here we go, Crosby on the comeback, snaps through that section, open wall, finds some clear water in front of him. Little bit of sleepy time here, but gets a snap in. He's going to get a couple more turns. Wave looking good for Colapinto. Throws the finish, spins the reverse, snaps the fingers, and the applause. 6.7. You think he hit the mark, Bugs?
Yeah, I think this is just right on the money. Like, I was a bit worried about this wave. It had a little bit of a double up ridge, little forerunner to it, but it didn't affect the ride, and he didn't have to go over the double up. He was able to have a full-bodied wave, and it was a great effort. So this is game on.
Snappy finish for the surfer from San Clemente. As we hit the GWM 2-minute warning, let's check out this Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, well, we knew he was going to look for a wave with down-the-line potential, and he floats around that section, maintains that speed. This is just a sort of a check. Now he comes onto the bank. This is where he goes to work, Klaipo.
Sure does. Big snap there. Comes around this corner. One more snap. And then a little pizzazz for the finish. Throws it up, picks the nose, reverts out of it. Let's just watch this quickness. Little lip glide there, lip slide. Make it 2, and then eyes up this final section.
Yeah, just enough power, and the boys like really watching every score that comes in. Wow. I mean, they are
2% crew with the WSL app on their phone waiting for the number.
Now there's scrutinies amongst them.
Yeah, they sure are. So we're waiting. Everyone's waiting. What is the situation? We're down to under a minute. Did Crosby Colapinto do enough to turn the heat?
Well, we know there's a big Brazilian contingency. We've got the San Clemente 2% contingency. Kalohe was looking very intently at that screen. We all are.
What's brother think?
Well, he was...
Yeah, he's going to applaud right now. Crosby gets the number, a 7.33. Michael Rodriguez needs to make fast work. He needs a 6.48. The crew loves it down there. Emrod still's got a chance here, though. This has to be the answer back for Michael Rodriguez. Here he goes, speeding down the line. Looking for something down the line. Looking for open face, needs it. There he goes, gets up into the lip for a lip glide, float. One more snap for Emrod. Quick on the rail there. I feel he needs a spectacular ending to this wave. Wave continues to produce a little extra section. Just some busy work right here. And Michael Rodriguez, he's talking himself into a 6.48.
Well, E for effort. The effort, and I mean, he's made that work as far as like he had to work his way down line. There was no scoring potential probably for the first half of that ride, but then he went to work, and it was just hard work on that wave.
Yeah, he needed to get into that clear water, and he sure did. Here's a replay.
Wow, seconds to go. And you can see, look, he's desperately going down the line. There is desperation in this ride. And he goes around, he's not even going to float that section. Now he goes to work, Kaipo.
Gets those snaps, finds the clear water. And just pushes it for everything he's got. He's fighting for the score. He's not going to get that score, however, a 5.2. Not enough for Emrod, so it's going to be Crosby Colapinto into semi-final number 2. And the 2% crew is pretty happy. They got 2 surfers in the semifinals in the way of Jet Chilling. Semifinal number 1, semifinal number 2 will feature Griffin Colapinto and Samuel Pupo. There's the numbers for you and the congratulations on the beach. Well, we're going to take a break. When we return, The Queen of Snapper Rocks will be in the water. Steph Gilmore, Ronnie, Felicity, and Richie in the booth.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The semis are set now for the men, and they look unbelievable. It's going to be awesome to see. We've got Imai Kalani DeVault taking on Jet Schilling in the first semi-final, and then it will be Samuel Pupo taking on Crosby Colapinto in that second semi as we get set now to see the women enter the lineup here, Felicity.
Yeah, this heat is going to be a cracker. I mean, Steph has had her back up against the wall in the last two heats, and she's pulled it out of the bag when she needs it. And India coming back from injury, and she's looking like she's surfing really strong, so it's going to be super exciting.
She is surfing incredibly strong as we have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket for the women. And there are the semi-final matchups. India Robinson up against the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore, who's had so much success at this venue. Sally Fitzgibbons, good bounce back from Sally after getting chopped off the tour after stop number 5. And she's going to be taking on Sawyer Lindblad. Good event for the San Clemente crew.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got some mojo happening down here at Snapper Rocks. And, well, another one of their boys, Crosby Colapinto, through to the semi-finals.
This is going to be a good clash, though. India Robinson had this wave during the break. You want to get a win over Steph Gilmore at Snapper, you better put some pressure on early, and India was able to do that.
Yeah, nice opening wave, 2 big slashing turns out of the lip, and bringing it through to the inside for a nice finish there, and a 6.5. Nice opener.
Yeah, positive start here for India. Steph with the priority now, waiting for her opportunity. Let's take the opportunity here from the winner of the last heat into the semi-finals. Crosby Colapinto is with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Cros, what is Kolohe feeding you guys?
Something special. It's kind of a secret. No, it's just support. He's all in on the support. Whole team's on the support, so we're feeling it too.
You guys are on the opposite sides of the draw. Something special's brewing down here.
Yeah, nice little brew up, but just focus one heat at a time. We've still got one more, so yeah, focus on the semis.
How easy is it to think about the final in the very first heat of the event?
What was that?
Everyone says one heat at a time, but you obviously come here to win.
Oh, yeah, obviously that's the goal, but it's like sometimes I can find myself getting too caught ahead and like thinking too far. Even like in the beginning having that 5 and 6, I was already thinking like, oh, I'm gonna make this heat, and then he got his 6, and then it's like that just reminded me to just like stay in the now and kind of just like focus on my next wave.
On you, Bo. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you, and yeah, I see what Stacey's driving at, Rich. I mean, especially at the first stop, you know, you've taken that first step. You've gotten through those regional qualifiers, and I know that North American region is heavily stacked, but you know, at Snapper Rocks, I'm sure a lot of the competitors start dreaming of getting through a number of rounds and getting that victory. And you know what, all the crew that have survived and made it here today have probably done a pretty good job at keeping those big, lofty expectations of a huge result here at Bay.
Yeah, you've got to keep your mind in check, and you can't get too far ahead of yourself. It's so cliche, but it's wave to wave. It's, you know, heat to heat, and you know, potentially Crosby's got 4 more scores to drop, you know, and he could be the winner of this event. And you know, you could see this morning Jacob Wilcox, he exploded with disappointment when he didn't get through, because making finals day means you're so close, and it almost stings worse when you get this far in an event, you don't actually achieve that goal of making the final and getting the win. But it's fuel for the fire as well.
We're in for a special treat with Stephanie Gilmore out there in the lineup holding priority. We've got a special treat for you guys too right now.
What?
Joining us via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call is their number 1 rider. And the guy sitting at the top end of the leaderboard at the moment, Jack Robinson. Good to see you, Jack. How are you, mate?
What's up, Jack?
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, I'm watching from afar, but I feel like I don't know. I'm there because I want to surf so bad. I'm just watching every heat right now.
We feel your presence, mate. Of course, you're spending a lot of time living up here on the Gold Coast these days. It must be so hard to watch an event play out with great waves.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it was hard at the start when it first happened, and then now I'm like been in pretty much like training the whole time, and I've been in a dark, like not in a dark place, but in like just grinding. You know what I mean? Like in the gym. So it's just I'm like energy to come back.
Mate, give us the update. We know that down there at Bells you suffered a knee injury. We really missed you at stop number 5 and the opportunity for you to defend your title. But how is the knee? Are you going to be set for the Surf Ranch Pro?
I'll be good to go. I'm just taking it day by day, but basically, we're on track. It's just staying true to it, staying every day a little bit better, and yeah, I'm excited more excited than I was last year, because this time last year I felt like I didn't have as much energy going into the second half. Now I have way more energy, so I needed this. I think this is the path, so I'll be back.
Beautiful. Well, we're seeing Steph Gilmore out here at the moment. She's been tested against some of these rising stars throughout the event. Jack, have you been able to catch some of those big performances?
I saw that. I saw the heat she had against Sierra, and then just watching her in the finals last, never doubt her. Huh? And even if you put the pressure on, that's what champions do. Huh? They come back. So never doubt them.
Jack, keen to get your thoughts just on Tricky Snapper today. It's a little bit smaller. We saw an incredible improvement in your small wave game. I'm keen to know what you did to really tap into these smaller conditions and find a way to make it work.
I think I just so much focus on it. It's funny, like some people say I was, it took him so long to figure out like the QS and everything like this, but I think just mentally I was in a different place before that. I'm a completely different person now. Even, like that first year, after the first year after the year I qualified on the QS, I felt like I changed again, and just so much evolution. So I think it was just the focus I put on it. Even if I didn't really, wasn't as interested, I was just so focused, and I don't know, I found something in it. I don't know what it was.
I guess, Jack, you could probably put it down to application too. I mean, applying yourself to the goal of qualifying meant suddenly that you really did have to become the complete surfer. Your focus wasn't chasing big, heavy water waves and slabs. It was, figuring out the the Rubik's Cube, which is the qualifying series. And yeah, like Rich said, once you did apply yourself to it, you did come along in a big way.
For sure. It doesn't matter what it is. If we put our mind to something in any sport or anything, you're going to get there. So, yeah, it's just the focus, everything, you know. If you want something that bad, that's cool.
Yeah, I think, and Steph Gilmore, Rich, it's sort of taken her to be pushed down to the wire by these Groms to tap into the motivation. She's almost gone into some of these heats a little complacent and had to go searching to find rhythm and find that special connection with the wave towards the end of a heat. So that motivation sort of hasn't been there at the start of some of these clashes.
Yeah, no, it hasn't all been easy for Steph to progress to the semi-finals, you know, and we haven't seen the best of Steph. We've seen those classic moments on some of the set waves, but it's been a bit of a grind. She's had to work for it. She's had to find the motivation, but you can tell she's testing new equipment. She's here. I just saw her in the warm-up before the heat, and she was so switched on and focused, going through a warm-up routine, getting all the fast twitch muscles ignited and ready to perform. So by no means is she taking this event lightly. She wants to win.
Still waiting for her opportunity. Felicity, coming from Margaret River, that region yourself, what's it been like for you to see Jack get to the lofty heights of the championship tour and even contend for a world title last season?
Yeah, I think Western Australia, you know, we're all the way on the other side of Australia, and it's a really tight-knit community. The surf community is really core, and any surfer that cracks the world tour, you know, Taj, the whole of Western Australia was behind him, you know, Bronte, but then we had a little bit of a period there where we didn't have that championship tour surfer for the men, and I've known Jack since Jack's been like, I don't know, maybe 6 years old, and when he first started surfing on like this old little foamy at Trig Point, and so to watch him grow up and crack the world tour, I mean, we were all talking about it for a really, really long time, and to see it finally happen, it was just a matter of time, and everyone's so excited, and I know that everyone tunes into every single heat, and Surfing Western Australia is completely behind Jack, and for me, watching you just mature over these last few years has been super beautiful, and obviously Julia, like your wife as well, and just seeing you so happy and really come into your own has just been so special for all of us, and yeah, great to watch. And also,
thanks.
Here we have Steph up and riding on a wave right now.
She goes.
Nice little float to get started. Swings that tail around, stays with this ride, and it might double up and give her a little bit more down the line. She just wants to finish it off. India did kick off with a 6.5. Gilmore just trying to reply. And India has a look at one just behind Steph. We'll see some replays of those, but you wanted to finish your point off there?
Yeah, I think it's also, I'll just go back to, I just feel like you've matured so much, Jack, in the last few years. And one thing I've really noticed is that your mindset and your approach to these events is, in my opinion, a cut above a lot of the guys on tour at the moment, and it's really evident. And I'm interested if you're happy to talk a little bit more about that. It looks like you're so tuned in, you're so focused, and yeah, if you could talk to us about that a bit and what you've been doing and working on.
Yeah, it's different compared to where it was years ago, my head and just people around me now. I feel like I have just obviously some amazing people around me, but also just adding to it as well on the way. And I don't know, I think there's just like, I don't know what it is. I think that's who you surround yourself with is going to make a big difference. And then I'm just so fired up. I don't know. It gave me like a new light, a new thing to, I don't know what it is. Just, yeah, since Julia, since then, I just have the greatest team. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I enjoy it so much now.
I love that.
Yeah, there's some secret stuff too. I can't tell everything. Maybe secret juice.
You got to keep it secret, Jack. Got to keep it secret.
I think for sure when you talk about your people, I mean, Maddie Benrose is a fantastic person to have in your corner, always keeping the travels fun and light. And then Leandro Dora's been your Sherpa up the ratings and gotten you to world title contender status. So it is a fantastic team, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, maybe secret I can communicate with my ears closed. That's why you see me on the beach every time with my fingers in my ears. You're like, what's he doing down there meditating? But there may be some secret stuff, but yeah.
I like it. Yeah, well, keep it going, mate, and really looking forward to seeing you make your return at the Surf Ranch. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I'll see you guys around the corner.
Yeah, that is going to be fun to watch Jack's return to the championship tour, the Surf Ranch Pro. It is the next stop on the CT, going down on Memorial Day weekend. Tickets are now available. Use that QR code on screen, Ranch 10, for 10% off. And yeah, like always at the Surf Ranch, there'll be live music. There'll be a lot of fun stuff going down, and there'll be a whole lot of pressure as well. We know that that event just brings with it a different level of anxiety, and also a lot of stamina required from the competitors. Out there in the lineup at the moment, just under 20 minutes to go. Steph Gilmore has got herself back in this heat. That last ride came through at a 5.67. India Robinson still hanging on to the lead. Steph, though, only needs a 3.17 to get in front.
Yeah, there's a lot of time on the clock still too. So, you know, we've had the opening exchange. India's definitely got the better of that, but I just want to see, look, Steph, I feel like we've already said it before, she's had moments of absolute brilliance. However, I still don't think she's surfing at her fullest. So I really want to see both of these women open up, and I want a few sets. That's what I want to see.
All right, we'll see what we can do during this Bonsai Brew break. Stay with us, just on 18 and a half minutes to go. We're just 16 minutes away from discovering who's going to be surfing for the crown here at the Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Boost Mobile behind this event once again. Great to have their support. And we had some action during the break. India Robinson got herself into this one, Felicity.
Yeah, nice clean snap out of the top, followed by a second one. Lays it on rail for the third, and kind of getting a little bit hung up there. I liked what I saw from the first two turns. Yeah, she'll be a bit bummed that she didn't make the most of it, really. Got a bit caught up on that third rail carve.
She's still going to push the requirement up here, Rich, though. That was much better than a 2.33.
Yeah, it's going to eclipse that, almost double it at least, you'd have to think. And that's going to put a little bit of pressure on Steph Gilmore. With 15 minutes to go, we have added an extra 5 minutes to these semi-finals. So plenty of time, just as the ocean is starting to be a little inconsistent in terms of the repetition of the sets, but certainly when the waves come, very contestable. That was a good wave for India Robinson. She's sort of stepping up here. Not really any signs of nerves, although she did get hung up on that final turn. Those first two turns were really connected.
Yeah, I loved what I saw out of those first two turns. It was really fast, sharp, and yeah, came through at a 6.67.
India's cracked a Challenger Series final before. That was in 2021. And that's what helped get her to 5th place on the Challenger Series ranks. Hasn't had a win, though, on the CS. Oh, she's giving it a good go at the moment. So she had a 6.67 on that previous ride. This one might be better. 14 and a half minutes to go.
That's one of the most aggressive turns we've seen her do in the entire event. It was only a smaller wave, but she put something extra into that one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, Steph, the requirement even prior to this last wave from India was 7.5. Could go up a notch here.
Look at the replay here, and beautiful carving turn out of the lip here. Backs it up with that second one.
Oh, yeah.
That's the turn we were talking about. And finishes really strong here. Like, that's going to be a great score.
India Robinson, great rail surfer, but rarely do you see her flash the fins like that. So nice release, as you said, Rich, putting a bit more into it. Smaller wave, it's going to be probably pretty comparable, but it might just edge her a little bit further ahead. But she does have that advantage already of having the highest single score of this heat so far. And that's left Stephanie Gilmore chasing a 7.5.
That was one of those great little waves that had this kind of coat hanger, little slingshot corner on it. And you could see when she was right on she was in the perfect spot on the peak when she took off, and that just accelerated straight into it.
The wave was a little smaller, and as a result, the numbers coming through aren't going to take up any further ahead. 5.43. But still, you know, creating, I think, a little bit of that pressure. Putting the heat on the 8-time world champ. Stephanie Gilmore just has had an amazing track record competing here at Snapper Rocks, chasing her 7th victory here. The others, they're all CT wins. This is where she broke through for her first CT victory. That was in 2005 as a wild card. She was in high school at the time, overcoming the world's best at this location to break through for that win. Just on 12 minutes, 20 seconds to go here. Kaipo is out and about.
You know, usually I'm at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard tracking all the brackets, but today it's finals day, and I'm using my sturdy Bailey's ladder for some elevation so I can see the situation out in the surf. Best seat in the house. Bailey's ladder providing it, and happy finals day, everyone. Happy finals day.
Loving his time out here in Australia, and it's not over yet, Kipes. We're gonna pack you up and take you down to the Sydney Surf Pro at North Narrabeen as well. And it's been great to have him out here. He's been lapping up his time at each of the CT stops, and now enjoying watching the next wave of talent emerge here on the Challenger Series. India Robinson, she had a brief stint on the CT. She wants to get back there, you know that. She's showing it out there in the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, surfing so strong, and even though that last wave didn't make her top 2, she is on fire, just surfing with so much power and pushing it a little bit harder. Definitely applying that pressure to Steph right now, and you know, Steph needs a 7.5, and conditions being a bit slower today and harder to find a good wave, so no doubt Steph's probably feeling it, but she's been in this position already 2 times in this contest, and she's come back well and truly, so I learnt my lesson. You just don't doubt the 8-time world champ.
You wonder how much she can push the luck factor, though, and I think India Robinson's done a fantastic job of getting 2 of the highest scoring waves of the heat while Steph's been out there. Steph's best ride is still not as good as India's lowest score, so a little bit of work to do. I'm wondering whether Steph in her own mind is thinking 2 waves here if India does increase her scoreline. So she's in the box seat with priority, 10 minutes to go.
There's still a lot of time.
Yeah, that 10 minutes goes it feels like it's double time. When you're out in the lineup waiting for a set, that clock seems to tick down a little bit faster.
Yeah. Or for India, it's going really slowly. For Steph, it's going really fast at this point in time. Let's have a look at the schedule for the Challenger Series this season. Always a treat starting here at Snapper Rocks. But early next week, well, we'll make our way down to the Sydney Surf Pro. Proudly presented by Bonsoy there. GWM jumping on board once again. And the talk is just the quality of the sandbar there at North Narrabeen at the moment. And from all reports, it survived the big swell.
Yeah, it's hung in there. I think the Pro Junior's on down there at the moment. They had the trials yesterday. One of the Manly boys, Saxon Reba, got the victory, so coming home strong, which is really fantastic. And then, well, the rest of the tour is lining up really well. Bolito, presented by O'Neill over in South Africa there, and then the US Open of surfing, presented by Pacifico, the circus at Huntington Beach. Crazy atmosphere down there.
Irasira Sakurema is going to be the final stop on the schedule this year. And we're expecting monster crowds out there in the lineup, though. The Queen is up. The 8-time world champion gracing us with her presence once again here as we get this Challenger Series off and running. Steph chasing a score, needs a 7.5. Looking free.
Interesting she didn't want to finish that way.
Well, Darren Hanley has connected with the Dark Arts crew and Steph trying out this equipment, I think in the lead up to the Surf Ranch event. Wanting to find that liveliness. But yeah, looking forward to those models coming on the market because Steph's made them look pretty good.
So she connects with that first turn and again hits the lip. So already she's sort of off to a pretty good score. And down the line here, waiting for it to stand up. She gets a bit of a drift. And right there,
interesting.
You kind of feel like Steph lost a bit of interest. And I feel like she should have finished that wave.
I completely agree. I don't know. I've doubted her before and she's come back, but I just don't get it. I would have finished if I was her.
It might not have been the 7.5 if she had finished, but I feel like it would have at least eclipsed that 5, 6, 7 and brought that requirement down.
Yep.
Steph's got a benchmark that she likes to get to with her performances, and we've seen it before. Her take off on a wave when she doesn't really need too much and do a turn that she's not fond of, and she'll kick out of the wave, and you know, it's drives her coaches mad, but she'll kick out. She'll say that's just not good enough, and she'll kick out. I don't think she liked the feel of that final turn on the last ride. Kind of got a little disconnected.
Little straight-legged at the back of it when she came down, but compress, go again, tidy it up.
Yeah, it might have only been a marginal increase in her best number if she did finish that wave off. I think you're right. I think she would have still been chipping away at a pretty decent score, but that one doesn't go into the top two, so the requirement's the same. 7.5 is what she's after with just over 6.5 minutes to go. We said it early on in this event. The trophy's on Steph's mantle already. Someone else is going to have to come and take it from her. And Sierra Kerr, she
nearly got it out the door.
She went up there, yeah.
Nearly got it out the door.
Steph left her key in the door and Sierra went in. She almost got hands on it. Maybe couldn't reach it up there on the mantle, but...
Well, India Robinson, she's pressing hard on the doorbell right now. She wants in. And to have the lead at this point in time and priority, 6 minutes to go, she's got the champ a little bit on the ropes here.
Yeah. 6 minutes to go, though. There is still time. India Robinson, as we go to the Harvey Norman Heat recap, you can see connected with the best wave of this semi-final clash so far, and she surfed it really well.
Yeah, she did. She's got the 6.67 and the 6.5. But, you know, Steph, she's had that 5.67 as well. She's looking sharp, but her wave selection just not as good as India Robinson. I mean, she's just looking so sharp and so connected. Those two blows there were really nice. Bring her around for that wrap. And she's looking hungry. She wants to be back on that tour.
Yeah, India Robinson, you know, maybe in some of the other heats that I wouldn't have been surprised to see those numbers maybe go into the sevens, especially that first ride. But you do have to leave a lot of room in the scale because even the judges are aware that even with Steph posting some excellent numbers in this event, she still had another level she can get to.
For sure.
Yeah, just a single turn.
Having a sniff.
Okay, interesting.
Well, that wave doesn't really connect with that sandbar. Steph's out of there. Priority still with India. She's looking at this one. And, I mean, she had to go. You just can't let Steph have any room in there, but the wave looks pretty average at the moment. She's really hoping that it stands up down the line. It's not going to give her much room to move.
Maybe a good sell by Steph. Steph was kind of willing her
Jay
into that
Thompson
one.
was watching on then. You saw him shaking his head.
Someone's not happy.
Yeah.
And
so why? Why is he unhappy? Well, India just gave away priority and let Steph right back in this heat by just giving her an opportunity to get the score here.
And the other thing is Steph wasn't even looking at it. She wasn't looking at it, so she wasn't selling it. And when you're in a position of priority with a heat lead, you don't surrender that priority.
The bottle's not happy.
They need to be a lip reader or a very intelligent lip reader to see what was going on there with bots.
The best example of that situation I can give you is the 2010 Pipe Masters final. Kieran Perot had the lead. He had the Pipe Masters trophy in his hands. He had priority and he took a wave that Jeremy Flores wasn't even looking at. And he rode that wave, it closed out, he came up, Jeremy Flores was slotted in a backdoor gem and got an excellent score to turn that final. Kieran didn't sleep for 364 days. And then he turned up the next year and ended up winning the Pipe Masters and really just saved a lifelong nightmare dilemma. So, yeah.
He really did.
That was sort of the ultimate example of what we just saw there. But obviously that they're not in a final just yet. But India, she's really opened the door here for Stephanie Gilmore. And while 7.5 might be a big number for other people left here in the semi-finals to chase down, for Steph, it's 2 turns.
She's been in this situation in the last 2 heats and she's turned it around and she's got the score she needed. So it's not a big ask for her.
No, and Steph's been the queen of the clutch performance over the past couple of seasons. There's been stages in her career where she hasn't really been able to hold her nerve in these types of situations, but you know, she has been pretty solid and reliable on turning in the numbers she needs in these moments in the past couple of seasons. Just over 2 minutes to go here.
Well, India Robinson is praying that a set doesn't turn up because if Steph does turn the heat at this point now, she's going to have a couple of sleepless nights just knowing that she made that mistake, that priority error that could potentially cost her this heat.
I saw Sophie McCulloch on screen before. She said, I think there's some waves coming. The cameras picked that up. The GWM warning, 2-minute warning, has just flashed up on screen. And our surfers starting to move into position. Steph thinking about it, has priority. India goes, but doesn't get any points out of it. Gilmore on the outside, will she get a shot? 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. For a surfer trying to break into the final of the first Challenger Series stop. You know, it almost seems unfair that you have to overcome a championship tour competitor that isn't chasing Challenger Series points, especially one as strong as Stephanie Gilmore. But India's done a great job here. She's established the lead. The pressure's on Steph. Not only does she have to find a wave, she's also got to hold her nerve for the 3rd time in this contest, just to survive and stay in the mix for another win here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, final moments here, 40 seconds on the clock, and not really any significant swell lines that we can see.
A lot less energy in the lineup. You know, yesterday and the day before, Steph, she got not just one opportunity, but she got a couple of opportunities to turn the situation around. Right now, she's paddling out to meet a wave. She's not banking on one coming to her. 15 seconds to go. Can India Robinson hold on to the lead here? She's got no priority. Steph's in control of the lineup, but there's no swell lines moving her way. And India's going to get the job done here.
Wow.
The romance between Stephanie Gilmore and Snapper Rocks.
It's on the
It's
rocks.
over. The breakup, it's happened.
And India Robinson.
Devastating.
She's done the entire field a huge favour, but especially herself in overcoming Stephanie Gilmore here and earning her place in the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. But the crowd, the hometown crowd, everyone's enjoyed watching Steph come here and perform, but you've got to give props to India. It's one of the biggest heat wins of her life, no doubt, and one that she'll never forget.
That is huge.
It's a huge, huge win. She's now in the final, and it's considerable extra points as well. She's going to be stoked. I mean, Steph was the one to beat coming into this event, and she's had some clutch performances.
It's been a long road back from injury, but India Robinson is showing her best here at Snapper Rocks. And we're going to find out who she's going to be up against. Sally Fitzgibbons will take on San Clemente surfer Sawyer Lindblad in the second semi. That's just around the corner.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
A big round of applause there for India Robinson. She's through to the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And she has just caused a huge upset, overcoming Stephanie Gilmore. And she can't believe it. And a lot of people probably can't believe it because Steph is so difficult to overcome here. And now we have no active CT surfers left chasing the title here, which is really how it should be. You know, this is what you want to see from these challenger surfers. So you want to see them step up. You want to see them cause some upsets on their quest to get to the CT. This is going to be a fantastic clash. Sally Fitzgibbons has just been knocked off the CT, didn't survive the cut over there at Margaret River, up against the competitor, a young teenager, 17 years of age, Sawyer Lindblad, and she's been building nicely and really starting to collect some big event wins. Had a couple of victories on the regional QSs in North America to earn her place on the Challenger Series and has kicked off the year with a bang.
Yeah, she really has. Her backhand is looking absolutely on fire, dropping big scores throughout the event, but Sally up and riding.
She's had great form on the CT, even Sally Fitzgibbons. Just, it's so difficult to break through for big results on the CT now. We know that as Sally lets go of a couple of nice hits there to get started. Needs a strong finish here, has really put a lot into each of those carving turns on a run through this event. And taking this one way down the line. A lot of room to move. Plants a little end section hit on the end of it. And that should be a pretty reasonable way to kick off this 35-minute heat.
Yeah, nice tidy ride from Sal. Nothing extraordinary, but just some good foundation surfing. Placement of manoeuvres was really on point. And generating some really nice speed here off the takeoff. You can see it had a little ridge in it, and then she finds this section. Great opening carve. And then here she just skips across this as it stands up again. Now she blasts the lip. Cutting back again. Just staying with the pace of the wave. Just connecting multiple turns through the inside. At this point, she's just thinking, okay, let's get to this finishing section. Bang, foam hit off.
Has the stamina, trains the house down. Sally Fitzgibbons, so no issues in just having to today manufacture a bit of her own speed. I will say, Felicity, and we did touch on it earlier, the smaller the conditions got, probably the better the odds got for someone like Sawyer Lindblad and for Indian Robertson against these surfers that have had so much experience in this lineup. The advantage to Steph, it was still there today, but it came down just a little bit. It evened the field up today.
Yeah, when the waves are absolutely pumping here and Stephanie is out there, or someone like even Sally who's got so much experience, it makes it really hard for people like Sawyer who doesn't have the experience out here. And Sally's such a mature surfer. Steph, amazing out at Snapper. This is her home break. So as soon as they stand up on a good wave, you've got to assume that they're going to drop a good score. And Sally's opening wave, 6.17. So like you said, Rich, good foundation surfing. Nothing too crazy just yet, but dropped a 6.17.
And Rich, in waves like this, when the energy's sort of decreased a little bit from what we've seen the past couple of days, the key to getting the win over someone like Sally Fitzgibbons or Stephanie Gilmore is to make sure you've got priority when the biggest wave of that heat comes. And it's something that, you know, India managed to do.
Yeah, wave choice becoming a little bit more critical today for sure. In this space of 35 minutes in each heat, there's only going to be, a certain number of sets that are going to come through, and there's going to be one or two waves that'll stand out amongst the rest. And as the lower seed, and I guess the less favoured surfer, you need to be on those, and you also need to convert when you eventually find them.
I think that's super important as well, but when it's small like this, heat IQ comes into it and how well you use your priority. When you have that priority, if you're using it offensively, defensively, depending on where you are, at what point in the heat, when it's small and the waves aren't that great, you've really got to be smart with that.
Sally Fitzgibbons opened up with a 6.17. She's up again now, way down the line. Has seen some opportunity there to rack up a couple of numbers early. Cutting back to the source. Does get a little caught behind here. This ride not really flowing the way Sally would have liked, but she's sticking with it and chipping away, just looking to build a couple of scores and take the early advantage here.
Bonus section.
That was so incredible. There was like 4 different little low roads there where she kept getting these sections that popping up in front of her. She's miles down the point there, having a quick chat to some of the recreational surfers. But I spent a little bit of time with Sal just before she went into her warm-up routine, and she was telling me that we'll get back to that. Here goes Sawyer.
Nice section here, and Sawyer, a big vert, probably the best turn of this clash so far, really getting the board up there, high on the face of the wave, and ripping it through the backhand whip.
Yeah, big strong turn there. So we watch the replay of Sal. So this one stretched way down the point here. Little disjointed in the way it offered up sections, one after the other, and Sal had to work in between there. So gets a little slide tail, and here you can see this crease, so she cuts back. Goes again, waiting for this next section to wall up in front of her. But it was one thing that Luke Egan was saying to Sawyer Lindblad before this heat. So Louis, who's obviously been a part-time resident up here on the Gold Coast for many years, was saying, you make sure stay close to the foam. Make sure when that double up happens, you're on the right side of it. Stick with those the wave, that low road, so that you can get some more points in there.
Oh, she read that section beautifully. Sally's ride, while it was big, it was disjointed.
Yep.
And as a result, she never really got her timing spot on. Her best couple of hits were probably right at the end of that wave, and by that stage, it was kind of starting to fade away, that ride. So a 5.1 for Sally. She's just building at the moment. As Sawyer Lindblad sits a little deeper here and looking to line up her first solid hit. Nice carving turn. Tries to squeeze in another move there. Tries to combo it up, but it didn't happen for her.
Just a little bit late on that final hit. Had that little coat hanger corner section, a little slingshot. There was so much speed she got out of that when she finally got into that section.
Yeah, she sort of did a little bit of a check turn and cut back a little bit when maybe she could have just kept going down the line. She would have made it through to that next section, but hard to read.
Good signs here, though. The ocean's come alive again. You can see here, so here's that little wedge. She just hops over this section. Now it goes. Drives hard off the bottom, connects beautifully with that first turn. May have been a better option just to drive a long bottom turn around that next little lip that came down, and she possibly had some more points on that ride.
Waiting on numbers to roll through for that ride for Sawyer. And we'll update you on the situation in a moment. But right now, let's hear from India Robinson, who's just knocked Stephanie Gilmore out of the event.
Indeed, Ron. Congratulations, India. A massive heat win.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that one felt like it was a big heat, but my team did a good job of bringing me back down to earth and just being like, it's another heat, just do what we've planned to do. So yeah, stoked I could execute it.
I mean, it was a massive heat. Steph dealt you a cruel blow at Margie's a few years ago to unfortunately knock you off tour. You've done a great job here to try and secure a spot for this season.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to get one back on her. She got the better of me, and yeah, she's the best in the world. So having a heat against her at her home break, that was such an honour, and I'm so stoked. Honestly, just to be into the finals now is a privilege. So one more to go.
Quick turnaround between here and the final. What do you get up to?
The Surfing Australia crew have a pretty good setup, so I'm going to head back to the unit, get some shade, and just rehydrate and yeah, try to get the adrenaline pumping for the final.
Well done, all the best.
Thank you, Stace. Oh, the adrenaline's going to be pumping, no doubt. Just her second Challenger Series final. Going after the win this time, though. As we see Sawyer up again. So she's in second spot. She needs a 6.05 out of this one. And this wave's starting to grow down the line, and Sawyer finding a good rhythm. She needs that turn. That was the one where she went, okay, dig in now, make this one count.
Yeah.
But unable to finish it off.
That was hard to watch. Should have made that last turn. It was looking like it was probably going to be a pretty good score, and she's going to be kicking herself right now, and she'd know that.
Yeah, perhaps an opportunity gone there. The first couple of turns on that ride, they were just placed in the pocket there. She wasn't really driving through it. And then when she got that opportunity to really dig in and ignite a good turn, unfortunately she just come unstuck. But good rhythm on this wave nonetheless there. But now the wave starts to stand up. That's a better turn. Just coming unstuck on the final one.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, you can chip it away at a wave like this, Felicity, from behind the rock here at Snapper Rocks to North Kira, and if you don't get that big, high impact, high risk turn, you know, even after 30 moves, you might still only get a 5-point ride.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's not. I mean, I know this is a long wave, but sometimes it isn't all about length of ride and the amount of manoeuvres you do. It's about the quality of manoeuvres, and we've actually seen that from Sawyer herself in the last few heats. She's just banked scores with 2 big, solid backhand cracks. So, I mean, even though that wave was a long one, she kind of got a bit of work done. You know, she has more than capable of getting a big score just for 2 turns. But it's really hard to find those sort of waves that are going to give you, that are going to stand up and be a bit bigger today, because it is that bit more inconsistent.
You know, we saw Sally on a tricky kind of medium-sized set wave before, Rich, and you know, it made it hard to get the timing right, but her timing just in general in her performances this year has been so unbelievable. I just don't see her butchering a wave like that again. I see her cleaning up that read and dropping a big number at some point here.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't say she butchered that wave. I thought she surfed it okay. There was some mistimed moments, but it was a really difficult wave to surf. But to your point, though, I feel like if she does get a wave that's going to stand up and offer those sections, she's so ignited. She's ready to go.
There was one section on that wave, though, and Sally did a cutback before it and then missed it. And it had opportunity on it. It was the one steep pocket on that wave.
Yeah.
So you're wrong. With all respect. No, she's just been so spot on, hasn't she?
I just think butcher's a little stronger word to use.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Look, I actually agree with you, Rich. I think she
Thanks,
did
Flick.
time it really well for how hard that wave was to surf. But, Ronnie, I do see your point. The ones that she did do a cutback where she probably could have gone down the line. So, look, I'm 50-50. I'm just going to be Switzerland at the moment and sit in the middle.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say butchered was a strong word. But in reflecting on what Steph Gilmore did in her heat, you know, she also had a steep section which she didn't time right, and it was sort of her opportunity to get back in the heat there.
Yep.
Sally Fitzgibbons had an opportunity to really put the pressure on the 17-year-old here. She opened brilliantly, 6.17. That last ride should have also been in the 6-point range.
Yeah.
And, you know, then Sawyer's looking at a 7 as a requirement as opposed to a 6.
Yeah.
I think Sawyer, even though she's the Grom out there at the moment, well, I dare say with her big backhand vert, she might possess the strongest sort of high-impact turn on a smaller day out here at the moment.
Well, on your backhand, when it's small, lots of people talk about it, but it is really easy to wind up and really easy to get tight in the pocket. And I really think that if she does get the opportunity to showcase that backhand, her turns might be looking a bit more powerful than Sally's.
Yeah, it's no doubt she's got the best turn at the moment. She just needs to find that stupid section a couple of times and combo it up. 20 minutes to go, Stace. Gee, Snapper Rocks has been good to us this week, but today we're sensing that lack of energy, so capitalising on the limited opportunities for the competitors is just so important.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Absolutely crucial. I'm here with an Oakberry conditions update, and the swell, it's just hanging in there. Those bigger sets are still showing some scoring opportunity. But one thing I'd like to note is with the tide coming in now, I don't really think the decision is too hard for the competitors as to where to sit. With the lower tide, you have the option behind the rock or down the line, but with the tide filling in and the opportunity for more double-ups that run through the Marley section, I think it's pretty clear we'll see the competitors sit down the line for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's a good point. Earlier on there in the event even, there's been, you know, obviously the confusion at times for the competitors. You know, where do I start the heat? Where do I want to be? Do I even worry about hustling and pushing my competitor to sit on the inside? So many different ways the surfers can play it. But today, especially with that tide filling in, Stace is spot on. They're going to move down that line, move down the line and hope to tap into one of those waves that actually builds in size and energy as it gets down the line.
Yeah, it's the percentage play to sit further down on the bank, as Stace identified there, and you can see we have a high tide at 3:10 this afternoon, so it's going to continue to fill in. It'll draw the waves closer onto the bank here. It's going to make it a challenge finding the right one.
Yeah, even this front-on angle like this, you really get a good idea of the actual real wave height. You know, that angle down the line, it's a beautiful angle to watch, but I feel like it sort of makes the wave look maybe a little bit bigger than what it might be.
Last time we were on the Harvey Norman set here during the men's quarterfinals, we were reflecting on some of the performers that didn't make it to finals day, and there was plenty of them on the women's side too. Rich, who kind of stood out through those earlier rounds, and who do you think is going to have a good run at it on the Challenger Series this year?
Look, I thought Nixie Ryan put in a really good performance, taking that knowledge, that point break knowledge from down there at Lennox Head, bringing it up here. Sarah Bourne was another one. She's got a new fire in the belly this year, that really strong, goofy-footed approach. So expecting big things from her. So they're two names that just spring to mind automatically.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison was impressive to me. She looked really sharp. Francisca Vaselko, the current world junior champion, looks like she's going to be a force this year. What about you, Felicity?
For me, I've got to say Vahine Ferrero and Alyssa Spencer, both coached by the same coach, and they're looking on point. Their backhands are both looking so sharp. Vahine had an 8.5 during this event that I thought could possibly even been higher, maybe one of the best surf waves of the whole event. It was amazing surfing, the way she stringed the turns together. She's looking really flowy. And those girls I just feel like they're in the right mindset, and I'm excited to see what both of them do down in Sydney. And they've also, both of them, come very close to qualifying in the past. So I feel like this could be their year.
Luana Silva, Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, a lot of good
the list goes on, but also Sierra Kerr. We've got to mention her. She did fantastic and won the Pro Junior and the trials here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Sally Fitzgibbons up at the moment, whips the reverse, can't ride out though. That's a go-to for Sal. A neat little weapon that she can pull out. Shows that progressive nature and approach that she's worked so hard to get right over the years, but can't make it stick. It is such a high percentage play for her usually, but Sawyer's going to have the opportunity now to have a strike at the lead here with 16 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that was it was pretty clear, the intention from Sally then, and again, when I was talking to her, she just said, look, I know that if I get a section with only 2 opportunities, I'm going to have to throw everything at it. So starts off with a clean snap, and right here she goes, okay, I got to do something big. It's closing out down the line. Went for the grab reverse, just couldn't quite get the momentum. This is live action.
Oh, Sawyer making a move, using her priority on this one. It's a little sleepy in the start, but has a big section she can lay into at the end. Is it a 6.05 though?
I don't think it's a 6.05. That I think most of the points will come from that last turn. The 2 first turns of that wave were really difficult sections to hit. They were more so like transitional turns, and she really laid it all on the line for the last turn, and I like the look of that. We'll look at the replay here, but yeah, this first little sort of cut back to the power source and sort of another one, but this is the turn here that I'm talking about. Put it all on the line on the last one. I don't think it's going to be the 6.05 that she needs, but she might make her requirement a little less.
That number on the way. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Just under 15 minutes to go here. Sawyer Lindblad chasing a score.
forehand reverse. And another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Morgan Siblick still hammering away on the back end. Jams it under the pocket. Champion. And now you're number 2 in the world.
Finals day here at Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And we are watching the event play out in a World Surfing Reserve. Back in 2016, the destination was awarded that status, and that covers the stretch from Snapper Rocks all the way up there to Burleigh Heads. And this place has got a deep and rich competitive surfing history, going all the way back to the Stubbies. Obviously, that's where head-to-head competition was first unveiled. That's what we're seeing here now. And it is a total chess match priority coming into play as well. Sally Fitzgibbons using her experience to get the quick start here, but she hasn't put it out of reach for Sawyer Lindblad, who only needs a 6.05 here. She's having a look at one. Gotta say, Rich, it might have been a wasted priority, her wave selection on that last ride that only registered a 4.17.
Yeah, it was definitely a mistake. It wasn't wave choice questionable. It wasn't going to be a good ride no matter what she did on it. The wave just didn't offer any real potential there, so she's given the advantage straight back to Sally Fitzgibbons, and really, at this point in the competition, in a semi-final, you just can't do that. You have to think that Sally's going to capitalise on that mistake, make sure she really takes a good wave, builds on that 5.10 in her tally, and puts more pressure on the youngster.
And Sal's had a couple of mistakes of her own, so, the one thing that you can say of those veteran competitors is while they might make a mistake or two in a heat, generally they don't make three. As we see Sawyer up now, so finding some space here. This wave's starting to stand up on the inside, has that big backhand blast a la Caroline Marks that she can call on. And she throws it down on the final section. That one might get a little closer to the requirement for her.
I don't know. I feel like it's, for me, a lot of her points are coming from this last turn. I feel like it's actually going to be really similar to her last two waves. It was a smaller wave. We'll look at the replay here, but these first two turns are more just down the line, sort of transitional turns. I mean, she does get it in the lip on the second one. I don't know, maybe ever so slightly more. Just because of the wave height, I'm not seeing it.
Rich, is she trying to do too much at the start of these rides? Does she need to just concentrate on getting speed before clicking into that backhand rhythm?
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely looks like there's more points down the line as we see Sally up and riding.
Well, Sally needs to improve on a 5.1. Big section standing up here, and a full rail committed carve to get started. In transition now. Done great work on the opening section. Now just looking to finish this one off. Jams in a quick hit on the end of this one as the wave fizzles towards the end, but man, she really made the most of that first bowl.
Yeah, there was a difference there. When Sally took off, she just went straight down the line. She knew the wave was going to offer her that big section, and she just absolutely laid it all on rail. And here we'll look at the replay here. It was more of a down the line wave, and she just knew. So she just waited for this section and absolutely laid that board on rail. Really, really powerful surfing for that first turn there, and another little jab to finish. But yeah, really, really like this turn. We'll see it from this angle, and it just looks so good.
Was that Sally grunting or you, Rich? She put a lot into that first move, and when you look back on this event as a championship tour spot, the surfers that read it best, knew when they had a really steep wave that was going to bowl at the start, they'd drop to the bottom and square up and drive into the lip. Taj Barrow on that real bowling section probably did it better than anyone, exploded and sent the fins free. But Mick Fanning more often than not would take off, and his first priority was getting as much speed as possible. And that's what Sal did then. She didn't worry about trying to fit in a transition turn. She just went, I need to accelerate here and make the most of any speed I can gather.
Yeah, and as a result, look at what happened on that hack. It was just fully committed. Every ounce of her power was laying into that one turn, and it's actually still waiting for scores to drop in. It's unfortunate there wasn't a couple more sections down the line where she could really back it up, but individual turn was really strong.
So Sawyer did get pretty close to the requirement. Got a 5.13. It didn't go into a top two and help chip away at the score she needs, though.
I felt like that's right on the money. I thought it was in the fives, low fives, so good judging.
And Sally just got a 4 for one move, because really it was just a kick on flat water at the end of that ride, so it didn't really warrant any points. There was nothing critical about the end of that ride. So solid judging, I think, and the requirement remains the same for Sawyer. She's still in this heat. I mean, you look at the work she's done ever since she rode her first wave, and it's just been scrapping around on small waves.
Look, she's got priority right now, and if she does the type of surfing that she was getting through yesterday with 2 big turns on her backhand, and she can manage to find one of these waves that's going to give a bit more bowl and stand up a little bit taller, maybe one of these set waves. Feels like to me that it's becoming a bit more inconsistent out there and harder to find them. But it's definitely not over for her. That's so achievable, a 6.05.
She's in Sally slipstream at the moment, getting ready to overtake. And, you know, Sal she can't find anything else out there at the moment. She hasn't been able to accelerate forward. And as a result, this heat is still wide open, and there is a place in the final against India Robinson up for grabs as Sawyer takes one down the line. A stronger start on this wave. Plenty of water coming out of the pocket here as she unloads a series of backhand hits. Can she get the finish? Wow. She does, yep. And that should do it. Just on 6 minutes to go. Sally on the outside gets a shot at it too. And there's some deep carving turns, but she'll need a more vertical approach down the line if she's going to stay ahead of the Californian.
Wow. I loved Sawyer's wave. I thought that was great surfing, and in my opinion, the better one of that exchange just then. And I'm going to put my neck out here, and I'm going to say she gets it. I think she gets the score.
Well, she got so close on her previous ride. It was, you know, just a point behind, really, the requirement. And that wave felt much better.
Oh, she's going to get it. No doubt about it. It's a great wave.
What did Sal do on the outside, though? Rich, we're yet to see.
Well, Sal didn't have priority. Sawyer knew just down the line. This thing started to stand up.
Oh, yeah.
Fully connects with that section. And again, you can see way more spray than she's thrown on any other wave this heat. And just a final absolute hammer to finish that ride off. So let's have a look what happened with Sal. Starts off streaking down the line. She's got the speed. Lays into a big opening forehand slash. And again, just keeping the board relatively horizontal, whereas Sawyer, she was squaring up. She was coming deeper off the bottom, getting the board more vertical, critical turns. And while Sally actually surfed this wave really well, this is a replay of another wave that she got down the line.
Wow, this one looks pretty good. We've got numbers rolling through as Sally finishes way down there in Rainbow Bay. Gets slammed on the final section, but that was probably better than her previous ride. Numbers rolling through for Sawyer, 8.67. And the judges just loving the work in the pocket. It was relentless from start to finish. Moved a lot of water. Even when she was in transition, she was still putting a lot into each of those moves.
Yeah, beautifully surf wave, and just her timing was impeccable there. And with good timing comes a lot of spray as well. And 8.67, massive score for today.
Yeah, Sally on her previous ride, Rich, she had so much speed, but she didn't do as strong a turn as she did on her 4.1, the wave that she had before. And if you're going to go to a carve on that first move option, you really got to lay it over.
Yeah, it's difficult on your forehand. The advantage of the backhand surfing out here is that you can really come square, you can get more vertical, you can really jam it in the pocket. It's difficult to do on your forehand as we see Sawyer up and riding again.
Oh, this is a good looking wave too. A couple of great sections to kick it off. Didn't really get that turbo backhand happening on that one though. But she's in a big, strong position now, 8.67. Waiting on scores to come through for Sally though. She's got a couple on the way.
She's way down the line too. She's still got another minute or so before she's going to be up on the point here.
Well, Sal almost got herself into the lead. She had a 7 on her previous wave. She's also got another score on the way. So she's after a 6.91.
And she had that fall at the end of that last wave.
She did have a couple of big turns, though, before it. This is going to be really close. 2 minutes to go. Let's hope the flurry of set waves continues here. It's been a fantastic clash here in the semis. A spot in the final up for grabs. And two surfers looking just extremely determined to not let this opportunity slip through their fingers.
It feels like the ocean's coming alive again. That wind is starting to come around the corner a little bit more, perhaps pushing a bit of swell.
Numbers starting to roll through for Sally, and you know, it is hard when we're looking at that camera angle from almost behind the wave, just how critical those turns look. But the judges, they have the benefit of a front-on angle, and they didn't see it. And the end of that ride was obviously crucial. It was only a 4.57, so Sally's got work to do. She needs a 6.91.
Well, she's about to get a new best friend here, because Sawyer Lindblad is motoring down the line to come and put a little priority pressure on Sally Fitzgibbons and hopefully close this one out. So with 1 minute to go, little swell line approaching. Big moment here for the youngster out of California. And well, a little bump here. It's gone, it's slid under Sawyer. It looks like Sally, she's going to get the chance.
It's a smaller wave. I mean, she really has to dig in. It's got nothing in it. 45 seconds to go. Sawyer will continue to charge down the line here and try and cover Sally with that priority. But what a performance from the 17-year-old. Unbelievable nerve held after chipping away and making a priority error. She regathered herself and delivered the ride of the morning in the semi-finals here. Wow, and Sal gifted another shot at it. 15 seconds to go, goes the air reverse. Can't make it stick. Sawyer would have been watching on nervously then. If Sally rides out of one of those in a heat, you just never know where the judges might go with it.
Yeah, that was scary. Scary.
Oh, what a great heat. Lead change throughout. Some awesome surfing from both of our competitors, but what a huge moment. And Ron, on the women's side, we're going to see a new champion.
A newbie, Rich, you picked it. It just felt like with all that CT experience coming off the card, it was going to be a very big task for one of these newcomers to fight through, but we've seen it a couple of times now in the semi-finals. India Robinson will take on Sawyer Lindblad in the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And with surfing like that, she is going to be so hard to stop. Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad just connected with a couple of beautiful waves here. This one in particular, just getting that backhand, winding it up in those sections. Crisp, clean, precise surfing. Sally, she had moments as well.
Yeah, she definitely did. She had moments of really laying that board on rail, and yeah, she got a couple of nice rides, but it just wasn't good enough against the backhand of Sawyer. And still a good result for Sal, though.
Oh, amazing. A semi-final finish. That's a keeper when you're on a quest to qualify for the championship tour, but Sawyer's on her way to the final. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got the men's semis on standby. Imai Kalani-DeVolt's going to take on Jet Schilling. And we're going to bring in an expert commentary team. Stay with us.
me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
Men's semifinals in the water here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. I'm Kaipo on the Harvey Norman host set, along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew. We got quite a matchup right here in the way of Jet Schilling versus Imai Kalani Devault, two young, bright surf stars.
Yeah, these are two young guys on the rise, and a Goofy versus Natural. This will be a battle royale.
Look at our Bailey Ladders bracket. Semifinal number 1 out in the water. Semifinal number 2, a couple of regular footers are going to go head-to-head at Snapper Rocks in the way of Sammy Pupo and Crosby Colapinto. Interestingly enough, when we look at the bracket, we got San Clemente surfers in both semifinals.
Well, that is amazing, you know, and then there were 4. We started out with 80 competitors, and now we are down to 4. And one of them will be crowned champion today. It will be a new champion.
Yeah, we're going to have a new champ here. That's right. So let's take a look at what has transpired so far. We got some numbers on the board. 35 minutes is where we start the clock in these semifinals. And here we go. Schilling on the backhand. And Jet going through the paces here. Vertical approach on that backhand, gets on his heels. Wave doubles up on the inside here. Is going to give him a little bit more opportunity. And he's been very consistent with that closing maneuver.
Well, Jet's been very busy to start this semi-final as well too, Kaipo.
Yeah, right now Jet Schilling is matching his best showing so far in a Challenger Series event. He got 3rd last year at Sydney. He wants to go better than that. Here is the Boost Mobile replay of Jet Schilling.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is his first wave or his 3rd wave, but he has come alive, and on his backhand, he's getting down the line here, gets around this another sections, these looping sections, not a clean wall today. Stays with the bottom run.
So that is that was his 4th wave. Here's his 3rd wave. This was a 5.83, Bugs.
Wow, this is busy surfing. Jet is just on fire. How's those slick moves? Is down the line, but he gets that big rip out of the top. That's the backhand advantage.
All the numbers are in for Jet Schilling. A 5.83, wave number 3, then a 5-point ride, wave number 4. He has the early advantage over Imai Kalani Devault. Hey, let's hear from a new finalist. San Clemente's happy about this one too. Sawyer Lindblad is in the final, and she's with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. That's right. San Clemente on fire here at Snapper Rocks today, Sawyer.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to have 3 people in the semis, and hopefully we all make the final, which will be really cool. And yeah, I feel really grateful to be surrounded by such a good community of people. Yeah, 2%.
This is an amazing start to the year. You must be so thrilled.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is my best result so far in a Challenger Series, and work's not finished. I'm ready to get back out there. It just feels like a dream being out at Snapper with another person out, so it doesn't even feel like I'm in a contest. I just feel like I'm surfing for fun.
At 17 years old, this must be amazing to be a part of this new generation coming through.
Yeah, for sure. We all push each other. Katie Simmers is one of my good friends, and we've been competing against each other since we were like 10, so it's cool to see her doing so well, and it definitely gives me inspiration to try and get to the CT.
Well done. We'll let you get ready for the final. Congratulations.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, women's professional surfing got some new faces that are setting the brakes on fire. Katie Simmers, Talk to Bailey Sakura Johnson. We've seen brilliant surfing from Sierra Kerr. Sawyer Lindblad's on that list.
You know, I mean, here's a quirky mathematical thing with 80 men, 48 women, 130 competitors. If 3 made the final, that pretty much is 2%.
That's the San Clemente. San Clemente sweep could happen here. We're going to monitor that. But here's Jet Schilling. This is wave number 5 for Jet. See if he does better than a 5-point ride. And he's just been, like you said, Bugs, extremely busy at the beginning of the semifinal.
Yeah, well, Jet's decided to come out swinging in this one. He is flying out of the gates. He knows Imai Kalani is, you know, even with Imai Kalani not being on the best waves, he's been doing some of the best surfing, and he's just got that big above the lip line. His moves are so dynamic. He can score big points in a small area.
Yeah, Imai Kalani developed from upcountry Maui, Makawao, on those Channel Island surfboards. He's using some of their new construction out there. And Imai's been looking lively on his equipment and just his overall surfing throughout this entire event.
Well, he's waiting patiently now. Just over 9 minutes have elapsed, but we have extended the...
Yeah, 35 minutes now.
So 35-minute semi-finals. That just gives the servers that extra time. We've had a change in the tide. We've got an incoming tide now. I am, you know, expecting an improvement. Snapper generally loves that half tide zone, Kaipo.
Yep. And we just got news from our tours and competition. Our finals will also be 35 minutes as we look forward to those. The women's finals following these 2 men semifinals. Last score for Jet Schilling, a 4.67, does not change the situation. Schilling in the lead with that 5-point ride and a 5.83. Imai Kalani devault, holding priority. Let's see if he goes here. Good looking wave so far on the takeoff. Eases through that first carve. Nice paced approach at the beginning. Going to have to make up some ground here, get around this section. Through the lip there. Has to kind of force his will upon that section. Wave grows down the line. It's going to give opportunity to Imai. A couple of weird little ribs in the wave, though, however, that he has to deal with. Doubling up here. And this wave's going all the way down. So a number of maneuvers for Imai, but I felt Bugs, he was really just kind of fighting with it down the line.
There was about 6 different sections to that one. You know, from the air, it probably looked like a clean line, but it wasn't. There was these looping sections, and he had to go from one to the other. The wave dictated what he could do. He wasn't completely able to open up the whole ride.
Yeah, one more look at it here.
Yeah, it's a good size wave, and it starts very promising. Look, the surfing is great. He decides not to do the float there because he's got to do it here. You know, he just powers his way through that section. So there's all these little lips that he's got to hit. Not opening up those big pockets for him. And he comes down, and I'm expecting the wave to come onto the bank now, and it seems like it's bottoming out. Still, check moves down the line, but good, solid finish. So he's had to, you know, connect the dots in a very real way on that wave.
Yeah, it wasn't your dream-like super bank, straight, beautiful, cupped-out wall. It had some of those bumps and ridges in the wave that he had to negotiate himself around.
He didn't miss any of them. He pretty much hit his marks, and the wave dictated what he could do. You know, he couldn't just do those massive big carves out of the lip that he's so well known for his signature moves. But, you know, I mean, he's not chasing huge scores. He's on the board.
The judges liked it.
Of course.
3-7 so far. So just the flow and being able to deal with that wave and some of the explosive maneuvers are being rewarded. We got 2 more judges to check it in. He will not take the lead with this score, but he's going to put himself right in the conversation. 7.17. So now all Imai needs is a 3.66. So he is putting himself in a comfortable position because he does have the highest single wave score in the matchup.
Yeah, and that wave there, I mean, if it had a clean line, he probably would have got an 8.5.
Right.
You know, I mean, he just had to connect the dots, and as I said, he didn't miss any. He hit his marks. And that's what he was rewarded for, the entire wave. And he had to get that explosive finish, and he did. So, you know, I mean, Jet's waves have been shorter and more compact, but that's the Goofy foot, how they've done so well throughout the event. There's only one surviving, even though the Goofies have had a great showing. There's 3 natural footers and 1 Goofy in the final 4, but Jet holding the flag up pretty nicely.
Yeah, we did lose some Goofies in the quarterfinals. Jacob Wilcox went down to Imai Kalani-Vault. Jadson Andre, well, it was friendly fire in that. Jet Chilling took him out. And then that was pretty much the story of the Goofies. We got a Goofy foot in the women's final in the way of Sawyer Lindblad. So we'll see what happens in this next exchange. Jet Chilling with that priority. You can see him sitting all the way on top of the bank there. And Imai using that wider strategy where he's sitting further down the bank, Bugs.
Yeah, but if we go back to that wave, you know, like guys, you know, been brought up on this wave, surfed it all their life. That's how a local would have to surf that wave. I mean, it didn't offer those clean sections where you can just project off the bottom and just carve it, you know, carve out of the lip. It's all, as I said, there was about 6 different looping sections, and the wave dictated what he could do. And yeah, it was an amazingly difficult ride.
Waves coming through here. And Imai knowing that he just needs a small score, under a 4-point ride to turn the heat. May take one of these corners. We'll see what the man from Maui decides upon doing. Let's take another look. And the illustration of the multiple sections here, the 7.17, Bugs.
Yeah, well, see, he opens up with those 2 clean first rows, has to go around that section here, hits this section, powers through this. That's sort of stopped a lot of people's momentum, not Imai. Now he comes onto another looping section, and they're all points. This is like more like a boxing match. he's boxing this wave. Now it comes more onto the bank, still thinking down the line, and a great finish. That power move finish, you know, sealed the deal.
Yeah, that's the last impression on that wave that the judges saw, and that lip glide and, you know, and having to survive that little air dropping, a little air getting underneath his board for the finish, added an exclamation mark at the end of that ride.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel a Goofy footer would have had maybe a bit more trouble on that wave.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
With your back against the wall, it would have been hard to read, you know, all the different, I mean, and because you would be surfing by braille while Imai, you know, had full view of the page.
So you've nearly got to, on your backhand on a wave like that, you've nearly got to swivel your neck.
Yeah.
You know, because you're doing sort of check moves, and then you've seen another looping section that it's kind of looks like it's crumbling. And, you know, we saw Imai, he actually went around a couple of sections to make sure he got to the money point.
So now the positioning has changed, and Imai is paddling way up the bank, and you can see he paddled past Jet Chilling, with Chilling holding on to priority. So we saw some of those deep ones. You talked about the sand migration overnight, Bugs.
Yeah, look, it's a varying, roving takeoff area, and I think we might. There's a sort of a look. No, he didn't go it, but there just a little spurt of sands come around from Froggy Beach. Now, with that incoming tide, we might see it come into play. I'm sure Imai Kalani and his crew have been watching what's happening up the head of the point, and there is that big distance as well. So when you get super deep up there, you can pretty much have a full ride and get 3 major maneuvers before it even hits where Jet is.
I agree. We're taking a look from our Gold Coast flight cam, and you can see Imai. He can get 3 turns from up there, and he'll get his 4 that he needs to turn this heat. So great to point that out, Bugs. Imai with a paddle right there. He's showing some of his intention. We'll see if there's an exchange here.
I don't think this is an instinctive move. I think this is a well thought out strategy that perhaps he's going to give this a bit of a shake up in that corner to see if something comes through that hugs that traditional bank.
Well, with Imai waiting and Jet Chilling waiting, I think it's a good time for us to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with more from the Goldies. Sally Fitzgibbons, keeping the fans happy. That's right. Make or Break is streaming live on Apple TV Plus Season 2 for your consumption. 8 episodes. First 4 are pre-cut in 2022, and the final 4 episodes is where you can see the journey to the Rip Curl WSL Finals and crowning champions in 2022. Well, here's a replay of Imai Kalani DeVault. This happened during that break. Remember, Imai just needs a 3.66 to turn this heat. And a spectacular finish for the young man out of Makawao, Maui. Throws the tail on that Channel Islands Spine Tech board and gets another wave right here. So this is wave number 4 for Imai. So judges are going to owe us 2 scores. And unfortunately, no finish on that one, Bugs.
But this is what Imai did in his quarterfinal. He got a couple of smaller waves. He got the bigger score, and then he went for some smaller waves. Just got his nose in front, and then waited for something special.
So Imai on the paddle back out. I'm suspecting that he will get the number that he needs to turn this heat. It's not going to be a giant number, but I do suspect that wave number 3 should do the job with that finish, Bugs.
Yeah. You think so?
I think so, yeah. He needs a 3.66. And yeah, he's going to get it. 4.93, so Imai takes the lead. Judges owe us another score. I don't know if that next score is going to matter. Factor into the equation. Jet Chilling now with priority needs a 6.28.
Yeah, so just with that little wave, with Imai Kalani moving up the point, knowing that he needs a small wave, he gets a small runner, does a great layback, tail sliding, dynamic finish turn. Really only one in it. He got a good sort of flick at the start of that heat, but then of that wave, gets the score, and now he's sort of moving again just on the inside of Jet, but not going too deep, it doesn't seem.
So nice strategy applied by Imai Kalani DeVault. First, a patient start, gets the highest single wave score, realizes the position he's in, makes sure to get the backup now. And so even the mental game for someone like Jet Chilling, he's going to have to stay sure-headed in this time, because just hearing like, hey, you need a score, you're behind, that can wear into you while you're waiting for the next exchange.
Yeah, well, it's going to have to be Jet's highest scoring wave to take the lead. He's got that 5.83 sitting there, but he's going to have to break into the 6-point range, which he has done with regularity throughout the whole event. He doesn't need one of those big streaming down the line waves. He just needs a wave that's got a series of pockets that his backhand vertical attack can be deployed.
Yeah, Chilling just, with that kind of flow and the pace on the backhand, able to put his backhand surfing and put the board very vertically. And you can see, like in the past, some goofy foots who's been successful out here. In recent history, Gabriel Medina 2014 with a brilliant victory on the backhand. 2016, who can forget the flow of Matt Wilkinson on the backhand. In 2017, one of the greatest comebacks in all sports, Owen Wright coming back from that brain injury and taking out a win here on the backhand.
Oh, they were fantastic wins. Owen's win was just remarkable. The year before, he was not even capable of competing in the event.
Yeah. He had only started surfing, I think, weeks before he came into that 2017 event. And, after his injury, there was questions if Owen was ever going to surf again. And came over here, got it done, shared a final with his good friend Matt Wilkinson, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and of course Wilco had that a couple of years there where he was holding down #1 rankings for good parts of the tour. They're good friends, and salute to Wilco too. They were magical runs for the goofy footers.
Imai taking a look at this one. Calmly got to his feet before now getting on the gas. Little carve there, floats this section here. Back up and around there. Is going to get a little bit more on the inside. Snaps it to finish and keeps the nose from curling. Good job by Imai Kalan-Deval. Really stitched together a nice ride in, a smaller, challenging wave.
But it also just shows there is a point of difference with Imai surfing. He does not, there is no double pumps. He somehow managed in one movement. He's got such good downward thrust. He just gets that carve in. It's a smallish looking wave. Looks like this is going to be it for this wave. Just a little float there. Again, look at this. Just bang. He really hits his marks. Rarely misses.
I'm telling you, that Channel Islands Spine Tech board that Imai's been on has just been really sitting nice and high on top of the water in these smaller conditions, and you can see the speed that he's able to generate out of that board, and his technique, Bugs, like you said, no double pumps, quiet body, and just all of the action happening in the hips and knees to get down the line.
So it is a subtle weight distribution, and that is that downward flow. And I always used to say, like, one of Kelly Slater's greatest attributes as a surfer, it was that he could, guys like him and Pucker, they could just hold a line effortlessly, hold a line and just zip around long sections, seemingly without any movement. It's just a little bit of a swivel of the hips, and it's a rare talent. Not everyone's got that.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Joel Parkinson, I think actually one thing that I saw waves throughout his competitive career that I felt should have been a bigger number, just because he made it look so easy that the judges maybe were just like, thought it was so easy, but that was just Parko making the difficult look easy, and he was the master of that.
And when he was young, you kind of think the same thing, and he's flying on, but you'd be out in the water paddling past, and he's actually doing that stuff, like making it look easy, but you don't realize until you see close up how much power, the power distribution, the speed he's doing it at, and it's just his body movement, there's not a lot of movement, and that's what Imai Kalani has got.
Yeah. So the last score for Imai, a 4.03, does not change the situation. Just staying busy underneath the priority of Jet Schilling. Schilling again with priority. You can see the needs column there. A 6.28 is what the Goofy Foot out of San Clemente requires. And he's been stubborn in his positioning right now. He's been sitting that same spot on the bank, waiting patiently on his mark.
It's paid dividends for him, throughout the tournament, and he got 5 waves in the first 7 or 8 minutes, Kaipo, and it looked like he was just going to keep going, but then he threw anchor. And he's just sat out there now with priority. He has got 7s and 8s in every heat he's had, so this would not phase him, this positioning. He has been the all-time in 2 in the round of 64, in the round of 32. His last wave, within the last minute, has turned the heat.
Yeah, that is true. Well, let's check in with Stace on the beach with the San Clemente crew.
Thanks, Kipes. Kolohe growing day by day, working on the claims. They're going pretty good.
Claims? Yeah, 2% has passion for sure.
And growing a large network, the numbers are just bolstering down here.
We got 2.9 thousand subscribers on YouTube. Can you believe it?
I cannot. Your boy Jet's been coming from behind all week. Can you do it again today?
I think we're kind of in a good position. What's the time check? 6:30. 6:30. One wave set comes. He ices it. Bang, done. Heat over.
That sounds pretty plausible. Back to you, Kipes.
Yeah, I think they got to make more merch. You know what I mean? They're definitely building a brand in front of our eyes, the 2% crew.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've won over Coolangatta and Rainbow Bay. They, the early morning coffees in the lead up to the event down there, the Little Marley Cafe, have been hilarious.
Yeah. Someone's got to talk to Chloe about a merchandising deal. Here we go. Jet Schilling, Kolohe Andino, and the rest of the crew, Cade Madsen, pretty confident in their guy right now that he's going to get the number. 6.28 is what he requires. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap, and it all started with Jet Schilling firing on the backhand, Bugs.
Yeah, well, he came out of the blocks here with this 5.83, and he pretty much iced that wave for what it was worth.
This is the highest scoring wave in the heat. This was a 717 for Imai.
It's the only wave that's linked up all the way through, but it was not. So he had to go around the section. Then he goes up and hits the lip. Difficult maneuver right there. Again, these crumbling lips down the line, and he's still getting his big moves in, just intermittently punctuating with a major. And I think that it's all in this finish here. He's waiting for it to come onto the bank now. He gets one more set-up move and a great power finish with the power glide.
Talk about working for a score. That was some work. And right here, this dynamic finish earned him his backup of 4.93. And that gave Imai Kalani DeVault the lead.
And see, even when he does those moves, they seem effortless. Like there's no laying back. He just comes out of those just flush on his board. The balance the guy's got is amazing, and minimal body English.
Yeah, Imai, like Ezekiel Lau, both Hawaiian in heritage, both graduates of the Kamehameha schools. Ezekiel from the Kapalama campus, Imai from the Maui campus, both coming up through the amateur ranks, and a lot expected of them. More so actually with Ezekiel Lau, and then Imai just kind of snuck in there and, you know, started having a good year. In 2021 is really where he made his mark, coming through the Challenger Series. And at number 11 at the end of the year, that's how he got his ticket onto the 2022 Championship Tour.
Yeah, I remember, you know, Dean Morrison came back from Hawaii a couple of seasons ago, and he said, yeah, watch this kid, Imai Kalani DeVault. You know, so he came on radar.
Imai again. Just eases into these waves and kicks out. Saw down the line that there was no potential there. Just staying busy, maybe just staying also in the peripheral of Jet Schilling to kind of, you know, get him anxious. And Jet right now is really on the edge of being anxious because we're down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, now we're coming down to the jet stream, because this is when he has pulled it out of the fire in several of his heats. So again, wouldn't be unfazed. Gosh, he sat for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes that can, you know, stiffen you up. I mean, he's a young guy, but no matter how long you've been surfing or how young you are, sitting for 20 minutes sometimes can have its effect.
Looks like he's making a move. Schilling takes a look here. Oh, this one's starting to hit the bank. Jet Schilling not going for that. Imai is going to go right underneath him. Here we go. Imai Kalani DeVault. Shimmering wave. And a nice slash to start with. Another power slash from Imai. Make it 3 for DeVault. Looking down the line. Has to go through a little bit of a sleepy section here. Links up on another section on the bank. And just a nice paced approach here. Doesn't look like he's too worried about what's going on down the line. Snaps for the finish. We'll see if he improves upon his 4.93. Right behind him, Imai is going to be greeted by some backhand surfing courtesy of Jet Schilling. Here we go. Schillings needs to get over this hump and connect down the line. He's going to do so. So Jet whistles from the beach, and the flow on the backhand, multiple maneuvers, big stabbing finish for Jet Schilling. There's the 2% crew.
It's so great. Now, a minute 35 remaining. I don't think Jet will get back out there. I think that he's going to declare his innings on that one. We didn't see the entire ride. We just saw,
yeah,
but it was a long one.
So the math on this is, you know, did Imai better his score? But here's the beginning of Jet's ride.
Yeah, so it kind of just sort of sets up this turn. Now he gets a pocket. So there's his first pointer. Now, it got a bit weird here. He had to get over this little lump. He does it easily, and down the line he goes, Kobo. This is where we picked it up.
Yeah, this is where we picked it up, and this is where the rhythm comes into play for Jet Schilling. Just numerous backhand bashes, and the whistles start right about now, where I think the crew realizes he's on his way to his number and finishes that off. Here's the math, though. Did Imai better his 4.93 on this effort, Bugs?
Well, I like these first two turns, I'll tell you that. And this one here is a money turn. So there's 3 really quick fire slashing moves, and he does connect down the beach. Again, keeping this alive, this wave. He just needs to hang with it and try to finish it off. And, you know, definitely a good contending wave. So this is really up in the air.
So Imai's wave is 6.17. So that means the requirement for Jet Schilling on his last wave would be a 7.51. Now that's a different story. He was looking at a 6.28 that he needed before Imai surfed that wave. That 7.51, that's a monster number in my book. The heat has ended, and it's up to this final score to decide who goes into the final.
Wow. Well, this really is in the lap of the judges, because that was a great exchange to finish the heat. Imai Kalani, very clever that he was able to improve from that 4.93 to a 6.17. That is significant, as you said,
Yeah,
Clipo.
that could be the difference maker, because I have a feeling Jet would have surfed to that, you know, to his previous requirement of that 6.28. But now that 7.51, that's a big number, and that's a big glaring number in the context of this heat, because that would be the best surfed wave in this matchup.
Yeah, it would. I mean, well, okay, they're going to compare that 7.17 that Imai Kalani got.
Yeah, Jet's not going to get it. There you go. There's the number 6.33. Not enough for Jet Schilling. He's going to walk away from the Gold Coast and stop number one with an equal third. Great start for him. Even better for Imai Kalani de Vault, because he's found his way into the final here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We'll be right back after this. Semifinal 2 in the water. They don't call it Australia's favorite playground for nothing. The Gold Coast of Australia, 52 kilometers of stunning coastline and a string of world-class surf breaks. It's a beautiful day, finals day here. We have one of the men's finalists already decided in the way of Imai Kalani de Vault. Who's going to join Imai in that final? That's going to be decided in semi-final number 2, which is out in the water right now. Sammy Pupo up against Crosby Colapinto. We're going to start with a replay opening ride of Sammy Pupo.
Well, Sammy Pupo taking advantage of that little slither of sand that came around overnight. And it's a small wave here. Hits a bit of a dead section. He'll stick with it. He's having a look over his shoulder to see if his opponent got one.
And his opponent did get one. Here's Crosby Colapinto's first wave.
Wow, this is that sand I talked about. Look at that. It's just got a nice little section that leads into this. And Crosby, this wave having a bit more body than Sammy's. And, oh, a great shot there in between the crowd. And this is an awesome couple of moves here by Crosby Colapinto. looks like he got the better of this exchange, Kaipo.
No doubt, especially with that just torquing finish by Colapinto. So as we await the numbers, we can talk a little bit about our two surfers. Crosby Colapinto, 21 years old, out of San Clemente, California, younger brother of Championship Tour surfer Griffin Colapinto, and Sammy Pupo, 22 years old, out of Brazil.
Yeah, that's like these two guys are, you know, going to be around for a long, long time. But this is really interesting because I spoke of that, when that tide came onto the bank a bit, it might start showing a bit more behind the rock and next to the rock. You can see even sand in those waves. There's just been this little squirt of sand overnight, and it's just added one more sort of element to that, you know, and I think Crosby's wave actually displayed that really well. And Sammy's decided to maybe have a bit of a look out there for a bit more.
Well, we got an extra 5 minutes on the clock for these semifinals, so it's going to give Samuel Pupo a chance to utilize his priority and take a chance up there at the rocks. Still waiting for the score for Crosby Colapinto to set this heat. Pupo opened up with a 3.83. We expect that the Colapinto number will be better in that opening exchange, and it is going to be better, and it's going to be much better than Sammy's start once we get a couple more judges to put their number in. But it's going to be a great start for Crosby Colapinto. He's got a 7.17.
So I mean, there you go. You can get a 7.17 up behind the rock right now. So that, I don't believe that's been possible up till this point of the event. It's just that little bit of squirt of sand added that section. That wave lifted up on that second part for Crosby so perfectly, and he did not miss it.
Imai Kalani DeVault is in the final, Bugs. Let's hear from Imai.
Imai, what a way to start the year.
Oh man, it feels really good. My first ever QS final. Like, I've never been made a 1,000 final before, so finally broke through. Feels good. I've been in the semis before, but really nice to get through that.
Straight in the deep end at the start of the year.
Oh yeah, it's a dream start. Been like training pretty hard the last 2 months and envisioning this, so it feels good coming. It's all coming around.
I know your coach Pedro and Britt Merrick have been hard at it, working on your boards together. What can you tell us about that relationship?
Oh man, it's insane. It's just been a few months, but I feel like getting things pretty dialed, and Britt is insane to work with, and they're really open to, you know, just getting me what I need and adjusting things, and boards are feeling really good. I'm stoked.
Mate, will you get ready for the final? Going to be a big afternoon for you. Well done.
Imai Kalani DeVault, you can see that Channel Islands board in the board stand, epoxy technology along with that carbon fiber reinforcement. That spring in that board is evident in his surfing. Imai just joining the Channel Islands crew this year, so the equipment paying off for him. He's going to walk away with a minimum of 7,800 points.
You know, what's classic is, you know, he just divulged the fact that he's never even made a QS 1,000 final. He's going to surf a tenfold those points.
It's a really, really nice start of the year for the Hawaiian surfer. Sammy Pupo with priority. He's on your screen in the red jersey, sitting deep amongst the rocks at snapper. Crosby Colapinto did a good job on his opener, that 7.17. Crosby sitting a little further down the bank. And I'm sure Brother Griffin is watching right now this all unfold. He's got to be proud of his younger brother. So we have two brothers out in this semifinals. Both of these brothers with professional surfing older brothers that have made the championship tour.
And are on the tour in a huge way. Last year's world number 6, and this year, currently, I believe, world number 4.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto sitting number 4 on the CT rankings right now. So, you know, when we talk about the final 5, he's above the cut line for the final 5 today.
So there's two pretty nervous brothers sitting in different hemispheres.
That's right. And talk about great surfing families, the Colapintos. Just dad's a teacher and a lifeguard. Great San Clemente lifestyle there. Pupo's, their dad, Wagner Pupo, a former professional surfer and also surfboard shaper. So they both come from great surfing pedigrees.
Oh, yeah. Wagner Pupo was such a great surfer. Probably still is.
Hey, let's check in with Stace in the Bonsoy athlete area. Who you got, Stace?
Thanks, Cope. So I've got the world #1 and the world #1 coach, Jiao Chianka. How's the nerves, mate?
I'm pretty nervous. That's one of the biggest stages as well. So Sammy has been doing awesome on this event. That's like a pretty important heat, I guess.
And are you happy with his positioning at the moment?
Well, like he seems to know this lineup so well. Sammy always does so good in like right point breaks, and he really knows how to identify like the best wave that suits his surfing. So yeah, and he really seems not backing off when the waves show up. So yeah, like basically like just focusing on his game and like waiting a good wave to deliver.
Thanks, Jiao. World #1 athlete, world #1 coach. Save some jobs for the rest of us. Thanks, Kipes.
Chambinho, João Chianca is going to go home to Brazil after a brilliant run in Australia. Here we go, Samuel Pupo. Nice opening carve. One more. Keeping that board on the rail. Little variety with a layback snap. Wave is going a little sleepy there and hits at just a flat section in the bank.
Yeah, it ran out of steam, that wave, and he's just put himself down where his opponent is. But you know, it was a gutsy move to hang up there in the traditional takeoff zone. You know, everyone's got their favourites, but probably the whole town of Coolangatta going, yes, at least someone's up there.
Okay, now priority switches to Crosby Colapinto. Another look here at Samuel Pupo's second ride.
Yeah, well, this wave here, it's all in that first couple of turns, and it's a pretty good open face. We don't know what it looks like down the line, but it peters out pretty fiercely right now. And he's put himself down with his opponent, and there goes Crosby.
Crosby, wave #2, utilizes priority. Colapinto has to skip around this section.
Yeah, no turns yet. He hasn't been able to get to work. He's looked over his shoulder and gone, no, you give a wave long enough, but it's like, you know, the meter's running, right?
Yeah.
And
well, you know, that's just going to be a fractional score for Crosby. He did hand over priority to Samuel Pupo, who has taken the lead, Bugs, with a 4.5 on that last wave.
Yeah, it's one of those, well, it is kind of one of those false leads. It's based on 2 waves.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see in the needs column, all Crosby needs is a 1.16 at the moment. But Samuel Pupo's changing his positioning in the lineup, sitting wider, does have that priority, does have a ton of time on the clock.
Yeah, look, he you know, as we say in Australia, he had to throw at the stumps, and up there by the point, it worked out for Crosby because he got that 717 up there, and that wave, see, it had that behind the rock section, it had body in the next section, and see, that's where when you get that new bank, that new sand coming around, it sort of starts pretty hollow and then it hits a flat spot because the sand hasn't reached in, and whereas we know down the beach, as we see a wide one.
Yeah, Crosby sprint paddling to this one, identified it, float to start. And this one's going to connect. There's tail throw maneuver there. Nice carve. Crosby with a paced approach so far. And he's going to take the lead with that effort. Crosby Colapinto finding a wide one.
Finding a wide one, and it was another one of those ones that didn't quite hit the bank with connectivity. So he had to kind of manufacture sections, kind of got caught up in a couple.
That's what I felt. I mean, I think he was kind of fighting with that wave because of, you know, the ribs and the different sections. Here's another look at it, doing battle here.
Yeah, doing battle. Sort of whitewater foam climb here. And as you come around, you can see there's just these little sort of lumpy sections he's got to make the most of. Right there, there's ridges all over that wave. Kind of, you know, there's a nice little tail slide. Again, nothing major there. You know, these aren't big points, are they, Kaipo?
Yeah, but, you know, my second look at this, even though he did have to battle with this wave, is if he gets, you know, higher than a mid-range score, which I feel he's going to get, he's really going to put Samuel Pupo in a lot of pressure, and he's going to get that mid-range score from early indication. Okay, so this replay we're watching right now is a 5.67.
Yep.
And talking about pressure to Pupo, this 5.67 is going to be a valuable number for Crosby Colapinto, because now Sammy Pupo needs to go excellent. Sammy Pupo needs an 8.34. He's got priority, but now he has to surf to an excellent level.
No, you're right, because, I mean, that wave, you know, I always thought it was around the 5-ish mark, and it ends up at 5.67. As we said, it didn't quite hit the bank properly. He had to manufacture points on these funky little sections. And a 5.67, you know, for these guys, what they've been doing in the tournament, pretty low number, but as you rightly pointed out, to go with that 7.17, the fact that Sammy Pupo has not really got going in this heat, yeah, that is a significant backup score.
Yeah, you can see the numbers for Pupo next to him, a 4.5, 3.83, has not gone past a mid-range score, has not even achieved the mid-range score. He's really going to need a set wave to come through for him to garner some bigger numbers.
And that's what it's all about. See, you get a set wave. See, that was a one-off wave. Now, a one-off wave at snapper is going to probably take with it a little bit of chop on the face. It's not going to draw on the bank properly. It's the second and third waves of a set that will draw off the bank and line up on the proper bank. And that's when you can get the 8-point rides.
Under priority, Crosby Colapinto is interested in that insider. Nothing going there. You take a look at the swell today, Bugs. Any kind of idea of what we're looking at as far as size and period and direction?
Well, I could say absolutely no idea, but like what it has happened overnight, I just feel, you know, those last 2 days, there's been that really distinct line in the swell.
Right.
And it's had I felt like the interval has got a bit tighter.
It feels it.
Yeah, and so that's having a double effect. You know, it's a little weaker and it's a little more disconnected.
Right. Yeah, shorter interval swell, it appears to have happened today. You talked about some of the squalls last night as well. Maybe, you know, treating the ocean has to kind of reset itself because it did ruffle everything up from the bottom.
And I think what happened overnight was that there were squalls coming in with the southeasters. See, this is a southeaster right now, right? I don't think it went southwest overnight.
Gotcha.
I think that southeaster kept that ruffled, and so it's coming from ruffled water outside, and it's just trying to line up on the bank.
It is a beautiful wave, however, and you get one of these, just one of these connectors, and that will make your day, week, year. Here's Sammy Pupo trying to make his way. Sharp opening turn by Pupo, throws the tail there. Samuel torquing into that third turn. Now the wave goes sleepy, wants a connection, needs a connection, has to struggle on the inside, forces a finish.
Definitely his best effort.
He should reduce the requirement with that effort. I don't know if he's going to hit the mark at all. I don't know if that was an excellent wave. We'll see what the judges think. 17 minutes, 35 seconds counting down. Another look at it here with our Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, it's got that good down-the-line feel to it, point break. And he's thinking down the line, oh, that was a great move right there, Kaipo. Big points on that one. So he's got this little ridge in front of it. It dies out now. He knows he needs just to get a bit of a finish, and he does. Those first couple of turns, though, these are the money turns. This one right here, this is just Samuel Pupo at his marvelous best.
Oh, man. You can really appreciate it in slow motion, just the rail and the torque that he puts into these turns. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. When we get back, we'll give you that score for Sammy Pupo. Can he turn the heat? Find out when we return.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
We went to break, waiting for a score for Samuel Pupo. It has come in at a 6.07. Pupo, now trailing Griffin Colapinto, has reduced the requirement. He now needs a 6.78 in this challenge to the semifinal number 2 at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Kaipo along with Rabbit Bartholomew on the call. And Sammy Pupo got a little bit closer to taking the lead.
Oh, he's definitely chiseled away at that lead there. A 6.7, it's a lot better than an 8.3.
Yes.
So it's, you know, game on. Now, these two surfers have been the form surfers in the bottom half of the draw. There's no doubt about it. I believe it is just going to be there is not a struck match between them. What's going to separate them is wave quality.
Yeah, I mean, they both are equal in talent. I would say that as well. And the proofs in the numbers of both of these surfers have been putting up excellent wave scores throughout this event. So that is a true statement, Bugs. It's really going to depend upon, you know, priority rotation and who's going to get the best wave.
And I mean, wave quality, let's hope for an exchange where they get two waves each and they've come back up the point. This is really cool.
Yeah, a Gold Coast flight cam flying over here, and you can see both of the surfers migrated to the rocks. They were both surfing wider in this heat, but I feel like Crosby kind of made that move and Samuel decided to follow.
And Samuel might go, you can get to a point where you go even deeper, and the guy in, you know, say blue can't even catch this wave. He's sitting in deeper water.
Chip in here for Sammy Pupo. Little opening carve there. One more time. Looking down the line, throws the air, reverse, puts it down. Looking to manufacture a score there right behind him. Crosby Colapinto. Crosby, check turn, taps his way to a lip bash and make it 2. Crosby gets the finish as well. So we'll be waiting for the numbers on that exchange and see how that affects the standing here at the 12-minute mark.
And we'll see where they go from here. Will they go back out to the rock? Yeah, Samuel Pupo looks like he's going to head back out to. Well, he was a lot deeper than Crosby. He was right there with that little bit of sand. There's that new sand. He's found the bank. It's a smallish wave, but it's hitting the bank nicely.
A couple of nice carves here, and then exclamation mark finish. Check this out in slow motion on the Boost Mobile replay. Land spins first and reverts out. Then Crosby right behind him, Bugs.
Yeah, nice exchange here between the two combatants. So Crosby, kind of a setup move here. Here's a bit of a, takes the top off this wave. There's a dynamic finish there by Colapinto.
Now look at this finish in slow motion.
What a great contrast their finishes, right? And where are they going now? This is so cool. Here's a bit of a wide wave.
Sammy's got priority. Take a look at this one. Samuel Pupo up and riding. A little carve. Oh, dynamic turn there. Has to get over the hump and makes the connection. Samuel Pupo now can start unloading and needs to hang on, and he does it. Crosby behind him bangs the oncoming section, and a redirect and a fist pump by Crosby as well.
Well, we only saw the end of that. Crosby usually doesn't do the big acclamations unless he does something serious. He doesn't fake it.
Wow.
Well, this is so cool. You know, the other part while we're waiting for those scores, I kind of always break it up. Like, to me, I break it up into two different conferences, really. So M.I. Kalani has won the Northern Conference.
Right.
And he's made himself...
Top of the bracket, yeah.
And he's made himself into the grand final. This is the bottom of the bracket against two guys that have just been the form surfers.
Look at these turns by Crosby, Bugs.
Yeah, and he gets his finish in here. And it's kind of like an offset, really, I think, to Sammy.
But what about Samuel right here, able to connect all the way through?
Yeah, this is this is an interesting looking wave. That's a stinging move there. Gets over this little hump here. Oh, yeah, and now he gets 2 more. That's a beauty. And he finishes it so solid. Does he ride clean out of this? And I'm not 100% convinced.
Wow. Wow, 7-point ride drops for Sammy Pupo. We're still waiting for another score for Pupo and 2 scores for Griffin Colapinto. We'll wait for those scores. Stace Galbraith, you're out and about. What's going on?
That's right, I'm out and about in the Bonsai athlete area, and we're on the sunny deck. I'm with Gabe Garcia, Crosby's management team. How are you, Gabe?
Doing well. How are you, Stace?
I'm really good. Talk to me about Crosby's last couple of months. 12 months ago, you guys were fighting for him to get wild cards into these things, and now he's absolutely dominating. It must feel good to back up that talk.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously believing in himself, and I think he's trusting the process. That's what he said this whole time, so it's been a journey for him, and he's loving it, and he's enjoying every moment. So they've been doing a lot of work, and it's great to see the results.
You think he's hitting his mark so far in this heat?
I think he's got a bit more to go. We want to see him on some bigger waves, and I think his coach has been doing a lot of great work over this event, so we're just stoked to see him where he's at, and hopefully he gets some more opportunities.
Certainly hope so. Cracker of a battle so far. Thanks, Kipes.
All right, Crosby Colapinto needs 2 scores to see if he can take the lead off of Samuel Pupo. 6.17 was enough to take the lead off of Sammy Pupo. Pupo is owed another score from our judges, needs a 6.35, as well as Crosby Colapinto is still owed another score as well. So the story's not over yet, Bugs.
Well, now we come back to that last exchange.
So we're still waiting for scores for each of our surfers to see what the situation is. Samuel Pupo on the paddle back. Crosby Colapinto is not in a comfortable situation at the moment because we still need those scores. So that graphic right there that you see, the score bug, that could change at any given moment. We're still waiting for those numbers to drop.
You know, it's not the mega high-scoring heat, but it is the match we all hope for. It is going back and forth. They are leapfrogging each other for the lead, and it has everything in this. There's drama.
Yeah.
They are pushing each other.
Samuel on that connector, he's likely going to get the number. He just needs a 6.35.
Oh, that was incredible ride.
And making that connection and that bonus section paid off. 7.57 for Samuel Pupo. Colapinto now needs a 7.41. Still waiting for the last score for Crosby Colapinto. Now, I don't know if Crosby's going to get that 7.41. Sammy's not going to wait to find out. Hoping for a connection here. He's going to get a bit of one. He looks disinterested, however.
No, he's going down the line. I think that was an Uber. And the thing is that how dangerous is Sammy Pupo? In just a small space of time, he goes bang, bang, gets 2 super high-scoring rides.
Yeah, still waiting for an important score for Crosby Colapinto. Again, Colapinto trailing. Pupo needs a 7.41. That last score drops in for Crosby, a 5.4. It's not enough. So Sammy Pupo now with the lead, a solid lead.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking that Crosby, you know, when we're talking to his coach, well, his corner, they did touch on the fact that it's going to be that bigger wave, that quality wave is what he needs to open this heat right up and take the lead. He's got time.
Yeah. Well, Bugs, let's check out our Harvey Norman recap right here. Started at the Rock with Crosby Colapinto opening up with a 7.17, Bugs.
Yeah, well, this is behind the Rock, and this is one of the deeper rides of the day. And, you know, a 7.17 on this part of the bank has they've been wide until now. Look at Sammy's wave. That little slither of sand that came around overnight, he's deployed his whole arsenal on that one.
He's got him back into the game right here with a spectacular finish, but it was this wave right here that paid off for Samuel Pupo. A 7.57 gets over the hump. Bonus section bugs on the inside there.
Yeah, and that bonus section, 2 major maneuvers here to leapfrog into the lead. Yeah, and it's not a claim, it's an appeal.
It's a celebration, and why not? Sammy Pupo up on top right now. Crosby Colapinto, I'm sorry, with 4.5 minutes to turn this heat. Needs a set wave to get that 7.41, however.
Yeah, and that's what he'll back himself. He'll back himself to wait and sit patiently for that set wave. I really don't anticipate him taking off on wave to try to manufacture a score. I think it's going to be the wave quality now will see him through. But Sammy Pupo has just proven just how dangerous a customer he is in any draw. And his brother told he's been coming to the Snapper Rock since he was 10.
Well, it looks like some waves right here. We'll see the positioning of our surfers. We got one surfer way up on the bank there. It's going to be Samuel Pupo. And that's the Uber ride you were talking about right there, repositioning himself.
Yeah, well, and that's the second time he's had to get his leg rope off his front foot. It's only a little thing, but it bugs me when it happens.
That can be irritating.
Oh, gosh. You know.
.330 on the clock.
Yeah.
Priority with Crosby.
You know, maybe Sammy's going, you know, yeah, come on up here. Come and check this section. Crosby just... Where is Crosby?
You can see him right on the top of your screen. So we got Samuel Pupo on the bottom of your screen, the red jersey. Crosby Colapinto further down the bank. You can see him on the top of your screen as we fly by on our Gold Coast flight cam.
It's been such an exciting heat, and the fireworks could still be in the making if a set wave comes through here. Well, Crosby's he's pulled a few out of the fire so far in this tournament. It's been alluded to several times. And so Jet Schilling wasn't able to pull one out in that first semi-final.
Yep.
He wasn't able to get, you know, he's done it several times. So that whole San Clemente 2% crew on the beach willing a big wave for Crosby Colapinto. And of course the Brazilian connection, his coach of the time, world number 1.
Yeah, we got the Brazilian crew who's hanging steady in the Bonsai athlete area. We have the 2% San Clemente crew on the white sand beach here at Snapper, both rooting for their team. Now we're at the GWM 2-minute warning, and things get real for Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, has a look over his shoulder once again. I think he's going to head down the beach. This is so cool. I mean, you know, it's not a clear bank this year. There's several takeoff points. Sammy's made it pay up the point, and they both did. Crosby, they're two of the best scores that we got, you know, next to or behind the rock.
Yeah, I mean, Crosby got that gem at the beginning of the heat, and things are going his way, but just to show the tenacity of Samuel Pupo to fight back and really work for his scores. He had to work extremely hard for that 7.57. That took a lot of muscle and a lot of technique to get down the line on that wave.
And I think that 7 was that one that he got with that new little slither of sand.
Yeah.
He recognized it, and see, when that comes, it just hits, it just forms a new bank. He found it. There wasn't much in it, but he found every single bit of that bank. That new slither of sand might have got him through this semi-final.
Samuel just going down the line. Nothing he can do because he's under the priority of a Crosby. Crosby does have that opportunity, but it's going to have to happen fast within the next couple of waves because it's down to just 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, time's of the essence now, and it's hard to tell the contrast here, whether there's a set coming. Crosby has a quick look at his watch. He's sitting there pretty cool still.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, our Gold Coast flight cam confirming that. So the countdown's going to happen, and Crosby Colapinto will be leaving stop number 1 on the Challenger Series with an equal third. Meanwhile, Joao Chianca applauding because Samuel Pupo, his good friend, is going to meet Imai Kalani DeVault in the men's final. Here's the numbers. We're heading off to a break right now. When we return, women's final will be in the water at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Here we go, it's finals time here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And what a matchup we have on our hands. India Robertson taking on Sawyer Lindblad. This is going to be a fantastic clash. Both these surfers chasing their first Challenger Series victory here at stop number 1 on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew still joins us. Bugs, thanks so much for having us here this week, mate.
Awesome. What a great week. And it's just starting. The finals are on.
Oh, mate, it's going to be a big afternoon, an even bigger night, Felicity.
Possibly a big night. We'll have to see. I've got an 8:20 flight tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, you'll be right. You're definitely not going to miss it. You're not going to sleep in. We're going to be raging right through the night here along with these competitors. Obviously, they're going to be celebrating a fantastic start to the Challenger Series this year. This is their first head-to-head clash. Two very different surfers. Felicity, talk to me about India Robinson. Where's the advantage lie for her, and what's Sawyer Lindblad going to be throwing at these walls?
Yeah, look, India, she's on a forehand out here. Sawyer, she's on a backhand, so that's already a difference. India just looks really, really hungry. I think she had that last heat win in the semi where she got one up over Steph was massive for her, and she even said it. We heard her say, oh, I just can't believe it, you know. So she'd be carrying a lot of confidence from that win, and her strength is her power carve on her forehand. So if she can find a wave with a bit of open face and really lay the board on rail and lay into a couple of those turns, that's her strength. And then I guess we look at Sawyer, and she's on the backhand. And for me, though, her backhand's looking deadly. If she can square up off the bottom, I think it's a point of difference, and that's a positive for the goofies out here on their backhand, is that they really do have the ability to get nice and tight in the pocket. So good contrast.
Really good contrast. Bugs, Saturdays at Snapper Rocks, sun's out, big crowd on hand. It's really going to lift the spirit of these competitors, but it also brings with it, you know, a bit of performance anxiety sometimes.
Yeah, well, I think they might have passed that threshold in the semi-finals. I mean, they're literally riding on the shoulders of giants. So they've just giant-killing roles against the 8-time world champion, against you know, Sally Fitzgibbons, who has had such a long career. And I go to your point, Felicity. Sawyer, I mean, Sally looked so strong in that, and then Sawyer nailed that 8.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big point of difference to the carving game, isn't it? That backhand vertical approach, and especially with the amount of water that Sawyer's been moving. She's attacked those end sections. We've still got so much time to enjoy this big exchange, but we also want to hear from a finalist in Sammy Pupo, who's just won through. He's with Stace.
Thanks, Ron, in the Bonsoy athlete area with Sammy Pupo. Firstly, Sammy, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
2 waves to go, eh?
I know it's been such a long event, and just trying to keep my head in the right space, and that's such a good comeback for me. It was a hard one. Crosby got me in the first exchange, and I just trying to keep my head calm and try to do something under his priority, and I did it, so I was really stoked on that.
Looking lethal coming into the final. Good luck.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Sammy Pupo, what a bounce back after failing to make the cut after stop 5. Here we go. We've got a good-looking wall standing up for India Robinson, the Victorian, who spends her days surfing up here on the Gold Coast now. Has been a resident up this way for a couple of years, desperately hanging on for the finish there. And that could prove important, but a couple of big hits once again. As sharp as we've seen her look, I think, in a contest jersey on a run through to this final.
Yeah, I like the first 2 turns of that wave. I like that she's mixing it up and not just going to that carve, which she knows so well. This wave was quite fast, so she sort of had to opt for a different move and straight out of the lip on that first turn. Backs it up with a nice little carve snap. It's so unfortunate on this last section. She just falls off. Well, she almost falls off. She kind of regains there, but that first turn, beautiful. And straight up into this second one. More of like a carving manoeuvre, but yeah, something funny just happened on this end section here.
Well, it's just the line's not there of the swell. You know, we've got this series of looping sections, and so the competitors have got to decide whether they're going to float and go over the sections or try to hit them and do a layback. I mean, the fact that she actually, you know, surfed out of that was amazing. I thought she was gone.
Bugs, it's something that I've seen change in the approach of India Robertson too. Her carving game's so strong, but she was guilty of repetitively going to that front side arc. These days we're seeing her throw a couple of verts in as well. It's worked out nicely for her on that last wave, a 6.67. Sawyer Lindblad had a look at a wave as well.
Yeah, well, to your point, I mean, I think there's been such a progression in India Robinson. You know, her power base is unmatched throughout this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Her forehand carve is just so strong, but I really like that her first turn on that wave. Obviously, she's been rewarded for it, 6.67, and that first turn just went straight up into the lip, which is, I think, where she needs to go if she's coming up against someone like Sawyer, who's on her backhand, which has the ability to go straight up into the lip. So I think India really needs to bring that little bit of difference to her surfing from what we've seen in previous heats of that strong forehand carve.
And I like the expectation of India Robinson in a post-match interview. You know, instead of going, "Oh wow, I've beaten the 8-time world champion. I mean, I'm on a cloud." She went, "Well, she got me last time." You know, I mean, she's really going, "No, I believe I can win these things."
Yeah, she's got a solid support crew around her too. She's been working with Jay Thompson for a number of years, and Jay, no doubt, was quick to kind of end the celebrations of that semi-final victory over Steph Gilmore. She'll have plenty of time to reflect on that win, which is a huge one for the rest of her life. But today, right now, she's got to get focused on this final, and she started well. I mean, even though she didn't get that last turn right, it still seemed like it was a crucial finish, and it was lucky that she stayed on her feet.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe Sawyer having a look at this one, or India.
Yeah, down the line, looking to get rid of a throwaway score and replace it with something bigger to build the requirement for the teenager. And India sizing up this section now. Nice hit. Great timing. Bit of flare out of the lip there. 22 years of age. The surfer from Janjaka originally, who we first got eyes on as a caddy down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And she's come a long way since then.
Yeah, she definitely has. Having a look at this replay of her third wave, sort of a nice little carve out of the top there. Jams it in the pocket. This wave sort of starts to stand up a little bit more as it runs down the bank, and she finishes there. Well, she actually finishes here. She gets one more little turn in. Look, it was a smaller wave. It's obviously going to replace that 0.5, but hopefully we're going to see her replace this as the final goes on.
Yeah, definitely. It's just, you know, always the goal to keep the application of pressure on your rival in these head-to-head situations, though, Bugs.
Oh, isn't it? And, you know, coming out the blocks and getting that backup wave is so important. Even if it's a soft combination that they've got to get, it's enough to maybe rattle them. The other thing with the, you know, overnight we've had these southeast squalls hitting, and it really didn't get that southwest sort of clean line clean-up that we've had the last 2 days. I nearly think it's favouring the natural footers, unless it's a bomb wave, like a second wave of a set, and the goofy footer can really feel the bank. I mean, that's what Sawyer got in that semi-final. She got one that, and she got the 8-6, but outside of that, I think it's going to favour the natural footers, just because there's those little popping sections where they're facing them, and they can either float over them or snap, you know. And I mean, and plus you've been in this situation, Felicity. I mean, on finals day, it's a quick turnaround. You know, you've got to regroup and get back out there, and then, you know, and keep your eye on what's happening with the tide.
Yeah. I mean, these surfers this is their second heat today, and they're longer heats as well. You're doing a lot of paddling, a lot of assessing, a lot of decisions under pressure. So, I mean, I do like what India's doing. She keeps applying that pressure, even though it was that small wave, making that requirement for Sawyer just a little bit harder, getting in her head maybe. She's got a couple years her senior as well, so I like her tactic here.
I like what you said, Bugs. Feel the bank. I mean, you know, typically before a big game of football, you'll see the competitors reach down, grab that grass, rub it in their hands. Sometimes people even eat it, but a handful of sand doesn't go down that well.
Well, you know, look at Freddie Fittler. You know, he walks out there barefoot on the ground. He's got to feel the earth, feel the bank.
I like it. Well, these two surfers have felt it this week. They've been throwing down great surfing. Two very worthy finalists here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And it is India Robinson just building at this stage. But Sawyer Lindblad, you know, it's a similar situation that we saw her in against Sally Fitzgibbons in the semi-finals. Sally built a couple of scores, but Sawyer, she was composed. At 17 years of age, I've been so impressed with how she's handled herself against more veteran competitors.
Yeah, I'd just echo everything you just said. She was in exactly the same position, and she needed a big score, and she got it. 8.6, massive. And for someone who's only 17 years of age, it's really impressive to see just how composed she is throughout a heat. I know she's working with Luke Egan. Obviously, he spent a lot of time here on the Gold Coast and knows this wave really well, and I've just been so impressed with her. I'm a goofy myself, and I'm a fan of a lot of the goofies, and I like to back them, but I really, really like what I'm seeing from Sawyer, and I don't think it's going to be too far away until we do see her on the CT.
Well, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gunjambara and the Mainungal people of the Bundjalung Nation, pay our respects to elders past and present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations peoples here today. And joining us on the broadcast, I've seen Uncle Russ Karoa around the place. Bugs, he's there with that didgeridoo, always blessing the surfers and wishing them safe passage out there in this lineup. It's got a special energy to it, this zone.
It does. I mean, you know, we've got it's the head of the Superbank. It's the gateway to Queensland, the gateway to the World Surfing Reserve that runs between Snapper Rocks and Burleigh Heads.
21 minutes remaining here, and India just in taking those first couple of rides has been without priority, staying busy, looking for opportunities. Might have some set waves rolling our way at the moment, as you can see via the Gold Coast flight cam. We've got a great crowd on hand to watch the event go down this afternoon. Just our finals left, 20 and a half minutes here. And then we'll see Imai Kalani DeVault take on Samuel Pupo on the men's side. Going to be an awesome clash. No one getting into this wave. It sort of was a set wave with not a lot of wall on it.
Yeah, I think my feeling is that Sawyer's just going to continue to keep on waiting. She's going to stay composed, and she's only going to pull the trigger unless she sees a wave that's going to really allow her to open up on her backhand, like that one that she got in the semi-final. She's been so selective already throughout this whole event, and I don't see, and so mature, surfing beyond her years. Look, I mean, I could say all this and she might take off and lose priority, but I don't know, something inside of me thinks that she's just going to wait. She's just going to wait for the right one.
Like so much competitive history on the Gold Coast, surfing history, and you were a part of it since the beginning. But we're going to see new winners here on the Gold Coast this year on the men's and women's side.
Yeah, well, that was a guaranteed, this morning. I mean, there was the whole field that had never won out here at Snapper Rocks. I think that's really exciting. It just shows that the future of surfing has arrived. We've got this amazing teenage revolution happening in women's surfing, Felicity. How many 16 and 19-year-olds in one event? I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and it's a good point, especially on the women's side. We have these really young girls coming up. I mean, but there was that fantastic matchup between Steph and Sierra, and Sierra really having Steph on the ropes in that heat for a long time. And you know what? I was actually doubting Steph there for a while, and I thought Sierra was going to get the win. So it was really, really impressive. We've obviously got Katie Simmers on the World Tour. She won her first event this year over in Portugal. And yeah, just these teenage girls just doing so well and really not scared to take it to the world's best, and these veterans on tour.
18.5 minutes to go. Still waiting for Sawyer Lindblad to answer back. At the moment, Australia's India Robinson has the lead. It's an 8-point requirement for Sawyer at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More in the final right after this. Well, look at the crowd filling in anticipation of these big finals. 16.5 minutes to go for the women. And we've just seen incredible images from the Gold Coast flight cam all week. It's portrayed that bank so beautifully, and it's just maintained that magic form and given us a great platform to see excellent surfing. And we're hoping to see a set wave real down the line here at the moment. Sawyer Lindblad sitting out there chasing an 8-point ride at the moment. India Robinson, though, has built a lead with a couple of mid-range scores. So once Sawyer chips away at that requirement, life will be a lot easier. But her last number came through. She took a wave during the break by the looks of things, and she has only banked a 3.53. So she's still after an 8 at this point.
Yeah, that didn't help her cause, that one. We thought that she might just really hang tough and wait for that super quality wave. But she had a bit of a throw at the stumps.
Here at Snapper Rocks, where the World Surfing Reserve starts, and it extends all the way up to Burleigh Heads, Bugs, and rightfully received that award, the World Surfing Reserve status, back in 2016.
Yeah, that's right. And, there's only about half a dozen of them in the world, which is really amazing. They have these, biannual conferences. I think that this one's going to be in Santa Cruz. And see, the Gold Coast is a bit of a model, really, because we're the only city in the world with an actual city, a surf management plan. And this is from the top down. Like, the deputy mayor actually chairs these meetings of all of us get together, all the stakeholders, and squabble. No.
I love it. But yeah, my old mate, Brad Farmer, was instrumental in making the World Surfing Reserves happen at different stages. You're right, there's only 8 of them. And Bells Beach, of course, another one, North Narrabeen, the next stop on the Challenger Series schedule, a World Surfing Reserve as well. And, generally it's sort of awarded to destinations where, communities are built around it, and it's a sensitive environment that brings a lot to the economy as well. As we see up at the moment, India Robinson trying to improve on a 5 here to extend her lead over Sawyer Lindblad, really leaning into that carve. This wave's trying to fade away, but India's still on the attack.
Yeah, just on that point, Brad was really involved in the National Surfing Reserves. Andy McKenna was much more involved in the World Surfing Reserve, getting that status here.
Perfect. Yeah, we want to give credit to Andy and the team for making that happen. As we see Sawyer Lindblad on the replay here, chipping away. Just trying to get herself back in this heat, Felicity.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure if that one's going to really do it, but another replay for India. Nice carve out of the top. I'm going to set up this second section, and a little carve, but yeah, both girls just not really finding a wave. India, that 667, that's a nice sort of base, but both of them yet just haven't really found a wave that's really connected with the bank and really allowed them to open up yet.
13 minutes to go here. And we mentioned we're going to have a new winner on the women's side. We've had different winners when we've had major events here at Snapper Rocks or on the Gold Coast the last 4 years. It was dominated by Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright and Carissa Moore for almost a decade. But in recent times, Lakey Peterson broke through for a victory here. Caroline Marks had a win over at Duranbar. Caitlin Simmons last year, put together an amazing performance against, a really experienced field out here to get a Challenger Series victory. And she took that momentum right to the end of the Challenger Series schedule and made the grade. Now she's sitting up at the top end of the Championship Tour ratings.
Yeah, Katie's an amazing surfer, and obviously she actually qualified the year before but decided, hey, you know what? I'm actually not ready. I'm just going to focus on my surfing. I'm going to grow up a little bit more, mature my surfing a little bit more, and then she came back and just absolutely smashed it again. And this year she's on tour, and like I said earlier in this heat, she's already got her first win, and that was over in Portugal. So inspiring, and probably inspiring for other girls like Sawyer, like Sierra. Those girls are looking to probably do something similar to what Katie did.
Yeah, definitely. India Robinson, her second Challenger Series final back in 2021. She had a runner-up finish. Sawyer Lindblad, she's already on her way to her best finish in a Challenger Series event. She's semi-finaled in a contest back in 2021. She also had a quarter last year over in Ericeira. So it's the early stages of the careers of these two surfers. India's story is a nice one though, Bugs. Really held back from, maybe her best performances due to injury, a concussion, and really focusing on her health over the last year. But seems to be getting back to her best.
And she's pointed to that in a lot of her post-match interviews, that she's had to deal with a lot. And, it's not hard. It's not easy to get over the whole the consequences of concussions. It can be ongoing, a bit different for everybody. And India's had her challenges, and she's overcome them, and now she's in the final.
Yeah, we've seen the amazing comeback of a surfer that's, suffered a brain injury in the past. Owen Wright obviously had a big comeback victory here back in 2017.
Yeah, that was an amazing thing.
it was awesome.
It was one of the most feel-good events. I mean, the year before, there's no way in the world you could have ever thought he was going to come back at all, let alone win the event at Snapper Rocks against his good mate, Matt Wilkinson.
10 minutes to go here, Sawyer Lindblad. She's had 2 other excellent scores in this road through to the final. And at the moment, she needs 1, but she's still got time at this point to chip away at this requirement and get herself in front with 2 waves. She'll want to make something stick pretty soon, though, because it's just a couple of mid-range threes that she's posted so far.
And there's still time for 2 right now, so not a time where you can hit the panic button at all. 9.5 minutes still. Felicity, you could get a long ride, get back, get one on the way out, and we've seen both these girls turn it round.
Yeah, we have, and there's been so many examples of that during this event. I feel like this whole event, Snapper's sort of been coming in, like the sets have been coming in rhythms, right? So there'll be a really sleepy part of the heat, and then towards the end, there's been a flurry of waves come through. So many waves surfed, surfers surfing them from out, kind of where we can see Sawyer now, all the way down the line into Rainbow Bay, and then, posting a score there, needing another one, paddling back out and surfing another one even further down the line and getting through the heat. So, and with, like you said, just under 9 minutes, it's a lot of time, and because we haven't really had that flurry of sets yet, I'm hoping for an exciting finish.
Well, let's crack open the mind of India's coach, Jay Bottle-Thompson, with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Jay, how's the heart rate, mate?
Yeah, it's throbbing, actually, yeah. Yeah, it's been a big week, and, it's far from closed out. India's got a slow lead, but, Sawyer's been so strong all week. It's a bit of more of a wave-catching comp today, so see what comes of it. But I'm stressed, yeah.
Absolutely, I'm feeling it. But on the women's tour, a win is so important. The women's qualification cut-off being at 5, it is cutthroat. How important is a win here to start the season?
Oh, I think it's as good as you can get. It's really important. You don't know, like last year you saw on the Challenger, there was huge points to qualify. So, it's obviously a huge leg up. And even if you have a win, it's not guaranteed. So, if you can get the win straight up, it's good for your confidence, good for the piggy bank, and good for the rankings.
Always looking to get a leg up, Jay Bottle-Thompson. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking times for coaches. Sometimes they say, they're more nervous coaching than what they were competing. Oh. Jay Thompson was an unbelievable surfer from just up the track at Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, it's a lot easier doing it than coaching it, and he was quite guarded for good reason, because in the semi-final, Sawyer got an 8.6, so he'd be very guarded about this slender lead that India Robinson has.
Well, when we come to Snapper Rocks, often we're talking about the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore. She had an amazing run through this event, but, you can wind the clock back, Bugs, and obviously bring up a lot of greats from the Gold Coast region. Phyllis O'Donnell here, the Charlton sisters as well, back in the 60s.
Yeah, the Charltons at Kira. Phyllis O'Donnell, we used to surf out here when I was a kid, and there was one period where Phyllis O'Donnell, another champion, Josette Legardere, an American who moved over here, and Ralph's son and Martha's son came out here, and they were surfing at Snapper at Rainbow, and they were the best 4 surfers in the water.
Wow.
Yeah.
Movement again from India Robinson here. She's been so busy out there under priority, just trying to push her scores a little higher. Surfing really well, but the size of these waves, it's going to restrict just how high those numbers go.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. I don't know if that's going to push the requirement higher for Sawyer. I don't know if it's going to go into the top 2 for India. It was good surfing for the size of the wave, but yeah, we're yet to really see a proper set hit the bank here.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes remaining. Waiting on the numbers to drop here for India. Here's the requirement. Going to increase here for Sawyer Lindblad. And the replay here, Bugs, shows that aggressive approach, but just a little restricted by the height of that wave.
Just restricted by the height of the wave, but still linking the turns. And, you know, when she gets a chance, that power base, she just attacks the lip. Massive versatiles.
Yeah.
And, you know, India has been a standout.
And she has up the ante just a little bit. Every increment that she's able to add to her heat score total makes the job much harder for Sawyer Lindblad. So by jumping to a 5.57, it's, you know, it's now basically a 9 that Sawyer's after instead of an 8. So job done there from India under priority with that one, as we see her up again. Getting caught behind on this one, but just the way the opening stages of this heat played out are really working in her favour.
It certainly is. Well, Sawyer actually needs a carbon copy of what she got in the last one. She needs an 8.6 will get her there. Exactly an 8.6 will get her there by 0.04 of a point.
As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here, this is easily the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, easily. And you can just tell it's a bit bigger in size, and we haven't seen one yet like that. But India doing really well to hang on to that last turn there. But I've liked how she's sort of changed up her approach. I've liked how she's gone to to hit these waves in the lip a little bit more, probably knowing that Sawyer has the ability to get so tight off the backhand, and you know, so she has really done a good job at securing that lead. Not a massive one, but the requirement is pretty high for Sawyer right now.
Oh, it's a big one, and with 4 minutes to go, it's kind of getting to the point now. If she doesn't make a move soon, she's going to have to turn this heat with a single rod.
And that's a difficult situation with this incoming tide. I mean, maybe at some point Sawyer should have gone for a mid-sized one and got that 5.5 just to keep her in the thing, and here she goes.
Well, this just happened, so we're seeing a replay of this one, and it's a nice combination on the outside. Definitely Sawyer's best ride.
Yeah, definitely. Another replay of India. Just a turn out of the top here. And she's looking to bring it through to the inside. She get a finish, she does.
Wow.
Nice finishing turn there for India.
That's another ride.
Yeah, all the Surfing Australia crew really liking that. Bottle liking that one too. But I liked what I saw from Sawyer.
Sawyer has got herself back in the final.
Yep.
3 minutes to go here. And, you know, at that 4 minute mark, we said she'd have to make a move pretty soon. And that move has just happened. We're waiting on the scores to come through. I mean, is India going to improve on the 5.57 with that last turn? It was strong.
Yeah, it was. And I think the start of the wave was a little bit slow, but that finishing turn was really explosive. She threw a lot of spray, so really interesting to see where these scores go. If India improves on a situation, it's going to make it even that little bit harder for Sawyer. Here we go, up and riding Sawyer again.
Well, she has to surf this like she's still chasing a really big score. Couple of nice hits there. It's a clean combination, but didn't have the steep wall that she was really hoping to lay into.
No, well, I actually think her last wave might be the one that gets her back in the match. With 2 minutes remaining, there's a bit of excitement now. The 2% crew have come alive.
Yeah, they're just trying to put some air in her tyres here so she can make a good run for the victory in the final stages. She got a 5.9. So she did a great job of cutting the requirement. But I think we are still waiting on another number to come through for India Robinson.
Yeah, Sawyer did a great job. She took 3.5 points off her requirements. So she's only sitting there needing a 6.35.
Well, this is the last wave for Sawyer.
Yeah, just went a little bit flat in the last part. She tries to get that 1-2 combo. She pulls it off.
But we are going to hear a number drop now for India Robinson. It's the best of the heat, the 7.5, the finishing turn. You know, it was dynamic, it was powerful, and the requirement has been pushed back up after Sawyer, you know, got herself out of trouble there. She's after an 8.27 again now.
Wow, that's a big number. 7.5. Just when Sawyer just, you know, got her one eye on the title. And India has got priority. She's got the lead, and she's got 45 seconds.
Yeah, she's on the cusp of the biggest result of her young career. And, you know, when you think about everything she's had to overcome to get to this point, it's been a remarkable run through this event. You know, as a rookie, you know, to be forced to make a decision just based on your health, to sit out your very first event as a championship tour competitor, you know, it's a brutal one. And it hurt her chances. She still came back and rallied at the beginning of last season and made 2 quarterfinals on the championship tour, but didn't survive the cut. Wasn't able to graduate back into the CT ranks this year. So here she is on the Challenger Series, evolved and digging in. And Sawyer Lindblad has conceded here and quickly races over to India to throw her a big hug and congratulate her on a job well done. She is the champion of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, and she will take the lead on the Challenger Series ratings.
Yes. Oh, well, you know, all that tenacity to come back will now melt away in pure joy.
Oh, there'll be tears.
Yeah, no, that was beautiful to watch, and I just love a comeback. I love a comeback from an injury, and she already touched on it. She's had a lot of stuff going on personally, so this is going to be a massive win and a massive boost of confidence for India Robinson.
And what about the performance from Sawyer Lindblad? 17 years of age, her best ever result in a Challenger Series event. And she'll be sitting at number 2 on those rankings, and a major threat. Her forehand is deadly, and we're heading down to North Narrabeen.
That's what I was thinking. I think, you know, right now she might be a bit upset, but then when she digests, unpacks what happened in Snapper, she'll go to Narrabeen with a real sting in the tail.
Well, Sally Fitzgibbons down there applauding Sawyer, who actually overcame Sally in the semis, but Sal there just leading the cheer squad for the Australians.
So good.
As India Robinson makes her way in here. Magic feeling. What's it like, Bugs?
Well, Sally, I can just see when they do the interview with all the kids behind, Sally will be amongst all the kids behind her. No, it's a great feeling. Nothing like winning. It's euphoric.
Yeah. Oh, it's so beautiful.
That's a beautiful scene.
Sophie McCulloch on hand. India's really popular, you know, always there to support her fellow Australians, and now that love is being returned.
Yeah, they're just really warm, great scenes here at Snapper Rocks, and she'll be welcomed back by a loving crowd. And you know, it's a real journey from where she came back from.
Absolutely, you know, and I think that all of the competitors who turned up here to compete in this first Challenger Series event were tested. Their stamina was tested. There was moments where they had to really generate their own speed, which really takes it out of you. And I wouldn't be surprised if India is completely beat at the end of this day, because she rode a lot of waves today.
Yeah, she did. A lot of surfing and a lot to be proud of, you know. So cool that Soph and Sally are there to cheer her up the beach. I know that Soph and India are really, really close. Obviously, Sally's just such a big supporter of all the Australians that do well as well. So such a cool moment. But yeah, I feel like she's probably gassed. She's got a lot to reflect on. She had a massive heat win against Stephanie Gilmore in the semi-finals, but had to keep a lid on it because she had more work to do.
Oh, so true, Felicity. I mean, imagine being the 8-time world champion. I mean, that would be euphoric enough.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff here, and India Robinson has been to the CT before. She wants to get back there.
No, it's okay. No, you got it. No. I won. No. You mean you just won the thing?
And that is the Irukandji's war cry, if you will. And we heard the Olympians doing it in Tokyo, and it's something they've started to do at each of the CT and Challenger Series events now, even on the QS at times we've seen it.
Well, you know, India Robinson, she's of the age where, you know, in 2032, the Olympic Games go to Brisbane and the Gold Coast. They could well be held here at Snapper Rocks. Mm-hmm. And India Robinson might well be representing her country. So that's pretty prophetic.
Yeah, she tried to decline the chariot to the stage, but Sophie McCulloch and Sally Fitzgibbons were having none of it.
Yeah.
And she is on her way to the podium for a post-heat interview. We'll catch up with India Robinson shortly, but stay with us because after the break, we've got the men's final. And Hawaii's Imai Kalani-DeVault is going to take on Samuel Pupo from Brazil. Stay with us. Welcome back to the show. The view from the Gold Coast flight cam has been amazing today. Look at this crowd filling in. We've just seen India Robinson break through for her first Challenger Series victory. She'll be riding high on top of the ratings as we head to stop 2 down there at the Sydney Surf Pro, but we've still got one more heat to go, and it is a beauty. We're going to throw it down to Stace, though, who's going to have a chat to India.
Thanks, Ron. India Robinson, you are the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro champion. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It feels so surreal right now. This week's just blended into one, and I just can't even believe it right now. I'm lost for words.
Biggest win of your career. How good?
Oh, 100%. I got second in a Challenger a few years ago to Breeser, and to win one now, it's another level, and yeah, I'm so stoked.
Crazy amount of support for you down on the beach this week. You must be very grateful.
I'm so beyond grateful. Like, my support team, Surfing Australia, friends and family, like, couldn't do it without you guys, so thanks for being there for me.
And one last shout out to Victoria.
Oh yeah, shout out Vic, shout out Jan, Jack, board riders, the whole crew down there. Love you guys.
Well done, India, Robbo.
Yeah, great performance from India. Right through this event, not an easy run through to the victory, and a really tough opponent in that final in Sawyer Lindblad, who's also collected her biggest result of her young career as well. And we'll now get set for an epic showdown here on the men's side, with Imai Kalani-DeVault taking on Sammy Pupo. And Sam has looked so sharp, and so has Imai, in fact, so we're expecting this one to go right down to the wire. Nice looking wall standing up here for Imai as he loads up some speed. That beautiful style. We've just relished the opportunity to watch it throughout the event, but he's going to go down on that section. We welcome Richie Lovett to the Harvey Norman host set. Rich, an emotional win there for India. Great to see a big comeback from that concussion.
Unbelievable stuff, and great to see India just fighting her way back. And it's really nice when you put in all that hard work and effort and you devote your whole life to achieving your goal, and she got there today, and you know, this is a huge step in getting herself back onto the championship tour. And what a way to do it. It wasn't an easy path either, and it started, you know, this morning, having to overcome Stephanie Gilmore. Congratulations, India Robinson. This is the first ride of Samuel Pupo.
Whoa.
Great opening gap there, and you can see just picking up where he left off with all that speed and energy. Slams that final, that hit there, and this was Imai. Things didn't quite go to plan here. Quick snap to start off, and you could see, had eyes right down the line here. This section stretched out. He just got caught in that crease as the lip came down, but plenty of energy. It's almost like the ocean's coming alive a little bit again, Bugs.
Thanks, Bugs, for turning it on.
Well, to talk about turning on, overnight, just a little slither of sand came around the corner and it added about another 10 metres to it. Samuel Pupo, in his semi-final, found one on that new little bank. And I think the guy started up in that corner. Sam went there a couple of times in the semis. It'll be really interesting to see it. It turned out for him. So let's see where they are out in the lineup.
Well, Samuel's surfing throughout this event, Rich, has just looked so on. Really clean carves, but when the wave stands up, he's delivered some just absolute, just mind-blowing blowtails.
Yeah, it's a really refreshing style and approach that he has, and we keep referencing, Felipe Toledo in some of the style, but also in the way he approaches these snaps and gets that tail drift, that flare off the top. But couple that with those big power carves and hacks, and you're looking at a complete surfer here. And he really is this new wave of Brazilian Storm coming through, and he's obviously had the companionship, the energy, the positive winning energy of Jalchenko on his side through the whole week, and it's served him well.
Yeah, this is going to be his best finish in a Challenger Series event. Samuel, he made the grade in 2021 on the Challenger Series. His best result that season was a semi-final. But it's just been a really consistent performance through those earlier rounds. A lot of the WSL commentators put Sammy Pupo at the top of their picks for surfers who are going to graduate to the championship tour at the end of this Challenger Series season, Bugs. He showed us, so much class when he was competing as a CT competitor.
Yeah, and those predictions are being vindicated right now. I mean, of course, he's here with his best mate, Joa. Last year he was supporting Joa in the same exact situation. So what a tag team, Rich.
Absolutely, they're working so well together. This is live action.
Well, Sammy's going to give up on this one. 22 years of age, and he has cracked a CT final. That was in his rookie season. He got second to Felipe Toledo over there in Rio. But this year he had a pretty tough go of it in those first 5 events. Just 17th, 1 quarter-final breakthrough in Portugal. As we see Imai Kalani. A beautiful turn there. Just drifting nicely. Exploding through the lip, but maintains that speed and flow down the line as he just continues to swing this tail around, and bounced over the section and rode down the face there with great control.
Yeah, and the control, I mean, and the minimal body movement in between major manoeuvres. You reference with Sammy Pupo or Felipe Toledo. If anyone with this young guy here, I sometimes see flashes of Andy Irons.
Yeah, I see Andy Irons with a little sprinkling of Tom Curran in there as well. He sits back on the tail a little bit more compared to Samuel. The stance is a little bit more narrow. Comes into this final section here and gets radical. Drifts the fins, gets some slide, but maintains control. Smooth operator, this fella.
Yeah, everyone's got their own individual style as well. Sammy's is his. Imai, even his post-heat interview said that he had a lot of inspiration growing up. Even Dusty Payne, he referenced him, but he said he felt like his style was his own. I love Imai surfing because it, not necessarily a style reference, but just in the way he kind of explodes out of that clean style. It reminds me of Ethan Ewing at times. You don't really know what he's going to do, even though you kind of, more often than not, know he's going to go to something with a bit of a deep rail slice in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just sort of that rear position on the board where he's right over the fins and very centered, right in that sweet spot. Drives off it hard. It's a good reference, actually, Ethan Ewing. Both very similar in terms of the width of their stance.
And also the fact that there's no in-between moves.
No.
And
very
it's just
smooth.
the weight distribution is so subtle, and they can make such distance and get around sections without double pumping, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's a real intricate thing, and it's a subtle thing that goes, unnoticed and unheralded sometimes, is being able to make those transitions between the turns look seamless and smooth without all that jumping around and pumping the stuff that looks a bit ugly.
Sami Pupo earned his spot on the CT with a final at Haleiwa. And I think what really got us sort of predicting big things of Samuel Pupo is what he did as a rookie in his first event at the Billabong Pipe Pro in huge conditions. He just threw himself over the edge and got some of the biggest, gnarliest waves he's ever ridden in his life with the jersey on. So he's shown us, you know, flashes of brilliance in small surf. We saw that coming, but his big wave performances have been on point too.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And it's funny, you kind of, sometimes there's an apprenticeship on the go, and you don't get the opportunities until you're in that competition situation to put on the jersey. You know, I sort of think back to some of my early years, and probably you too, Bugs. You know, you're set out there in giant Haleiwa, you've never surfed it before like that, and you've just got to adapt. You just got to find a way to make it work. You know,
well,
I was going to say, just coming from Australia, you don't often get those big swells to tap into, so you never get comfortable with that stuff.
Well, 26 minutes remaining here and on finals day. You know, many of the WSL regions have been represented, and as a result, there's plenty of people there on the surfers deck, the Bonsai surfers deck, watching the contest unfold, cheering these competitors on, and Stace is in all that action.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. The surfers deck is just swelling with talent. Josh, Jacko and Eli obviously cheering on Imai Kalani here. Josh, how's the nerves?
Oh, I'm super nervous for Imai. He said this is his first final ever in NEQS, so we're hoping he gets it done.
Yeah, kind of baffled to hear that, if I'm honest with you. Jackson, how's he going to go?
If he gets the right waves, I feel like it could be over, so let's hope for the waves to come to him.
He's kind of been belting small waves all week, though, which is good signs.
Yeah, he's been getting the scores on the small waves, and I just can't wait to see him light up a set.
Eli, you're not torn in this one, mate. Quite a clear favourite.
Yeah, let's go, Imai.
Before we go, Josh, I know your father Tony was really close with Uncle Dane. Did you want to sing out to everyone back at home? We're thinking of you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to send my love to the whole Kiloa family and everyone at home who was affected by, you know, he was the biggest legend he's like the first Hawaiian to really make it big on the surf scene. And so it was a pretty heavy loss, but sending all my love back home to everyone.
Thinking of you all. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, I saw a post from Kelly Slater too, just saying, you know, Dane's legacy is going to be seen in generations of surfers who he influenced. Bugs with his powerful approach, his incredible tube riding. We still see glimpses of it in the next generation surfing, people that didn't even really get to watch Dane. It's being passed down.
Oh, it sure has. I mean, well, Dane invented the backside grab rail sort of pig dog deep barrel riding. That was Dane. He absolutely, I saw him one day at racetracks at Uluwatu, and it's the first time I'd seen it done absolutely properly. He owned that. I mean, Jerry Lopez will always be the king of pipe. Dane Kilo will always be the king of backdoor pipe, and then he passed it on to Johnny Boy Gomes, Tony Muniz, and through the ages.
Yeah, thoughts with everyone who's feeling that loss. And Imai Kalani Devold out there representing Hawaii beautifully at the moment. 5.83 his best number. And even though he's in front, he'd be feeling a little nervous at the moment because Samuel Pupo with priority and the highest single ride of this heat so far is definitely going to make a strike for the lead at some point.
Yeah, he is interesting tactics at the moment. We can't, would be remiss not to highlight just where these guys are sitting in the lineup here. And it looks like Samuel Pupo has placed himself right at the top there. And we thought, Bugs, that as this tide came back in, and we're about 2 hours away from high tide, we thought there'd be no business up the top of the point there. But obviously that sand has filled in enough that there is opportunities up there.
Yeah, well, just with that southeast, it builds that pathway for the sand. And just that little slither of sand did come around. It started 2 nights ago, and then last night I added another, say, 10 metres to it. And sometimes it's just enough to not just get that surge that we've seen previously in those first days of the tournament, but actually a little bank that might connect with the right wave.
Yeah, I feel like it's there's a risk involved with sitting up top right now, though, because I still feel like those bigger sets, when they do come down to that lower bank, they do line up a little bit better.
And as the tide moves in and past that halfway mark, it does migrate down to the wide bank.
Anyway, time will tell. 22 minutes on the clock.
Well, let's have a look at this incredible sandbar from above. We'll take a look at the Google Eye and zoom in on Snapper Rocks here. And Bugs, I mean, you're the man to talk us through the sand flow from the sand bypass over there on the Tweed River. And man, it was just an incredible consequence of making clear passage for boats on the Tweed River that resulted in the Superbank.
Well, that's exactly right. There's the Tweed River entrance, and that's what it's about. It's about clearing that and making it the navigability of that Tweed River, and then they pump the sand under the river, and it comes out. It pops out at Froggy's Beach, where they builds a pathway, and then it's a natural movement around the point. Building up for Snapper Rocks and then into Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, the Superbank. And it does, once it gets around like a little heart valve motion through those, every wave, we're seeing it now, we saw it overnight. Every tide it builds a bit more fresh sand and then it grooms it all the way down the point. It's amazing, really.
And you can see that you could see the sand flow too, and that was from a project about 5 years ago. And you know, that is a temporary outlet used when necessary, but more often than not, it's the sand pumping out at Froggy's that brings it around the front. Yeah, we hardly ever use this one here. I mean, it's you've got to get the sand coming from behind the rock to make the proper bank. This one here would be just to make a little bit of something for the Brazilians to play ball on the beach. I love it. They could be playing more than soccer there on the beach this afternoon if Sammy Pupo can turn this final around. Just over 20.5 minutes to go. Imai Kalani DeVault with the lead. Sammy waiting for his opportunity with priority at the moment. And we're going to take a Bonsai brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsai, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
18.5 minutes remaining in the final here. Imai Kalani DeVault holding the lead at the moment over Samuel Pupo. And we're just waiting for Sam to get his opportunity. And that might have just happened. You can see he's lost priority, so he had a dig at one. It was a good size wave too, Rich.
Yeah, Sammy just igniting something here on this wave as it goes down the line, goes for the big air rev. And not much height, but nonetheless, still a radical turn as the wave flattens out a bit. Sammy just doing some rail work, waiting for the wave to stand up again. Now he gets the section. Another good drifting snap. So a couple of high-risk maneuvers there. A little bit disconnected nonetheless.
Oh, he surfs with so much clout, though. When he hits those sections, the timing's brilliant. I mean, the rotation, Bugs, it was more of a fin throw.
Yeah.
He wasn't even really attempting to get up above that lip, just trying to mix things up. Had some flatter sections to deal with, but finished that wave well. The judges ate it up, 7.67, easily gets him into the lead. And Imai Kalani-Devolt's got some catching up to do now, because both Samuel Pupo's rides are better than what he's hanging on to at the moment.
Yeah, well, before that wave there, it was pretty close to the 6.33 to the 5.87. And Samuel,
Oh,
once
he's
again,
up again, sorry Bugs, but throws the rotation and sticks it. It was fast. There was a bit of height there, and he cleared the section nicely, used it to transition back to the open face.
The boys like it.
Zhao Chianca cheering his boy on. Michael Rodriguez there. He had a good run through this contest.
He's building. He's building.
Jeez is right. That was a really quick 1-2 from Sammy. Under priority. Nabbed a second scoring ride, potentially. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, starts pumping down the line. You could see that perfect little section popped up in front of him. Much more height and rotation on that opening turn. And then he got a couple of little bonus hits down here. So more of a complete ride with that really risky element to start off with. Gets the grab, just gets a touch of the rail. Right here you can see quick foot adjustments. Gets back into position on the board, starts driving for some speed, and then connects again. So good slow-mo action here. Just perfect entry into that air. Great rotation. All the judges always taking notice of how much rotation the board gets before it reconnects with the wave face. And that one was nearly fully rotated.
Oh, that was legit, especially the landing. I mean, no recovery time, Bugs. Really just stuck it beautifully. 7.43. And now Imai, he's gone from having a bit of work to do to having a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, well, Eli now, Eli Henneman touched on the fact that he's waiting for, they want to see him open up on a good quality wave. Now he needs one. He's going to need at least a 7 to really get into this match.
15 minutes to go here. Sammy Pupo is rising at the start of this event, Rich. I asked you if you thought that it would be a CT surfer who'd come back to the Challenger Series that would win through, or it would be a newcomer. You said you thought it would be a newcomer. Well, that almost happened on the women's side, but it was India Robinson who stepped up and got the victory. And here we've got two surfers with CT experience looking to get back there. And Sammy Pupo, he is just, seems like so game ready right now. It just seems like after coming off the CT, he's just, come back here, has evolved to a different level as a surfer, and he's, flexing his competitive confidence at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just too good. I really thought that whoever was going to be the victor between Crosby and Michael Rodriguez was going to take the event out, but Crosby getting eliminated in the semi-finals there. So I'll just dine out on my words here for 1 second, take a couple of mouthfuls because I was wrong. But nonetheless, some amazing surfing.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo was a really tough draw. The bottom side of the Bailey Ladder bracket from the quarterfinals on was stacked.
So solid.
And it was Imai Kalani-Devolt who just looks so confident on the top side of the draw. He just never really looked too flustered. And even now, we're yet to see how he's going to respond to this combination of sevens that's been thrown at him from Samuel. But I think he'll hold his nerve. He had a rare slip up at the start of this final where he fell on a floater. But other than that, he's just been right on point.
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday, Stace and Jack Freestone and I had a bit of a go around on the picks, and I went with Imai. I thought he was the solid guy, but I was so aware of that stacked bottom half of the draw, especially Michael Rodriguez, Crosby and Samuel.
Yeah, just 13 minutes remaining here.
It's a pretty clear game plan for Imai Kalani-Devolt right now. It's not black and it's black and white. It's not grey. He needs two really decent scores right now if he wants to get back in and challenge for this final. The clock is starting to really tick down. The number is against him at the moment, but certainly doable. It's not over yet.
What a great shot that is. The Gold Coast flight cam. Just really giving you a good idea of the size of the crowd here on this Saturday afternoon.
Packed. It feels a bit like a Sunday because Friday was packed as well.
And Thursday. And Wednesday and Tuesday.
Yeah, the crowd has been building. I mean, you know, it's a holiday up here all the time.
Oh, mate.
They're still handing out JobKeeper up in Gold Coast, Bugs, or what?
Well, it started back in the 80s with the Bob Hawke surf team.
Just under 12 minutes to go now. And he's been so patient, hasn't he?
He has. Yep, absolutely. He's well, he has to be. You know, there's no point scrapping around and taking off on silly little waves.
But this is a dangerous competitor to leave on the inside, building confidence and building numbers. He's not going to get much out of this wave. But it's sort of like he's in that sort of rare zone that you see a competitor get to, Bugs, sometimes, where they can almost go for anything they like and they'll make it stick.
Well, you know, in his semi-final, he was getting beaten pretty well, and then in a period of like 3 minutes, he got two, 7+ rides to pretty much seal the deal. So he's super dangerous. You know, as Miguel, his brother, said, he's been coming here since he was 10 years of age. He knows how this sand works. He knows where to sit. He's one of the only ones that has chanced his hand and gone up deep behind the rock.
Well, not only that too, he's currently on the equipment of JS, local shaper. Obviously shaped for the likes of Joel Parkinson and Luke Egan and many others through the day, Andy Irons. You know, JS and DHD would be the form shapers when it comes to making equipment for this particular wave. And board's just looking, like Ferraris under his feet at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, those two guys have been making the F1s for a while.
Yeah. And, Imai Kalani DeVault, he's on the CI program, and that Spine Tech epoxy technology has served him well through the event up to this point right now. He's going to have to make work on a special sort of wave in these final 10 minutes.
This is the first stop on the Challenger Series, and we've got plenty more venues coming your way. It's going to be a battle. And here's the breakdown. Here's how it works. The top 10 men and the top 5 women at the end of the Challenger Series season will graduate to the Championship Tour next year. You're counting on your best 4 results. So it's a great start, but it's not a guarantee getting a victory. We saw that, especially on the women's side last year. We saw a couple of surfers get victories and not make the final 5.
Yeah, we did, and it's tough on the women's side. Consistency is the key. And same on the men's. We saw Sheldon Simkus got a great result here last year and then didn't make a heat. He didn't make the grade. So, you've got to back up those results.
They've all earned their place via their regional qualifying series, or they've gained exemptions from having big victories. Jarvis Earl, Francisca Vaselko, they both actually finished at the top end of their regional QS ranks as well, but they didn't need that. They got the golden ticket, the Wonkers golden ticket, Bugs.
Yeah, no, they doubled up their Wonkers, but I mean, the thing is that there's 7 regions. It's incredible. These are the up-and-comers. There's 12 nations represented here, so it's a truly global event.
And 4 regions represented in our finals here today. So, great depth all around the world. And, we're going to, I think, see other regions step up and get themselves a shot at a victory on the Challenger Series this year too.
Yeah, you'd have to think that there's going to be a little shift around in who's going to win them all, because there's just so many good surfers on this tour at the moment. And the start of the week we said, we wanted CT level surfing, and I think it's delivered, especially in these last few days. The surfing level has been incredible, and if this was a CT, you wouldn't be disappointed. You'd be going, yep, this is what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we've got CT level surfers competing for the win here at the moment. 8 minutes remaining. We've had a look at how the Challenger Series works. Let's take another glimpse at the schedule. Got another event coming up here in Australia, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. That's going to kick off next week. And really positive news coming from down that way, Rich, that the sandbars held strong through a monster swell.
Yeah, we had a gigantic swell go through there early in the week, and the banks held strong, and I've got reports that the lefts are still holding up, even with the bit of south energy there. So next Wednesday is potential kickoff day down at Narrabeen. So, you know, people will be jumping on planes as soon as this thing wraps this afternoon, and all the focus will turn towards Sydney, and then great looking lineup for the rest of the year.
Yeah, Bolito, the Bolito Pro Bugs, it's had some amazing conditions over the years. It's always pretty fun there.
Well, it's pretty much the same latitude as Coolangatta, and you know, the waves on that coastline are brilliant in July. It's peak season. You know, the one thing about the gap between Sydney and July, there's a few surfers that are going to have surgery and niggling injuries and to overcome. So it's a nice little gap.
Yeah, good breather after a hectic start, and you know, it really was a quick turnaround after finishing their regional qualifying series as well. So it's an intense run. They don't call it the Challenger for no reason.
Well, what about the ones that missed the cut in Margaret River? I mean, that was talk about an intense turnaround.
Well, just over 6 minutes to go here, and Imai Kalani DeVault needs to do work, because this is how Sammy Pupo set up the lead as we go to the Harvey Norman heat recap.
You know, it feels like he's sort of peaking in terms of the delivery of manoeuvres, the risk, and he's finding these longer walls where he can really open up, closing it shut with each and every ride. And Sammy just super fast, goes for the big air rev. That is the standout manoeuvre of the final so far. He got some work done down the line too. Quick snaps. And just vicious in the way he's able to just slice the top of these waves to pieces.
Yeah, love the air. I mean, most of the time when they open that stance, shuffle those feet, they're sort of almost landing on the nose of their board to soften the impact of the landing. Sammy came down, fins first. Really quick rotation there. And a nice reward with a 7.43. And Imai Kalani DeVault, he's been out there with this priority, waiting to kind of chip away at the requirement and break this lead into 2 scores. But the more time that winds off this clock, Bugs, the more likely it is he's going to need to go near perfect to get himself a victory.
We are getting down to that point because we're within the 5-minute mark. I mean, it was all still relative until Samuel Pupo took that speculator and went to the air, and that has definitely created a bit of distance.
Yeah, Imai just standing up on his board here, just looking for the swell, looking for that wave that's going to get him back in here.
Joe Chiunka, he's feeling for his buddy. He wants him to hang on. He's got to be feeling good at the moment. But everyone on the Challenger Series is super aware of the talent level of each of the individuals and just what they're capable of. They see it in free surfs when they're around these contests. They see it with the jersey on. And Imai's already marked himself as a real danger man.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had 80 of the best up-and-comers in the world, 48 of the women, and Snapper, it's been carved up.
It has, yeah. There hasn't been, not much has gone through for the rest of us.
That's right, Ronnie, and it'll have a little breather for a couple of minutes after this final.
Yeah, you could get in about 5 minutes' time, there's going to be about 300 people on this break.
3.5 minutes to go here. And Imai just hanging strong with that priority. Doesn't want to give this final away by taking a wave that's not going to get him up into the excellent range here. He wants to give himself that big chance. But it is looking like it might need to be one ride to swing it, and that's going to be super difficult.
Really hard. It'll be
the wave of the event.
It'll be the wave of the event. It'll be the highest scoring single wave. We know he's capable though, and look, I think he's made the right move. He hasn't done anything silly in these last 10 minutes. He had to wait it out, Bugs, didn't he? There was no point scrapping around.
No, he had no choice, and he knew the wave quality, and you know his crew was saying exactly the same thing. If he gets a bomb wave, look out. He's going to open up and he's going to put this thing away. And you always got that feeling that he had that potential.
A couple of waves came through higher up on the point there, just looking over our shoulder.
I mean, the other thing, even the way Imai surfs a wave, it's uncompromising. There's no small movements in between. It's just big power moves, and he can make extensions that 90% of others just cannot.
Oh, yeah. Now he's, starting to stand on his board and look out to see if there's anything coming his way. Sammy Pupo's way down the line. He's just happy to roam around on that inside. And if Imai passes up anything that isn't going to serve up an excellent score, Samuel Pupo's going to pounce on it, and he's got those individual turns, even on a medium-sized wave, to potentially get himself another big number as well. So
yeah, well,
it's a tough spot that Imai finds himself in.
This is pretty much a carbon copy of his scores in the semi-final. He got 2 mid-7 range scores, and they did the job.
Yeah, well, right now, with a minute and a half to go, it is looking good for Samuel Pupo.
What an event. The Snapper Rocks, it was just bombarded with a big swell in the lead up to the contest, and sometimes, Bugs, when that happens, I know as a local you get a little fearful that the destination's going to need to take some time just to settle down. And sure, there hasn't been that same kind of swell pulsing in, but there's still been plenty of great surf and on offer, and we've seen some magic performances through the contest. None better than these two individuals.
That's right. The cream has risen to the top. We've had 5 days of really fun snapper.
Yeah.
It's just that 3 to 4 foot range snapper. Not epic, massive behind the, like what some of those wave Mitch Parkinson were getting behind the rock and that. But this has just been super fun snapper for 5 days. Not many places in the world offer that up.
Don't think you get too many complaints from the field here. But this one is winding down now. 40 seconds remaining here in the final. And Samuel Pupo has done so well just to gather up his emotions, get his mind set on this Challenger Series, and put together a magic performance here in the final. Couple of 7-point rides, Rich. Whether he was with priority or chasing down numbers without it, he's just such a threat. And it's no surprise to see him sitting in this position.
No, this is fantastic. He has been one of the form surfers through the entire event, showing the full repertoire, speed, power, flow. And your new champion is Samuel Pupo.
Well, look at him digesting the result, taking it all in. He throws a finger up there. Number 1 on the Challenger Series, your Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro Champion, presented by GWM, is Samuel Pupo. Joe Chianca, Michael Rodriguez standing by. I'll probably wade out and just pull him out of the water to cheer him up the beach. But Imai Kalani DeVault, he can hold his head up high. His best ever finish in a Challenger Series event, and he's going to be sitting number 2 on the ratings. He surfed beautifully this week.
Oh, yeah, what a start to his Challenger Series campaign. This one will sting a little bit. He may crack a couple of Coopers, and by the 3rd one, I reckon he'll start going, yeah, second's not too bad. That's a pretty good way to start the 2023 series there and really start marching towards the CT again.
And there it is. The boys hug it out, and they both know that that has put them on such a good path, Bugs, on this road to qualification.
This is an excellent start to a campaign, making the final. First place 10,000, second 7,800. Some sweet dollars in the pocket, but as far as the points wallet, these are really solid keepers.
Yeah, good stuff. And well, you can see the recreational surfers taking snapper back already.
Imai's going to wait for one more. He's going to use that priority.
Yeah.
But Sammy Pupo celebrating an amazing achievement. He's had some big results, but this is his biggest ever victory. And the party will begin. We've still got so much coming your way this afternoon. Of course, the WSL Post Show just around the corner. We've got to pass on those trophies to our champions here. But a fantastic moment here for the Brazilians.
Oh, you can see just that energy between the fellow Brazilians. They love this. And, well, it's not just the surfers either. There's plenty of Brazilians that like to call the Gold Coast home now, Bugs, and they are out in force right now.
Oh, there's 1,000 on the beach right now.
And they've had plenty of success at this venue. Felipe Toledo, Italo, Gabriel Medina, and now Samuel Pupo getting a victory and adding his name to the honour roll for major events here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, well, Samuel, you know, from day one, he's been a standout. His route to the final was really solid, stacked in those quarters this morning, and he's overcome an incredibly gifted surfer in the final.
I think, Bugs, for a lot of people, when you look at the 80 surfers that were in the men's field, a lot of people put Sammy on top of the list as the best guy competing on the Challenger Series, and no doubt he would have had people telling him that, Rich, but he managed to kind of quieten it all down, not get the let the expectation get the better of him and claim victory here.
Yeah, no, he's been relatively reserved around the event site through the week and just staying tight there with Zhao. They've just been, you know, in their own little bubble, but he's really just come to life whenever he's put the jersey on, and you think of his style, it's just so suited to these waves here at Snapper Rocks. It really fits well, that really fast energy. Surfing with those big manoeuvres.
The result is sinking in now, and no doubt the news is travelling over there to Brazil. The Pupo Ohana will be celebrating big time. But let's hear from the men now, down there with Stace.
Vai Samuka!
Oh my God. It's been so long since I've won a contest, and just can't believe it's been so long. And I just want to thank my family and my friends for everything, for supporting me this whole time, and just from a 0 to 100 in such a short time, it's crazy. Surfing is just keeps playing with our minds, and just so happy to be in this moment, and it's God's plan, man.
What an event to win the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Can you believe the scenes here this afternoon?
It's crazy. I came here since I was like 9 years old. It was one of my first trips ever. And just traveling with my brother and watching him on tour since I was a kid, and coming to the Snapper and dreaming about competing here one day and winning a contest is just unbelievable. I can't believe it's just happened, really.
Well done once again, Sammy. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presentation.
Welcome to the WSL post-show stop number 1 of the Challenger Series. Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is wrapped. We got winners. It was quite a day here at Snapper. Beautiful day. Got it done. I'm Kaipa along with Felicity Palmentier as well as Rich Lovett. I'm going to start with you, Rich. Your impressions on this finals day, beautiful finals day.
Yeah, it was incredible, actually, and I'm just super stoked that the surf didn't completely disappear on it. In fact, the waves were actually really fun, and we saw some incredible surfing, both from the men and women. Sort of stoked with who won the contest because I feel like they were the informed surfers. But what a day. There's so much energy down here on the beach. I don't know if you can still hear it, but the Brazilians are going absolutely mad behind us here.
As they should. Sammy Pupo takes out the men for the win for the men's. And in the women's division, India Robinson, Flick, you know, her bid to get back on the championship tour, she started off on strong footing.
Yeah, she really did. And you know, she's touched on it throughout the event that she's had a lot of stuff going on personally, obviously coming back from an injury, not quite feeling 100%. And with some, you know, her road to the final, she took out some big names. One of them, Stephanie Gilmore. So she's got a lot to reflect on once she gets home.
That is, talk about a confidence booster for India Robinson and her quest to get back on the championship tour. Yeah. That is something we're going to celebrate. We're going to get into that. But first, we're going to start off with our men's and take a look at our Bailey Ladders bracket for the men's. The high road to the final was Imai Kalani DeVault. The low road to the final and a win, Samuel Pupo. Brilliant surfing by both Samuel as well as Imai throughout this event, Rich.
Yeah, those the quarterfinal bracket here is just super stacked with, you know, ex-CT riders and newcomers coming in and really trying to find their position there. But for Sammy, you know, it was a difficult one. I felt like the bottom part of that bracket there was really stacked and well, it's just been amazing surfing all day long as we see some of the action right now. Just Sammy Pupo, wasn't he just sizzling on every single ride?
Yes, Sammy Pupo defeating Jorgen Kuzne in the quarterfinals with surfing just like that.
Yeah, looking so sharp. I love the way he releases the fins on that opening turn and just grinds almost across the lip there. Just looking so on point, and yeah, surfing really goes hand in hand with Snapper.
Then had to take down Crosby Colapinto, for the semi-final win right here with a nice finish there, Rich.
Yeah, that was a great air rev. And, you know, Crosby was on fire this event. He had the push of the 2% crew and putting some amazing surfing together as well. But Sammy, too strong, too consistent, and just showing us great variety throughout the whole entire week. Really dipping into his bag of tricks.
Yeah, maintaining that focus, that performance straight into the final against Imai Kalani DeVault. Flick, Sammy Pupo's got to be proud of his achievement today.
Yeah, and a lot of surfing for him today. You know, he's going to be tired after this. He surfed a lot of waves and he surfed them really, really well. He's definitely had the best read, obviously, on this wave all day. And this day has been look, there's been waves, but it's been pretty challenging. And it's been challenging to identify what waves are going to be good and far out. I mean, look at that air. Just so beautiful to watch. And yeah.
That's not conservative surfing right there.
Not.
That is just full throttle, you know, high risk energy maneuvers there. And I think he's going to find some energy tonight.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of party.
He deserves it, and the crowd went wild right here for Samuel Pupo. Wants to earn his way onto the 2024 Championship Tour. His older brother Miguel already has that wild card, so will we see the brothers back together in 2024 starting at Pipeline? Could be, because Sammy Pupo is on his way. Take a look at the numbers right here, some big numbers. Flick, a 7.67, 7.43 for the win.
Yeah, massive numbers, and just for me, he's been one of the surfers that has looked in the most in form throughout the whole event. There was a few there, you know, we had Rio, Aiden Massenkamp, both looking good, Sammy Pupo, but he just rose to the top and, yeah, coming out with the win.
Yeah. Well, let's make it official, you guys. We're going to throw to Ron Blakey for the official awards presentation.
Thank you, Kaipo. How's everyone doing out here today? You have a good day? Welcome to the official presentation for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It's been an absolutely amazing week here. Snapper has delivered once again, so thank you. Before we go any further, the WSL would like to acknowledge the Ginjambara and the Mainang people of the Bundjalung Nation and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. And we extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today and those watching on the broadcast. Can we put our hands together, please? We want to send a big shout out to all of you. You make this event so special, getting behind our competitors. I think if we asked our competitors, did our fans push you this week to bring your level to a new place? I know all of them would say yes. So thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. This is the Challenger Series. Snapper Rocks is the first stop. It's a long year. All these competitors have come off grueling regional qualifying series events straight here to Snapper Rocks and put on a magic performance for you. Can we please hear it for all the competitors that took part in the event this year? We want to give a very special shout out to our partners, the City of Gold Coast, the Gold Coast City Council, Major Events Gold Coast, getting behind this event once again. We always feel so at home here. So thank you very much. Put your hands together, please, for the City of Gold Coast and Major Events Gold Coast. Boost Mobile, our title partner, getting behind the event. Great activations all week. GWM, our presenting partner for this contest. And we also want to thank our strategic partners, Rip Curl, Yeti, Bonsoy, Bailey Ladders, BioGlan, Harvey Norman, Bond University, Oakberry, Coopers, and the S&S Group. Put your hands together for our sponsors, please. We also have to give a very special mention to the local community here. Snapper Rock Surf Riders Club, the Rainbow Bay Surf Club, they're going to see some action this afternoon. And to all the surfers that share this lineup with us, thank you for giving us the opportunity to take on this incredible wave once again and show you what the world's best challengers can do. Up on stage with me at the moment, I have some very special guests. We've got Andrew Stark, the WSL APAC president. Put your hands together for Andrew. We've got Will Hayden-Smith, the WSL senior manager and development tours. Will, great job this week, mate. Fantastic calls. It must have been difficult, the waves were pumping every day. We've also got Councillor Gail O'Neill with us once again, representing the City of Gold Coast and Major Events Gold Coast. Thank you, Gail, for your support. All right, we're going to get straight into it here. The men's event was remarkable. Of the 80 surfers that took part, you know, there was any number of competitors that could have gone on to crack the final here. But one guy that's been to the championship tour, he's fighting desperately to get back there, and he gave us a magic run. Beautiful style, well suited to this location. Put your hands together, please, for Maui's Imai Kalani DeVault. There it is, mate. Congratulations. Man, what a magic run and a huge way to kick off the campaign. On the Challenger Series, both these last 2 years, you've been strong, but this is your best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. How good does that feel to start this series at the #2 spot?
Oh, it feels insane. It felt really good to get into the final. It's my first QS final of my life, so yeah, I'm just really happy. That was just an insane week of surfing snapper with a few other guys out.
Mate, perfect. And tell us about this wave. I know you got here nice and early. Has it been a couple of the best weeks of your surfing life or what?
Yeah, it was my first experience seeing snapper really with swell. Last year I didn't get too much surf before, so yeah, it's been an insane 3 weeks of being here, so to finish off with the final too is the cherry on top. I'm so happy.
Congratulations. Put your hands together again for Imai Kalani DeVault, who has incredible support from back home, and I know everyone's tuned in and cheering you on, mate, so well done. Now, on the women's side, again, we saw incredible performances. What about the local Grom? Sierra Kerr winning the juniors, taking out the trials, and pushing the 8-time world champion right up until the last moments of their clash. Put your hands together for Sierra. It was a stunning run, and we saw so much magic from a lot of the upcoming talent on the Challenger Series. But our runner-up place getter here at the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast for 2023. She's been coming for a couple of years now. This is her best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. Put your hands together for San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad. Much like Imai, you know, I know you're probably disappointed not to get that win, but it's such a fantastic way to kick off the campaign on what's going to be a really grueling Challenger Series. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good to make my first final in the Challenger Series. Obviously, I wanted to win, but it was just so fun surfing snapper with a couple people out. And yeah, I'm really grateful that I was able to compete in this event.
Well, we were grateful that you came here and put on such a fantastic show. We also have to say your San Clemente crew really brought some magic here to Snapper Rocks. They were, you know, some of our favourite cheer squads that we've ever seen here at this venue. How much did their support help you get to that final?
Yeah, for sure. We all push each other so much, and I'm so proud of the boys for doing so well. And I want to give a shout out to everyone affiliated with 2%. It's such a cool community in San Clemente. And yeah, shout out to Kalohe and Crosby and Jet and Cade and everyone.
Congratulations, Sawyer. Number 2 on the Challenger Series ratings, heading into the second stop down there at Sydney. All right, it's time to get to our champions now. Of the 80 surfers that were in this field, there was a lot of people saying that this next guy was going to be so hard to stop, and today he validated that. Samuel Pupo, he didn't survive the cut, but he has proven himself as a winner here today, and he's going to be the number 1 on the Challenger Series ratings. Make some noise for the champion of the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, presented by GWM, Samuel Pupo. Get it up there, Sammy. Well done, mate. You've blown our minds with your performances on the championship tour. We know how competitive it is and how heartbreaking it was not making the cut. But how good does it feel to reset, come here to Snapper Rocks and get a win in the Challenger Series?
Oh, it feels so good. It was such a hard year for me. Hard start in Hawaii, and then got a good result, and then just ended up needing just one more and came up short. But I feel like God knows His plan, and I just try to reset and come here to Gold Coast, which is a place I love a lot. I've been coming here since I was like 9 years old and dreaming about competing here, and winning here was just another dream come true. And thank you everyone for having me.
Absolutely magic. Obviously you had incredible support here on the beach, but at home you've got incredible support too, and I know a lot of your family and friends are tuned in. Anything you want to say to them?
Thank you everyone for supporting me, all my sponsors and JS with me right now, and just so many good things around me besides falling off tour, you know. So it's incredible how surfing is. 2 weeks ago, just having such a hard time in my life, and now winning a contest, it just happened so fast, and can't wait to go to Narrabeen and do my best.
And what did it mean for you to have Zhao Chianca, the current world number 1 on the championship tour, here supporting you? Obviously, you were here backing him through the event last year. Must have been special to hug it out on the beach at the end of that final.
So special. We've been pushing each other so much since we were little, and now we're surfing out at our best, I think, and he's world number 1, and it's just so cool to be with him and see how he does things and how he handles pressure, and so nice to have him here. He was basically my coach like the whole contest, and it was so cool to be, you know, to have him as my friend, and hopefully I can get back on tour and we do some another heats.
Awesome, Sammy, mate. Why don't you go ahead and give a shout out to all your Brazilian fans back home as well.
Obrigado a todo mundo na praia. Eu sei que tem muito brasileiro aí. Faz barulho, faz barulho! E foi incrível a semana inteira. Vocês fazem muita diferença para mim. Então, obrigado por tudo e tamo junto sempre, que é Brasil.
Your champion, Sammy Pupo. What a performance. A magic run here And no doubt a run that will continue as we move through the Challenger Series schedule. That leaves one. And I know there's going to be plenty of noise for this individual. She's been to the championship tour before, and during her rookie season, she had a massive injury to overcome. It's been a long road back, but today we saw a magic performance for your champion of the Women's Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, presented by GWM. Put your hands together for India Robertson. Hoist it up there, India. Let's have a look at it. Absolutely beautiful trophies this year too. India, congratulations. The biggest win of your career, and it couldn't have come at a better venue. You've put in so much work to get to this point.
Yeah, lots of time and preparation. I forfeited my year on the Challenger Series last year to work on my health, and ended up just getting a head start and putting my time in at snapper, and yeah, it's worked out well.
Incredibly well, and also I got to say your team has done an amazing job. Your surfing looks like it's gone to another level, really surfing with a lot of speed and power at the moment. Have you been working on that?
Yes, definitely. Not making the cut gave me the opportunity to work on some of my weaknesses, and yeah, I have such an amazing support crew that pushed me to do better, and yeah, I think all of that time out of the competition jersey allowed me to get a step ahead in my own surfing. So yeah, bringing that to competition feels special.
5 places. There is only 5 places for the women to graduate to the championship tour at the end of every season, and I think we all saw how much talent is here. Women's surfing is in such a fantastic place. You overcame an incredibly stacked field. It must feel so good.
Oh, definitely. All of the women are surfing so amazing, and at a wave like this, it allowed us to all showcase our talent, and yeah, I'm very proud of how far the women are coming, and we have a bit more to go, so hopefully we just keep pushing.
We'll celebrate this moment, India. You have earned it, overcoming Stephanie Gilmore today in the semi-finals, going on to win the event, and congratulations. It was great to see. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our champions of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. You guys step up, take centre stage, and we'll throw it back to Kaipo and the team for the WSL post show.
All right. Well, congratulations to all of our finalists.
That's a good feeling, isn't it? Raising the trophy. Awesome stuff.
Well, congratulations to all of our finalists, and it was really cool, Flick. I'm going to start with you. Is that, you know, both of those surfers, Sammy and India, have a taste of the championship tour. So I think when you have a taste of it, it means even more for you to get back on to the top.
Yeah, one thing I just took away from that was Sammy literally said, you know, I had one of the hardest moments of my life in my career only a week and a half ago, and how quickly that can just change. And now he's the winner of the first Challenger Series event, and it's just, it makes you emotional hearing the surfers talk about this and seeing what India had to do to get to this point, to come back from injury. So yeah, I'm proud of both of them. They've really, really come into their own, and yeah, it's been exciting to watch.
Hey, I mean, we look at the numbers, Rich. 10,000 points to India, 10,000 points to Sammy. They're halfway there to qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you would have to think that Sammy has got one foot back in the door when it comes to CT qualification. You know, a win, he'd have to kind of screw it up pretty royally. And he's just too good a surfer. He's going to bag some extra results. And, you know, this is looking good for him.
Yeah, well, we took a look at the men's. Now let's take a look at the women's Bailey Ladders bracket and India Robinson's road to victory. She did not have an easy road. Look at that. First, she had to overcome an informed Sarah Baum flick, and then look at the semifinal matchup she had to overcome.
Yeah, massive semifinal, and it was pretty interesting hearing Bottle once she'd come in and beaten Stephanie Gilmore, who arguably is the best out here. Obviously, she's a home break. Bottle said to her, hey, you know, like there's still more to do, and she was pretty aware of that as well. She's like, I've still got one more, and there's still a job at hand. So, yeah, eventually taking on Sora and taking home the win. But yeah, with beautiful turns like this, it's we saw India just absolutely on fire.
Her road to the final on The quarterfinals started with Sarah Baum. She took the win easily there. Now, look at this matchup. Semifinals, Rich, against the Queen of Snapper.
Yeah, against the undisputed Queen of Snapper Rock, Stephanie Gilmore. And it was just some really solid surfing. And I feel like there's a new energy to India's approach. It's a bit more radical. It's a bit faster. There's more power and conviction in each one of her turns. So, you know, she really tapped into that to overcome the great Steph. And that is no easy beat. There's not many people who can claim they've beaten the 8-time world champ.
Kept that motivation, kept that momentum into the final where she defeated Sawyer Lindblad Flick.
Yeah, this was an interesting final. She got a couple of scores straight off the bat. This one, probably, I think it was her best one, this one here. And then it went really sleepy in the middle. And she had a couple of decisions to make with priority. But, yeah, she just got it over the girl from San Clemente. And that last turn there, so explosive. And you can see Bottle just absolutely stoked with that result. And all of the team from Surfing Australia.
There's great surfing that India's been doing, but she's also competed exceptionally well through the week, making good decisions, obviously tuning into the break. It's been a tricky break all week. You've really had to figure out the riddle of Snapper Rocks this week, and she did it perfectly.
Taking a look at the final numbers here, 7.5, 6.67 was enough for the big W for India Robinson in that final. Hey, this teenager, Sawyer Lindblad, she's going to be one to look out for as well, Flick.
Yeah, I loved what I saw from her. She was putting down big scores for only 2 turns on her backhand. And on a long point break, dropping big scores like that, her future's super bright. I have no doubt that she's going to be on the tour one day. And, yeah, look out.
Well, that's the women's final. Let's take a look at the Women's Challenger Series rankings, because now it's got all set up after stop number 1 here at Snapper. You can see the top 2. We know about them, but Steph Gilmore, she doesn't need those points. Sally Fitzgibbons, though, Rich, she does, and she's off to a great start with 6,085 points.
Yeah, that's a really confidence-boosting result for Sally Fitz, who's, you know, fallen off tour, and we just don't expect Sal to be in this position where she's kind of, you know, struggling to find a position on the championship tour. We just think that she deserves to be there, and we know she does, and we all want her to get back there. And by no way is Sal going to finish off here. She's got plenty more to give. Nixie Ryan, another one. Great to see her there. Luana Silva, she is really coming in hot as well.
Flick, what about the bottom right there? Sierra Kerr.
I know.
Sierra Kerr is worthy of some conversation.
Oh, completely. I mean, that's where my eyes went to first. The absolute super Grom who almost took out Stephanie Gilmore is on number 9 on the rankings.
Yeah, look at the men's rankings here, and Jet Schilling is in a solid position. We always knew that Jacob Wilcox, he deserves to be on the championship tour. He's been after it for a long time. He's in a good position right now.
Yeah, he really is. He was surfing so well on his backhand. I love the sort of progression that he was able to get out of the lip with those sort of tail releases. And someone else who's been surfing really good this week, Michael Rodriguez was looking really in form, and Jorgen Kuzene, with that knee injury, still surfing his way to a 5th place. That's pretty good. 5th on the rankings, sorry.
Yeah, and Jaddy Baby, can't get rid of him. He's always going to be in the conversation.
Only 4 of this 10 are former CT competitors. So 6 of this crew are newcomers that are really taking on the Challenger Series and wanting one of those spots.
Yeah, and that's when we get to see, you know, new blood. We get to see the requalification as well. That's what makes it so exciting. We got 5 more stops happening here. But you know what? It all comes down to one wave of the day, the Boost Mobile wave of the day. Let's check it out, Flick.
Yeah.
And who could it be? None other than Sawyer Lindblad with this 8.67.
Yeah, her back was up against the wall and she needed a big score, and it was turns like this. She just found a gem of a wave and went to town on it, scoring an 8.67, and I really think this is just a sign of things to come. She is only going to go from strength to strength, and I'm excited to see her down in Sydney.
Yeah, bright future there. Well, it's been a great event. It's been 5 days, Rich, and in those 5 days, we've had some highlights. So let's take a look at our top 5 moments of this event. And we're going to start off with our top 5 moments right now with Michael Rodriguez, the fast surfing Emrod, Rich.
Oh, yeah, Emrod. Well, he's taken what he's learned at the CT level and he's come to the Challenger Series with a vengeance. You know, this is a consistency and a type of energy and fast surfing that we haven't really seen him apply to the Championship Tour. He seems to click into gear on the Challenger Series. So he wants another crack at the Championship Tour. With surfing like this, he's going to find his way back there.
Number 4, Flick, coming through. Rio Waida has been surfing excellent, 8.6, 8.87 in this showing here.
Yeah, he absolutely went mad in this round of 64, heat 11, 2 excellent scores. And for me, he really was one of the most informed surfers of this event. So, yeah, I love what I'm seeing from Rio. I love the dedication that he's putting into getting to know Snapper. He wasn't done after Margaret River, even though he's secured his place on the cut. He just wants to keep that competitive fire going. And with turns like that, it's just beautiful to watch. It's just, yeah, textbook surfing. And yeah, I absolutely loved it. He was one of my picks actually for this event.
And a couple fans. At number 3, long live the Queen of Snapper. Look at this one. This was the buzzer beater, the 9.33, Rich.
Yeah, the champ had her back up against the wall, but in true legendary fashion, Steph nails the highest scoring single wave score of the entire event, just with this fluid, graceful style, connecting with the lip multiple times. And she went about 200 meters down the point here. And, you know, this is Steph's home ground, and she just knows this wave so well. Can never write her off, you know, just coming from behind.
Number 2, Flick, our men's winner, an energized Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, I love this guy's surfing. He's just surfing so fast and whippy out of the top. And for me, he was also, I said it about Rio, but he was one of my picks coming into this event. And I just feel like he deserves to be on tour. I mean, with maneuvers like that, he literally cleared a whole section there. And yeah, coming through with a win, super inspiring. You know, coming off the back of not making the cut at Margaret River. He said it was one of the worst and most challenging times of his career to now today the best. Super inspiring, and lots of fans here on the beach for him. Lots of Brazilians on the beach, and yeah, I'm sure he'll be celebrating tonight.
Speaking of inspiring, an inspiring victory by India Robinson's, Rich.
Yeah, incredible story, really. You know, India falling off tour, having some adversity to really overcome, but this is testament to digging deep, to finding a way forward, to believing in yourself, believing in your ability, and she's worked on her surfing. She's come back bigger, better, stronger. She's found a new way to compete. She's had the backing of all the Aussies here, and what a week. Just, you know, came out on top, and the perfect start to regain her position on the tour.
Stop number 1 on the Challenger Series with a great ending for India Robinson. Wow, we're just beginning. We got 6 stops in this Challenger Series, Flick.
I know. And the next stop is only a few days away down in Narrabeen.
That's right. The next stop, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, Rich, presented by Bonzoid. North Narrabeen is going to be the spot.
Yeah, it's going to be unreal. My hometown. I'm looking forward to getting back to Sydney, and you know, fingers crossed the surf producers for us. You know, the forecast looks good. The bank's set up. It's going to be a great event. It always delivers. And, you know, I think the competitors are going to be psyched on it as well.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rich. Thank you, Flick. And remember, check WorldSurfLeague.com. That GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonzoy starts May 17th. And with that, I want to bid you aloha and enjoy all of our event highlights. The road to qualification starts right here. There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series.
Every round's an elimination round.
Great flow, a lot of different turns.
On the buzzer, that came down to the wire.
Good morning once again from Snapper Rocks.
6-point ride. Jet Schilling turns the heat. Jadson Andre.
He wants a water break.
Old Buckets Biso is back to his old tricks.
Oh, wow.
Rio makes his move as he hammers the pocket. Ellie Harrison, beautiful cup.
Nice reverse for Fitzgibbon.
Schilling has moved into the lead.
Silva looking sharp here. That's going to be the end of her ride.
Imai here, wow. Really committed surfing.
Battle of the Goofy Foot with Jacob Wilcox coming out on top. Under 3 minutes remaining, Schilling goes to the lead.
Crosby versus Rio, absolute battle royale.
We have whittled down the field. The lineup is strong. The head-to-head matchups are incredible. Imai Kalani DeVault gets the victory. Chloe Andino, Psyche Imai. Jet Schilling's on his way to the semis here.
This is game on.
Samuel Pupo.
What a statement. Michael Rodriguez, Crosby Colapinto, two of the form surfers of this tournament.
Crosby gets the number.
India Robinson up against the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore. India Robinson, great rail surfer. And India's going to get the job done. Wow. Nice section here, and Sawyer, big vert. 15 seconds to go. Goes the air reverse. Sawyer's on her way.
Goofy versus Natural. They seem effortless.
Feels really good. My first ever QS final.
Sammy Pupo up against Crosby Colapinto.
India Robertson taking on Sawyer Lindblad. Both these surfers chasing their first Challenger Series victory.
Oh, that first turn. She get a finish, she does.
Wow.
Nice.
Good to India. She is the champion of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro.
Samuel Pupo, Imai Kalani DeVault in the men's final.
And your new champion is Samuel Pupo.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.